My life and my world were destroyed. It all began when mysterious towers started appearing all around the globe. No one knew where they came from or why they appeared out of nowhere, but they were later dubbed Nightmare Towers because of their creepy nature. That was when the Nightmare Tower began choosing people randomly, giving them a chance to become tower walkers and save the world. Those who responded to the tower's call were all instantly summoned inside. As a kickstart, they were handed battle gear by the interface system, which let them use unnatural strength and skills, the kind you usually see in RPG games. But the worst part is that it wasn't a game. For the people living outside, there, things quickly became nightmarish. The towers soon unleashed waves of monsters into the real world, and this phenomenon was later called a tower impact. Humanity fought back as best they could, but the first tower impact wiped out nearly 30% of the world's population. The tower walkers trapped inside could do nothing but watch the catastrophe unfold and see their loved ones die. Since they weren't killing enough monsters within the tower, it became overrun with them. And eventually, those monsters broke into the real world. But to make a change, they all decided to ascend and kill monsters with the help of the powers and skills they'd been given. However, in order to tempt them and steer them off course, the tower cunningly offered an opportunity like no other. They were given an object known as the Regression Stone. As the name suggests, it allowed tower walkers to go back in time to the moment before the tower impact happened. Their memories and experiences would remain intact after regression. Some didn't hesitate for a second and cashed in on this chance, while others felt suspicious of the stone. Turns out, the folks who used it didn't actually travel back in time. Instead, they were transferred to a parallel universe with a different timeline. So basically, those who returned to the past weren't fixing anything for this current world. They simply abandoned it. As they kept ascending the tower, things only got worse, especially after the second tower impact. So instead of dying a pathetic death at the hands of monsters, many decided to abandon their world and regress. The fate of this world was left only to the brave souls who resisted the temptation of the regression stone. But little did they know what awaited them was death on the 98th floor, the Chamber of Hell. Jae-won was utterly defeated along with his calm raids, yet they didn't give up, fighting until their last breath. Eventually, our boy managed to slay the Tower Guardian at the cost of his friends' lives. His one and only friend, the one he cherished most, also chose to abandon this reality with his final breath. It broke Jae-won's heart to see his friend make such a pitiful choice. But the protagonist didn't waver. He pushed forward and eventually reached the 99th floor, where he had to face the Guardian, the Frostworm Velkasus. It's been 10 long years since he reached the 99th floor. Fighting that monstrosity, though the 98th floor nearly destroyed him, he knows that without the equipment abandoned by the other tower walkers, who were once his friends, he'd have been dead long ago. Right now, he's back in the lower levels of the tower, meeting a blacksmith named Jay. The blacksmith is shocked that our protagonist actually wants to challenge that monster again, but Jae-hwan doesn't hesitate before confirming it. He's not backing down until he finishes what he started. Here's a little context about this place. Some time ago, the tower walkers reclaimed a village on the 50th floor after finally defeating the dragon that ruled it. That village is now called a topos. Of all the blacksmiths who once lived in a topos, Jay is now the only one left. Jay is even sad because the demand for ore that had always come from the lower level floors has almost extinguished. Jae-won thinks to himself that this kind of outcome had been bound to happen sooner or later. After all, there are barely any survivors left. Jay pauses for a moment and then asks if he's noticed anything strange during his recent travels through the tower. Jae-hwan recalls the plate where the stone of regression had been found. Strange markings carved into its surface in letters he couldn't read, though when Jay asks, he only says he didn't see anything. His mind drifts briefly to Hyren, the old woman who disappeared only yesterday, leaving Jay and her as the last remaining supporters in Atopos until now. Jae-hwan then asks directly to be taught smithing. The sudden request causes the smith to freeze mid-swing. Once again, our boy is back on the 98th floor, taking another shot at defeating this arrogant dragon. The monster commends the brave tower walker, acknowledging him as the pioneer who managed to reach the 99th floor all on his own. The dragon may have a tough exterior, but our boy has already begun chipping away at its hardened scales. No matter how many times it takes, he's prepared to return endlessly until the monster finally falls. During one of his runs, an attempt ends with him being completely crushed, leaving him battered and bruised. At this point, even the mighty dragon can't help but acknowledge the resolve burning within this young man. Jae-won carries an unyielding desire, a singular obsession. An obsession to defeat this monster and make his friend's sacrifice truly meaningful. However, the dragon believes defeat is inevitable, and failure is the only fate awaiting Jae-won. But our boy lunges forth after breaking free from the ice, fully prepared to prove the monster wrong. He takes his stance once more, relying on the only technique he knows, which is piercing. The dragon even finds it funny that the kid keeps charging in with the same old trick. You see, Jae-won wasn't as fortunate as other tower walkers who started their careers much earlier, giving them opportunities to obtain unique skills and hidden classes. Jae-won had nothing to his name, so he poured everything he had into one simple yet devastating technique: the art of piercing. He pierced his targets relentlessly, repeating the motion tens of millions of times. This refined mastery even earned him several nicknames. His piercing only grew faster, stronger, and more precise, eventually evolving into something comparable to a hidden class skill. And because it isn't an actual skill, Jae-won can use it endlessly without consuming spiritual energy, unlike hidden abilities. Even so, not even hundreds of thousands of jabs were enough to deal truly significant damage. Then Jae-won notices something. The monster's weakness lies in its jaw. The moment the dragon opens its maw to unleash a massive icy roar, Jae-won seizes the opportunity. He pierces upward from within, obliterating one of its eyes and shattering half its jaw. Even after pouring everything he had into that strike, it still wasn't enough to completely destroy the monster's maw. Deciding to get serious, the dragon takes to the skies and unleashes a relentless barrage of ice. Jae-won narrowly avoids the attacks at first, but eventually becomes overwhelmed. Seeing this, the dragon boasts about its strength, convinced that a mere tower walker could never bring down a beast of its caliber. Maybe things might have been different if more fighters like Jae-won had worked together. That's precisely why the dragon feels satisfied knowing the foolish humans fell for the allure of the Nightmare Stone. Hearing this, Jae-won is startled and demands the dragon explain more about these Nightmare Stones. Instead of answering, the monster begins crushing everything beneath its massive paws, leaving Jae-won no choice but to retreat for now. Jae-won is left with barely any HP, and a single swipe would have been enough to finish him off. Still, he is more curious than ever. He needs to learn more about the Nightmare Stones and what that dragon truly knows. To get the answers he seeks, he spends half a decade fighting the monster. At last, his efforts bore fruit. The nightmare of the 99th floor is defeated, and the victor sits right over the monster's devastated body. Now, before the monster's life extinguishes, Jae-won demands to know the truth about the Nightmare Stones. The dragon, however, doesn't give him the satisfaction. He says Jae-won can only learn the mystery behind them by reaching the last floor. With those final words, the monster dies, and our boy earns the Ice Dragon Sword as a reward, though honestly, this so-called sword doesn't really look like one. Now comes the moment of truth. The door to the final floor materializes right before him. Jae-won steps forward without any fear in his heart, even though he knows nothing of what lies beyond. Entering the final floor, Jae-won realized he's standing in a strange place where countless panels of light float around him, each displaying a different image. From there, he sees the tower's condition in the outside world, and a topos as well. Suddenly, a voice comes from somewhere unseen, noting that our protagonist has arrived early and reassuring him there's no need to be tense. The figure sends an important announcement, and a system notification appears in front of him. Congratulations to our hero for being the very first person to fully clear the tutorial of the game within World 294. The message goes further, declaring that his record will be permanently stored in the Immortal Library, the Akashic Record itself, and the monarchs of the Great Land are allowed to look upon it. Reading this, Jae-won's mind fills with all the terrible experiences he had in the tower, and now he is learning that it was just a tutorial. The mysterious voice observes how shocked our boy has become and warns him not to let it bother him too much, or else he will face the consequences. A huge wave of water crashes into Jae-won as a beast with glowing eyes emerges into sight. The creature comments that he has already gone further than he should have, yet praises the amount of control he's shown for a human. The praise doesn't last because the beast suddenly stops mid-sentence as our protagonist rises from beneath the water. The figure notes how quickly Jae-won has recovered, much faster than expected. He doesn't waver as he demands to know who the being is. The figure only laughs in response, admitting it got too excited and completely forgot to introduce itself. It tells Jae-won he should be proud of reaching the 100th floor alone for the first time in history. At last it gives its name, revealing itself as Beastrain, the demon who rules over the Nightmare Tower. However, our hero can't ignore the thought that this was all just the tutorial, and then asks if there must be a real game waiting beyond. The demon confirms he's right, but insists that before they move forward, it wants to show him something. Beastrain snaps his fingers, and scenes from Jae-won's journey flicker into view. Our boy watches the images unfold, starting with the moment Seoyul joins his party. He sees Seoyul and Yoonhwan standing beside him as the three of them laugh together, introduce themselves, and fight side by side as a true team. Then some dark memories are shown, where Seoyul's body is lying wounded on the ground, and Jae-won falls to his knees, calling her name repeatedly with a trembling voice. Next, the last moments of Yoonhwan appear. Meanwhile, Beastrain asks if this rising tide of sadness is stirring emotions Jae-won thought he had buried. The demon calls those feelings a waste, yet offers something cruelly tempting, a chance to go back and start again from the very beginning, only this time keeping every memory exactly as it is. Beastrain's grin widens as our protagonist realizes more clearly that this is not the end of the path at all, but the prompt glowing in front of him isn't a gift either. It's nothing more than a trap, since he thought he could save the world if he climbed the tower. He recalls the system window that named him as the chosen tower walker, supposedly destined to save the world. From the very beginning, there was no way to stop the tower impact, and they had been tricked into climbing. Saving humanity was their only hope. Jaewon rejects the offer instantly, declaring with firm resolve that he will never return to the past. Beastrain mocks his refusal, claiming that no one can cling to what's already gone. Because regression is impossible in both the tower and the Great Land, the name Stone of Regression flickers across our boy's thoughts. But the demon shatters the illusion right away, explaining that the so-called regression stone was never what people believed it to be. In truth, it's the Nightmare Stone, a cursed gem that drags anyone who touches it into endless dreams woven by a dream demon. Its words cut deeper as it laughs again, saying humans are probably the only creatures foolish and desperate enough to fall for such a trap. Our hero connects the pieces and understands the truth in full. The main game that Beastrain spoke of is nothing but an endless loop, a cycle that repeats without ever truly beginning again. Without the slightest hesitation, Jaewon presses no, declaring firmly that he's already uncovered the real truth of the tower. The tower itself is just another dream. With his decision made and his path clear, our protagonist swears he will hunt Beastrain down no matter what, and climb to the next floor waiting beyond. Beastrain keeps pressing Jaewon and insists that the tower ends here, but our protagonist ignores him completely, refusing to even acknowledge the claim. The demon shifts to taunting, suggesting maybe he is only pushing forward because he is greedy and wants more than just memories as a reward, then tries to tempt our boy by offering hidden treasures. Still, Jaewon does not consider it for even a second. Beastrain wonders if he wants to go back to his world, claiming he must have known this truth from the moment he realized the tower was only a dream, and then reveals that the tower's impact is not even real. Jaewon demands what he means, and Beastrain responds by pulling up a vision that shows everyone outside alive and unharmed. He continues explaining how beings like him live in clusters, pointing out that this must all be good news for our protagonist, and flips the vision to another scene. This time it is Jaewon in a hospital room, looking at his own unconscious body lying on a hospital bed along with all the other walkers. While Beastrain explains that although he spent decades inside the tower, only a single month has passed in the real world. The demon starts boasting again, claiming our hero could never hope to defeat him, calling their difference the same as the gap between a dragon and a human. Jaewon simply raises his sword and declares that he has already slain a dragon, which makes Beastrain snarl and call him arrogant. In the next moment, the two crash violently into each other. Later, Jaewon steps into a building, calling out for Jay but hearing no response. His mind drifts back to all his battles with Beastrain. 72 days have passed, and he never managed to land a killing blow. Yet despite all those fights, the demon never actually killed him either. And now our boy realizes it is because he never intended to. With that in mind, our protagonist swears to keep going no matter how long it takes. Meanwhile, Beastrain thinks deeply about Jaewon as a product worth selling, a seed that refuses to grow the way he wants. Normally, the process is simple. Pick out the good seeds during the tutorial, nurture them through the main game and watch them develop, but this one is the exception. Resisting all progress no matter what is done, the demon considers killing him, but the thought of damaging the soul and drawing the attention of the harvesters holds him back. Instead, he decides to raise him carefully and make a fortune, imagining himself rising into the upper ranks and clearing all of his debts, especially since even gods who usually avoid demons have shown interest in Jaewon. Suddenly, Jaewon attacks him from behind, prompting Beastrain to ask about his real goal. But our hero just keeps swinging his sword without pausing for even a second. The demon tries to reason with our protagonist, insisting that moving on to the main game would benefit not only him, but also everyone connected to him. Yet Jaewon does not show the slightest sign of caring. The fight grows fierce, until Beastrain slams him into the ground, and starts shouting again, offering every hidden skill and item in his possession if Jaewon will only agree. However, our boy insists on hunting him down, and with Beastrain's patience slipping, Jaewon finally says he has a question. Later, Beastrain begins explaining that his universe is made up of more than one dimension. But Jaewon cuts in, saying he already knows because theories like that exist on Earth. The demon continues anyway, describing how the Great Land is the main dimension and how countless smaller frontier worlds, including Earth known as World 294, surround it. He explains that the Nightmare Tower exists so walkers can gain skills and adapt to the system in order to travel across these different worlds, and demons like him are responsible for helping the walkers in the games. But when Jaewon asks why they do this, Beastrain sidesteps the question and instead wonders aloud why the tower appeared specifically on World 294. He reveals that this world was chosen simply by coincidence. Our protagonist does not let up and cuts him off again, demanding to know the demon's true purpose in running it. B-Strain tries to dismiss it by claiming he is only volunteering, but Jaewon refuses to believe it and pushes harder, wanting to know exactly what rewards he is getting out of it. The demon replies with nothing but vague excuses about different motives, but before the exchange can go any further, a red message suddenly appears above B-Strain from the monarch, ordering him not to kill Jaewon and to end the conversation immediately. However, the unaware demon turns to him and asks if he believes him now, but Jaewon just stares back in silence. Jaewon's status screen is filled to the very top, every stat sitting at its maximum and his level completely capped, and no matter how much effort he pours into it, nothing rises any further. He tips back a potion and gets up again. Even though all this power is his, the gap between him and B-Strain is something he can't seem to close. Suddenly, something hits his mind, and our boy starts getting a strange feeling. As he looks ahead, he observes bright golden particles floating in the air. He grabs one of the fragments and notes that sometimes they are smooth, fine particles, and sometimes they are rough, blocky pieces like sugar cubes. In that moment, our protagonist understands this is the truth, the raw particles that make up the very essence of this world. Now standing in front of B-Strain, Jaewon wonders out loud what exactly a monarch is, guessing it's nothing more than a title for a king. B-Strain notices his interest and explains that monarchs rule over the great land, and anyone who clears the main game earns a recommendation from one of them. Then our curious boy asks what the recommendation actually means, and B-Strain replies that his entire fate depends on whichever monarch he chooses. He adds that if Jaewon just trusts him, he'll make sure he ends up serving under the best monarch possible. B-Strain even stakes his own honor on it, promising to guide him into the main game if our hero agrees. The swordsman, after thinking a bit, remarks that B-Strain sounds more like some insurance salesman than anything else. Still, Jaewon agrees to go along with it, adding that in exactly 10 days, he'll leave this place. 9 days later, our protagonist is training with concentration, while B-Strain watches from his screen, remarking that he's been repeating the same thing all day and pointing out that the time is almost here. His thoughts drift bitterly toward the way the dream demons tricked him into buying this low-quality tower. He growls under his breath, cursing those swindlers, remembering how quickly he jumped on the deal just because he heard it was built by an expert-level demon. Later, the truth stung hard as it was nothing but a first-generation antique with no production year recorded. If it had been a third-generation tower, B-Strain could have ended the tutorial by force, without damaging the product. But this outdated relic demands the consent of its product in order to close the game. The demon believes that his only crime was being too broke to buy better. Still, it works, and with tomorrow coming fast, he hopes it will all finally end. The next day arrives as the system flashes tips about the main game, speaking of the Tree of Imagery and the Great Land. Before another message appears from the Game Master offering to return Jaewon to World 294 with every memory intact. B-Strain asks if he memorized the data and our boy confirms that he has. Then the demon urges him to hurry up and press accept. He sheds tears of joy as his long-awaited moment has arrived. But to his surprise, Jaewon suddenly swings his sword. B-Strain freezes in shock and demands to know what he thinks he's doing. Our protagonist's grip on his sword tightens, as he tells him he should already know the answer, that he'll be hunting him down. Ever since Jaewon observed those particles, his pierce technique has felt unstable, and he can sense something off. He feels like something has awakened inside him. Pressure builds as a massive claw comes crashing down towards our hero, and his strike slices forward in response. B-Strain admits he's never seen anyone like this before, and that things would have been much simpler for both of them if this had happened earlier. Tendrils lash out and coil tightly around Jaewon, locking him in place. However, our boy points out the game can't end without his approval. B-Strain calmly reveals he gave up on getting consent a long time ago, then wonders aloud why Jaewon thinks the tutorial will never end. He explains that the Tower of Nightmares is built to automatically end 100 days after the tutorial is cleared. Therefore, B-Strain decides to let our protagonist stay like that until it's time to play the main game. Still, Jaewon clenches his sword as he calls out to B-Strain, then mentions that he knows he is the trickster, who is 784 years old and has visited a total of 128 worlds. Having spent his time cultivating the products in each world, the Tower Master gets stunned as he demands to know how Jaewon could possibly know all of this. However, our hero adds that he was going to hand him over to Harvester, the Monarch of Darkness. B-Strain starts sweating in panic as he asks who Jaewon is. Our protagonist confidently explains he is the product Beast Rain cultivated here for decades. In the next moment, he unleashes a huge amount of energy, aiming to defeat the Tower Master. Jaewon pushes forward with full force as he swings his blade, striking Beast Rain directly and pushing him backwards. Then both clash with their forces. As a result, our boy skids back, while Beast Rain's shoulder is injured. This leaves the demon confused, and then something hits his mind. Meanwhile, our protagonist prepares his sword, while Beast Rain wonders if he is an over-adapted player. Our boy recalls that ever since he reached the 100th floor, he wondered if the demon could even kill him. Reality itself began to break down. He finally understood stabbing when he had no doubt left. He strikes the shield of his opponent, breaking it completely. The system notifies about the lifting of the sync limitation. Then the demon transforms his body to counter Jaewon with his full strength, trying to make him surrender. As Beast Rain strikes, he admits he is impressed seeing our hero reach the second stage of adaptation after just completing the tutorial. But he believes a human can't defeat a demon. As he unleashes a high number of spikes, the spikes hit Jaewon and his blood flows. But still, our protagonist clenches his sword and decides to stab his opponent no matter what. He keeps stabbing as the count climbs higher and higher until it finally reaches 10 billion times. Finally, Jaewon manages to land a powerful blow towards the demon, making his opponent realize something. However, it's too late for Beast Rain to do anything, as our protagonist successfully defeats him and points his sword toward the demon. He states confidently that humans are not just things for demons to trade and sell. With unshaken resolve, Jaewon declares he will destroy the tower and climb to the next floor and then to the top. The ceiling begins to shatter as he declares that he will see the end of the world the demons have formed. A system window pops up with his info filled with just question marks. Beast Rain scrambles in desperation, pleading with him not to do this, claiming that there is nowhere left to go. However, our hero refuses to listen. His mind flashes to the carvings he found in the lower floors, which revealed that the Nightmare Towers are just imitations of the first nightmare at the top of the Tree of Imagery. He realizes these messages were left by the creator of the Nightmare Tower, Mulak. Now our boy knows that this place is just a root, and because a root exists, so must a branch. Therefore, he unleashes his power to completely destroy the ceiling. Then the prompt appears, declaring the tutorial over. However, he has failed to complete the game. After a moment, Jaewon wakes in a new place, which is kind of like a forest. He looks ahead as he has finally found what he was looking for. Massive beasts burst through the thick leaves, growling heavily as they surround Jaewon. One leaps at him to attack, but he eliminates it with ease using his shallow stab. The ground suddenly rumbles as a towering beast steps out. Upon seeing it, our boy instantly notes that his shallow stab won't be enough against something like this. Using his normal stab, he eliminates the towering beast with a single strike. Later, he collects all of its horns. Unexpectedly, a yell rips through the air, and strange ant-like people appear from the trees, one of them shouting and pointing directly at him. Jaewon figures they came here for horns, so he holds out the horn as if offering it for answers. But no one reacts. Instead, the one in front charges with a blade, and our protagonist quickly dodges while warning them to chill out or he'll eliminate them all. When they keep attacking, he decides to strike them down. After a short time, all of the ant-like people are lying unconscious on the ground, while our boy is sitting on one's body demanding it to talk. The creature bites down on its own tongue, leaving him staring silently. Later, Jaewon starts checking through their belongings and finds a small dimensional backpack, which the system explains will give him 70 cubic feet of space to store his belongings. He notes that the system hasn't worked right since leaving the Tower of Nightmares. He had assumed it would function the same across every world, even in the Great Land, but that clearly isn't the case. While searching, our protagonist also finds some odd colorful stones they carried, and it turns out they are soul stones that enhance spiritual power, which he gets to know through suspicion. Every enemy he eliminated had one, making him wonder if these people were jewelers or something, but he just shoves the loot into the backpack without bothering to figure it out. After that, his sword opens its jaws and eats all the dead bodies. Meanwhile, he comes across an old scroll, and even though it doesn't look like much, something about it makes him pause. When Jaewon unrolls it, he sees the words Tree of Imagery, Chaos, and recalls that he didn't come across this information from the files Beast Rain sent him. Somewhere else, the ground shakes as fang beasts come crashing out. Surprisingly, a girl with wild red hair, along with other people, is running away from the chaos. She hurls a weapon that misses the monsters entirely, and instead slams into the knee of a tall, red-haired guy, making him stumble as he tries to laugh it off, and wonders how she even managed a shot like that. She gives a quick apology, but then shouts sorry again. This time not to him, but because there's a two-horned beast barreling up right behind her. She's sprinting toward two guys who yell for her to stop, but she just keeps running forward. Up above, Jaewon watches the scene unfold from a rocky ledge, and notices right away that the red-haired woman has the most power in her group, but their teamwork is a complete mess. And he can't help wondering how they even made it through the Tower of Nightmares in the first place. The red-haired warrior finally charges forward with flames bursting around him, and the girl joins him with a grin, but her first reckless strike nearly clips her teammate. He recoils and yells at her, while she just shrugs it off without a care. And that's when our boy suddenly drops down from above. Jaewon drives his blade in one clean stab through the monster's skull, sending blood spraying as the beast collapses. When he steadies himself, he sees the red-haired warrior staring at him with a tight jaw and eyes locked onto him. Once the chaos fades, the girl's teammates walk over to Jaewon and casually ask if he's cool with them taking it. Her friend looks hesitant, quietly pointing out that maybe they shouldn't since the horn is worth a lot. They explain that normally it takes 10 people to bring down a two-horned beast. However, our hero doesn't say anything, though he remembers that the one he killed earlier had 5 horns. He figures that monsters with more horns are stronger. The red-haired girl steps close as she demands to know who he really is, saying that even across all of chaos, nobody could ever take down a two-horned beast in a single blow like that. She presses for an answer, wanting to know where he came from, and Jaehwan looks her straight in the eye, asking what chaos is. The girl freezes on the fact that he doesn't know what chaos is. The red-haired warrior stares directly at Jaewon and immediately starts firing off questions, asking for his name, why he's even here, and how he's somehow able to speak with them. However, Jaewon only gives short replies in return by nodding and shaking his head. They mutter among themselves that it's unusual to even run into a language barrier these days. When the red-haired man asks if he's fine with them taking the two-horned corpse, our boy agrees without complaint. Meanwhile, the red-haired lady notes that his fight was strange since he showed no real skill and killed the beast with a single stab. After that, she tries to use her ability on him, but the system instantly throws back a message saying it failed. She learns his spiritual power is no higher than a non-adapter's, demanding to know who he is. She presses him to state his identity and why he is here in chaos as an unadapted player. When our protagonist repeats the single word chaos and questions what that's supposed to mean, the woman accuses him of messing around, saying his words make no sense, asking if he is having trouble understanding her. But Jaewon calmly replies that he understands her completely. He falls into his thoughts then, remembering his old ties and affiliations back on Earth, but realizing that all of it lost meaning the moment he stepped into the tower. He made new friends inside, yet those memories were erased after the tutorial. Even though they're still alive somewhere on Earth, they most likely don't even remember him, or anything that happened in the tower. He replies to the red-haired girl that he doesn't remember anything. The woman scoffs, questioning him if he is thinking that she will believe he has amnesia. Our protagonist sharply replies that he never said he has amnesia. She argues it's the same and keeps pressing anyway. Suddenly his sword starts to buzz, and then it opens its jaws. The red-haired girl suddenly recognizes it as a spirit weapon. The sword starts to eat the weapons Jaewon stored in his backpack. People around him mutter about him feeding equipment to his blade, while the girl gets stunned because he is showing off his spirit weapon to everyone, and he has no idea what he is doing. She is clearly frustrated that he ruined her mission for eliminating that red-haired man. Then an idea hits her mind, so she whispers to him, mentioning she has something to propose. After a short time, our boy comes to know her name, which is Mino. He also gets to know more about the people she is traveling with. Those people belong to the Red Fox clan. Jaewon immediately realizes her so-called proposal is for him to wipe out that clan, as she has warned him that they'll come after him too. Later at night, the red-haired man suggests they should camp for the night to avoid attracting horned beasts. Later, our protagonist notes that the village isn't far, through his second stage of awakening, understanding. He has overheard the Red Fox clan's conversation, agreeing his two-horn kill was just because of the spirit weapon. They claim such weapons can only be found in the Abyss, also called the branches of the Tree of Imagery. However, our hero knows they're mistaken since his weapon came from the roots. Although the demon told him that the gear in the tower isn't very good, he never thought anyone would want that thing. Anyway, he has realized that this place isn't a great land after all. After a short time, the enemy begins to move. Mino pops out to warn our protagonist, and tells him to use the sword that had eaten other weapons to eliminate the enemies. Unexpectedly, he replies that he doesn't have it anymore since he lent it out for inspection, and she gets pissed off, calling him careless. At that moment, members of the Red Fox clan appear. The red-haired man thanks Jaewon for his weapon, while the other members are surprised to be called on just for eliminating 2 people. Mino spits back, cursing them, and as the enemies charge, she darts forward without hesitation. She slams one across the head and strikes another clean across the torso. She strikes down several opponents in rapid succession, then kicks one backward. After sending another dart, she lands back and apologizes for throwing her weapon so hard with a sly smile. Then she summons more daggers around her to eliminate the remaining enemies. The red-haired man says that from the moment Mino lured the monsters here, he had already suspected something was wrong. But now he is completely certain she is none other than the infamous Witch of Massacre. He demands to know who sent an assassin from the Dark Forest all the way to this place. She answers directly, saying it doesn't matter who gave the order, because countless non-adapters have already been slaughtered by the Red Fox clan, and many want them dead. He laughs, claiming there's no way the Dark Forest clan would ever move for something so trivial. Before he can continue, her daggers flash toward him in a sudden strike, but he counters the attack immediately. Then he declares this can only be a personal mission. Raising the spirit weapon, he tells her that if that's the case, then her life will end here. She narrows her eyes. And he calmly explains that he hasn't come alone since he brought backup. Looking around, she sees what he means and quickly notices that every one of them is at least a first stage adapter. When she counts, there are 40 in total. The red-haired man adds that facing both the Witch of the Dark Forest and a man who once killed a two-horned beast by himself required these numbers. Then he remarks that if he had known the spirit weapon would fall into his hands this easily, he never would have called his master. As soon as he finishes, a large clawed figure steps forward and tells her to see this as an honor. This new arrival is Clant the Black Fox, master of the Red Fox clan and a third stage adapter, who declares that half the Red Fox clan has gathered here to hunt her down. She gives a mocking smile in response and turns toward Jaewon, telling him to give her a moment. Tossing something his way with a quick instruction to run, he catches it and finds a stone of nightmare in his palm. Confused, our boy asks what it is. She explains it's actually a stone of escape that will teleport him to the nearest fortress. But she only has one. He stays silent for a moment, then asks if she'd go back to the past if she had the chance. She calmly says she would never return. If she dies here, it'll be all worth it, but she'd never go back. Jaewon looks at her and assures her she won't die today. Then he moves, striking the enemies with his second sword and strikes them down in quick succession. Right after that, a heavy attack slams into the battlefield as the Fire King unleashes his technique. Still, our protagonist charges forward at full force, invoking Oblivion, the third stage of awakening. He slices straight through the incoming wave of flame and force. Their clash creates shock waves that tear across the field as weapons collide. Even though the Black Fox presses his attack with overwhelming strength, the counter pushes him back. When the dust settles, Jaewon is the one standing, who retrieves his spirit weapon back from the red-haired man. A moment later, a massive blue slash rips across the battlefield, scattering the enemies that still remain. As Mino stands watching the scene unfold, she calls his name. When he turns toward her, she steps closer and asks about his true identity, though he replies that she already knows. Then he asks if she has also lost her memory, which makes her grow uneasy. She demands the return of her precious stone, however, he mentions he has lost it. Her voice sharpens as she questions how he could lose something so valuable, yet he simply tells her to search for it herself. Later, Mino does exactly that, overturning everything she can, but the stone remains missing, making her regret giving it to a stranger, although our boy watches and tells her again that she already knows who he is. When she presses further, he finally says that he is a human. She looks at him and asks if he's being serious. He replies by asking if she herself is human, and when she admits she is, he tells her that alone is enough for him. She sits beside him, admitting internally that maybe he is right, as it's enough that they both are humans. The next morning, Mino asks Jaewon if he truly doesn't remember ever coming to Chaos, or even setting foot in the Great Lands, and he answers that he doesn't. She admits she is envious of him. She also explains that most people who end up here feel the same way because their arrival is always tied to memories they would rather erase. He flips the question back and wonders how she came here. She suddenly stops walking and warns him he will regret asking this later. Eventually, they reach Gorgon Fortress. As they enter, Jaewon notices a circular structure nearby and realizes it looks exactly like a summoning circle he saw on the first floor of the tower. He moves closer, and right then a red light flares. A crowd of terrified people appears inside, screaming and begging for help. Mino glances at the group and remarks on how many have come at once. She mentions that's how she ended up in Chaos, and warns not to ask anyone in Chaos how they arrived. Then she welcomes him to the world of the dead, Chaos. Jaewon connects the dots and concludes that those who die in the Great Lands end up either chosen by the gods of the Abyss, or they are chosen by the masters of the Great Realm. The chosen ones achieve glory in battle, but most fail and end up in Chaos, the trunk of the Tree of Illusions. Next, Mino explains that if someone dies again in Chaos, the death becomes permanent, and they get absorbed by the Tree of Illusions for nutrients. Those who die don't spill any blood as they are already dead. Our boy realizes he has ended up living with the dead. Mino explains further that Nightmare Towers are the roots, Chaos is the trunk, and the Abyss is the branches. These are all the parts of the Tree of Illusions. With this information, Jaewon recalls that this tree was mentioned by Mulak, who explained that the roots only exist to support the very top of the Tree of Illusions. Turns out he is really not in the wrong place, and aims to go to the higher place. Not long after, uniformed soldiers rush in and start taking control, ordering the newcomers to line up and head to the speech hall. One officer hands out clothes, pointing out a man for looking too weak and skinny. Mino walks up to the officer, James, and he questions her about being at the North checkpoint. She responds that she was only passing through and just wants entry. However, he tells her new rules now require a certificate. When she looks at Jaewon, she asks if he has his certificate. Surprisingly, he does not, which clicks something in her mind. Therefore, she claims to James that she has forgotten her certificate. To cover for herself, she shows James a two-horned beast horn and asks if that works. After a moment, he agrees. James then demands Jaewon's certificate, but he tells him straight up that he doesn't have one. Mino hints that she could help if he asked. but James cuts her off and insists no one gets in without papers. Jaewon acknowledges and starts searching for something in his backpack. This makes Mino think he must have decided to kill the guards to get inside. Therefore, she immediately comes between our hero and James, panic rising as she is about to explain something. However, a commanding voice cuts her off, asking what's happening. The soldiers all freeze, as a man in uniform appears. Chief Carlton, the one managing the checkpoint. He walks up to James and demands an explanation. James points at Jaewon and says he's trying to enter without a certificate. Carlton doesn't hesitate and says entry is impossible without proof of identity. He explains the inspector is allowed to refuse anyone who lacks it. He even starts reading fortress laws and uses his legal code skill to make everyone kneel down. Then he also brings up the Restraint Act. However, Jaewon uses his blade to slash the legal code skill barrier away from himself. And Mino, he interrupts Carlton and asks what's actually on the certificate. Carlton says it lists one's identity, records, and skill data. Jaewon replies that he doesn't need one because he refuses to show him anything about himself. The chief is confused as his legal code isn't working on our protagonist. Therefore, he decides to detain him under the law and summons chains using a skill called Silver Restraint. The chains move forward and try to coil around Jaewon, but our boy resists until they snap apart. Every guard freezes in shock. Carlton demands to know how that was possible, but after that, our hero decides to do the same thing as Mino, which makes her recall that she bribed James using the horn. On the other hand, James goes pale as he was the one who accepted a bribe. Jaewon reaches into his things, pulls something out, and hands it to Carlton. Meanwhile, James yells for an execution, but Carlton silences him and asks Jaewon directly if that's his name. When Jaewon says yes, Carlton looks at him and declares that he is the messenger of the Greens. The device sweeps over Mino and gives off a warning that her soul corruption has passed the safe limit, telling her she needs to take medicine. Carlton glances her way and tells her she's pushing things way too far. Jaewon tilts his head and wonders what soul corruption even means while eating her medicine. Mino explains that it's a chronic sickness everyone in Chaos carries, the kind that grows worse simply by existing here, and says that's the reason the horns of horned monsters are worth so much, since they're the only medicine that slows the spread. Mino adds that she managed to get one for free thanks to him. Next, Carlton steps up to Jaewon and says it's time to check his corruption level as he pulls out the scanner. The machine flashes green, then orange, and finally red, before the reading suddenly fails. Right after that, the number on the display drops straight to 0. He and James get stuck, and then he hands back the soul stone. Our boy asks if he doesn't want it, but Carlton calls him the messenger of the green and warns him never to give such stones away lightly. Our protagonist replies that he's not anyone's messenger and not part of the Greens at all, but Carlton responds that he already knows. Later, Mino and our hero head toward the fortress. James watches them from behind and asks if letting them pass was really wise. The captain turns to him and questions if he even knows what a soul stone truly is. James responds that it's valuable and boosts an adapter's spiritual power, but Carlton tells him that's not the whole story. He removes his glove and shows his burnt hand, which was the effect of the magic stone that our hero gave him. He explains that only a green can carry one without falling into corruption, while anyone else is consumed by it. He points out that Jaewon doesn't seem like a green at all, yet he handled the stone with no problem. James asks if that means he trusts him. Carlton says he doesn't trust the man, but only his soul, since the device never fails. The only time it can't read is when a soul is completely pure. He states that our protagonist's soul is the purest in all of Chaos. So whether he's a green or not doesn't matter, because what they need is simply someone who can handle the stone. When James brings up their master's condition and asks if it's connected, the captain says he doesn't know. However, he brings up rumors of someone at the gate taking bribes, and James freezes, realizing he has been caught. Meanwhile, inside the gate, our boy thinks about the process of getting Mino inside, remembering how Carlton listed out the regulations and told her he'd let her go only because Jaewon asked. He warned her never to try bribery again. He then tells Jaewon that she'll recover soon. When they reach a bridge, our hero asks someone if they know a blacksmith skilled enough to handle his spirit sword. But that stranger says they doubt there is anyone that's skilled while showing his spirit sword. Someone watches him from beneath the bridge with a sly smile. Later, Mino finally recovers as she notices they're already deep in town by this point. Then Jaewon tells her to go her own way. She stops in surprise and demands to know what he means. She yells at him to wait and accuses him of ditching her, and runs after our protagonist to ask if he's still upset about her trying to leave him at the gate. He tells her that just getting him to the fortress was enough, and that she'll only slow him down from here. He states she and he are different. However, Mino chases after him, insisting that he doesn't know the town and will end up in trouble. He replies that he can just ask for directions, but she yells that he should be asking her since she knows the way around here better than anyone. That's when our boy finally tells her that he's looking for a nightmare. Mino quickly says she might know where the nightmare is and offers to guide him. Our protagonist agrees, but explains that they need to deal with something else first. Up ahead, a group of men come into view, and one of them points out that they've found their targets. They ask about the spirit sword, but Mino warns them to leave before things get messy. The men mock her, saying their youngest will be 12 this year and claim foul language is bad for a child. They demand the spirit sword as a toll or they'll let the youngest deal with it. However, our hero shuts them up with a plain face. The enemy leader warns that surrendering the sword is the only way to avoid harm, but before he can complete his speech, Mino shouts back at him, pointing out their youngest one who is actually a giant man. Ignoring her totally, the giant stomps forward and raises his axe, but our boy's blade slams into him, cutting off his arm. Jaewon tells them if they're really going to fight, they should hurry up. One of the men shouts in outrage, another accuses him of cutting off their youngest's hand, and the third yells that they'll never forgive him. The whole group charges forward, and our swordsman moves at once to eliminate them all. Jaehwan wipes his sword, while Mino just stares at him, struggling to understand how he beat them all by just stabbing them. He simply answers that stabbing is the only skill he has, which leaves her more confused than before. She blinks and wonders if he's messing with her, but then he actually starts explaining his different kinds of stabs: slight stab, regular stab, and strong stab. That only makes things stranger. The whole thing reminds her of someone who also uses only one technique, although that person uses slashing instead of stabbing. Next, she asks why his strike had missed before and ended up blowing the roof apart. She figures maybe he just lost control for a second, but he tells her he sensed someone using hidden skills in that area and purposely blasted the roof to scare them off. She asks if wrecking rooftops is really how he intimidates people, and he just shrugs, wondering if everyone doesn't do that. Then Mino starts tossing out dramatic names for his stab skill, but he ignores all of them and keeps walking. She keeps trying with more names as they move, but our boy only tells her to keep walking and doesn't bother entertaining it. Eventually, they arrive at Twilight's smithy, and Mino explains that the place is actually owned by a nightmare. She leads him to a heavily reinforced door, and a worker comes out to tell them that if they're here to submit anything, it's going to take some time since the main workshop manager isn't around. All that's left is the vice manager, who's busy running a test for the other workers. Inside, a massive man stands by a table surrounded by apprentices, and sitting on it is a sword made from a quadhorn's horn. The man, Michael Garnard, is the vice manager of the shop, and explains the blade is complete, but they still need to drill a hole through the hilt to finish it properly. The apprentices all jump at the chance to prove themselves, but he warns them straight away that it's nearly impossible to even leave a mark. He promises that whoever manages to do it can act as vice manager for the day. They each step up one by one, but none succeed, and one even ends up breaking his tool. Michael mocks the group, calling them weak and tearing into them for being useless. The attempts keep going until a worker who was greeted outside steps up to try. But right as he does, Jaewon slips quietly inside. The worker immediately starts yelling that no one's allowed to just walk in like that. Michael looks over and sees Jaewon. Our protagonist steps forward saying he wants to give it a try, and the worker starts whispering, wondering if maybe he's some wandering blacksmith. Michael doesn't care who he is and insists he's going to fail, assuming he only feels confident because the others did so badly. Jaewon simply asks if he should go ahead and make the hole or not, but the vice manager starts lecturing again about how incredibly tough quadhorn horns are and how it isn't that his workers are bad, it's just that he's on another level, before he even finishes. Jaewon taps the blade once with a finger, and it immediately cracks and falls apart. Everyone freezes in shock, and Michael starts shouting furiously that he's insane for destroying something so valuable, and demands what he's supposed to tell the client. Jaewon replies that he went easy, saying that breaking it fully would have been even easier, and then casually shrugs and apologizes. The vice manager doesn't calm down at all and yells that a sorry isn't going to fix anything, especially when the quadhorn's horn was irreplaceable. That's when Jaewon pulls another horn out from his backpack, and everyone recognizes it instantly as a pentahorn. Michael studies it more closely and realizes it's from a great orc. The room goes quiet, and when Jaewon asks if it's good enough, Michael just nods. With things flipped around, our boy asks if he can use his smithy for a bit, and Michael orders the workers to shut the doors. Meanwhile, Mino decides to leave him to it and dips out. While Michael begins giving a full tour of Twilight's smithy, he even grants Jaewon the title of vice manager for the day and tells him he's free to use whatever he needs. Our protagonist nods and raises the granite horn, and the man, still curious, asks where he got it. Jaewon answers plainly that he hunted the pentahorn alone and took it himself, which Michael doesn't buy for a second. Jaewon then asks for help since it's his first time making a sheath. The vice manager, confused, asks if he's really planning to use that material for a sheath. But Jaewon pulls out his weapon, and Michael's eyes widen. It looks like a frost dragon sword replica, but when he tries to grab the granite horn, the sword reacts violently, releasing a burst of energy and absorbing the horn entirely. Michael realizes on the spot that it's actually a spirit weapon, and the aura inside belongs to a high-tier race. The weapon begins changing shape right in front of everyone as it evolves, and once it finishes, all the material is gone. Our boy simply says he's got another and hands over a second horn. Michael sees clearly that this one is from a 5-horned beast. and Jae-won asks what he should do next as the temporary vice manager, saying he wants to watch Michael's smithing style. The man asks if he has a design in mind, but Jae-won tells him to decide. Michael finally introduces himself properly and promises to show him his best work. Jurgen Cheever, the Prime Minister of Gorgon, sits back with a drink in hand, his eyes fixed on the man kneeling before him. The man tries to explain himself, saying that after the massacre of the backstreet gangsters, he somehow lost the target. Jurgen squints, questioning how someone like that could simply vanish, and the man admits he has no idea. He describes how one moment everything was normal, then suddenly everything went black. When he regained consciousness, he found himself on a rooftop with no memory of what happened in between. Jurgen asks if the target saw him, and something clicks. Whoever this person is, they must have seen through a master-level stealth skill, which means they are not dealing with a weak opponent. Jurgen concludes that the target must be at least a 5th stage adapter. With this in mind, he orders a citywide search demanding more people, more vigilance, and no mistakes. The hooded man bows, murmurs his agreement, and quickly leaves while the Prime Minister remains seated for a moment longer. A low rumble shakes the ground as his grip tightens around the glass and he mutters for his lord to wait. Meanwhile, in a noisy tavern, a floating screen shows Siren hosting the top 10. She announces it's time for the final video. The footage rolls. It's that famous solo clear of the 99th floor, with a lone figure moving so fast he's just a blur. One patron wonders aloud whatever happened to that guy, while another jokes about the lords loving him. Someone else jumps in with the latest gossip. The entire cultivation system in the tower has been shut down because the demon running it was caught trying to rig the outcome. His friend laughs, saying the demon abandoned everything and ran, and now many believe the video is a fake. They start arguing over why anyone would trash a first-generation tower built with borrowed loans. One insists the demon must be spoiled, while the other jokes he would have just sold it at a discount. He calls out for more beer, and the bartender starts pouring, but the room falls silent when the door slams open. All eyes turn as Mino enters, tall and fiery. She strides straight to the counter. She takes a seat, and before anyone can speak, a man approaches, complimenting her looks. He tries to flirt, but she isn't interested. With a glare and a surge of dark energy, she tells him to leave, and he quickly backs off. Still seething, Mino mutters about feeling awful, and tosses a gold piece on the counter, demanding enough alcohol to knock her out. Later, she suddenly starts shouting about Jae-won, venting about how full of himself he is. Our boy's name keeps coming up as she rants, until the bartender sighs, mentioning that everyone's heard enough about him already. That's when Claire, the tavern owner, steps in. She asks why Mino is being so dramatic when she isn't even drunk yet, and questions why she sticks around someone she claims to hate. Mino snaps that it isn't like that, but admits that every time she sees Jae-won, something inside her ignites. She recalls how our protagonist walked straight into chaos, sword swinging, destroying everything in his path with no hesitation. She can't shake the memory of how he looked at her, repeating his words that they are different. Mino points out that everyone else, including Claire, works hard just to survive, but this guy arrived out of nowhere. She remembers asking what he'd do if he ever encountered a nightmare, and all Jae-won said was there was no use explaining because she wouldn't understand. She complains that he always brushes her off and looks down on everyone. Claire sighs, resting a hand on her head, and says our hero is just immature. She warns Mino to keep her distance. Mino tries to argue, but Claire's expression hardens as she says staying around someone like that isn't brave, it's reckless. If Mino keeps playing with fire, she's bound to get burned, before Mino can respond. The doorway flares with light. A blazing streak slices through the air, heading for the counter. She spins just in time to catch a glowing golden bird, which drops a sealed letter into her hands. Mino glances at the wax seal and recognizes it as a letter from Carlton Javier, addressed to the Master of the Dark Forest. She wonders why he would contact her. But before she can open it, a massive figure steps out of the crowd. He locks eyes with her and asks if she's the Witch of Massacre. Her eyes widen as his sharp clawed hand shoots out, grabbing her wrist. Mino smirks, admitting that's her. But the man yanks her closer and tells her he has a job for her and she's gonna listen whether she wants to or not. Elsewhere at Twilight Smithy, the ground trembles as an explosion of energy blasts outward, sending dirt and rubble flying while Michael is hurled back. A booming voice roars through the chaos, warning that he isn't allowed to enter this place. Michael struggles to lift his head, dazed and shaken, just in time to see a monstrous figure rising before him, a terrifying beast radiating overwhelming presence. Frozen in place, he cannot move before he can gather his thoughts. Ji-hwan's voice cuts through the air. Our protagonist looks down at him, reminding Michael that he was supposed to be smelting the sword and that, if he truly wants to help, he had better follow through. Michael slams his tool against the horn again and again, but no matter how hard he strikes, it doesn't leave even the faintest mark. He finally admits the truth, that the item's level is far beyond what he can manage. Jae-won shakes his head and tells him it isn't about level at all. Before the craftsman can even react, our boy grabs hold of his head and forces the first stage of awakening to ignite, the one called doubt. Then without pause, he drives him into the second stage, understanding, which opens Michael's eyes to what really stands before him. The horn in front of them suddenly begins leaking an unnatural matter, and Michael stumbles back as black mist spills upward until it floods the air. Out of the darkness, a pentahorn slowly emerges. It suddenly crashes into the ground with a force so great the earth splits and bursts around both Michael and our protagonist. The fighter shouts at him, demanding he pull himself together and actually fight if he plans to do anything at all. He stares at the beast, realizing in shock that this is its true form, and starts questioning why he has wasted all his time using such small and meaningless skills against something like this. It feels too unreal, and he convinces himself it must all be a dream, so if he just wakes up, then everything will disappear. Muttering under his breath, he bolts for the door, but the massive shadow of the pentahorn combined with the sound of our boy's voice makes his legs lock and freezes him on the spot. Jaewon exhales, ready to move. And in a sudden blur, Michael bursts through the doorway instead, yelling for help, only to stop cold when he sees an endless flood of undead creatures calling him vice manager. Standing in the hall, a giant eye appears, fixing its gaze directly on him while telling him he's not even qualified to look at this place. Then the ground suddenly splits apart, throwing him backward and leaving him stunned and disoriented. Our protagonist doesn't let him recover, grabbing Michael's hammer. He charges forward and smashes down against the pentahorn's horn, using the opening to surge closer. He darts into striking range, slipping past the snapping jaws, and when the beast lunges again, he is already there, driving his fist forward with all his strength toward its face. The battle explodes in noise, and Michael's roar joins the chaos as the struggle rages on. Later outside, Michael asks if Jaewon is simply going to walk away, and the other responds that his role here is complete. Michael offers to name the sword, calling it Dokbul, and when our hero asks if that means the lone hero, Michael insists it is the perfect name before turning to leave. The others bid him farewell, but suddenly Michael calls out again, demanding to know what he looks like in Jaewon's world. Our boy turns back, and with a simple answer, he tells him that he looks human. As Jaewon walks ahead, he notices Mino following him. She wonders aloud if he's worried she might be plotting something. When he bluntly asks if she is, she replies directly that her plan is to kill him. He doesn't flinch and only questions what she expects to gain from it. As she steps closer, she hands him a small bundle, explaining that it's clothing, partly as an apology, and partly because she's tired of seeing him dressed like that. She then asks what he intends to do now that he's failed to track the nightmare. Our boy mentions that Michael once brought up a way to trace it, and once he does, his plan is to head to the Tree of Imagery and search for the path into the abyss. She presses him again, questioning why he would go that far, and he simply asks if she's really that curious. Mino warns him that even if he reaches the abyss, those who return are forever marked as warriors of the abyss. Our protagonist says he has no intention of coming back. She grows uneasy and demands to know who he thinks he is to even try. She accuses him of moving forward without caring about anyone else, calling him inconsiderate, cold, and worse. Mino adds that he doesn't see the people here as human. Maybe they aren't as strong or brave, but they're still human, just like her. Jaewon recalls his moments with her, and using his awakening skill, he notices a message above her warning not to get any foolish ideas and threatening the life of an old woman if she breaks their promise. He wonders if those people have hostages to get their hands on him. Meanwhile, a hooded figure watches. Our hero considers whether saving the hostage is worth the risk, then decides it's meaningless since saving them would change nothing, because suspicion shows him the truth of this world, where numbers and data control everything and people sell their souls for higher numbers. Our boy decides to leave Mino and continue searching for the nightmare. Unexpectedly, she smashes the wall between them and reaches her hand out to him. Mino declares that they're finished working together, saying she won't follow someone with a purpose like his. Jaewon stares. As she turns and walks away, admitting to himself that she seems human now. Afterward, through his awakening skill, our protagonist listens to the speech of the cloaked figure behind him, who mutters curses at Mino for betraying them, and admits they brought the nightmare for nothing. Our hero feels a surge of excitement as he realizes they have a nightmare with them. Later, Mino walks alone through the streets. After some time, she pushes open a door and steps inside the tavern, apologizing to someone for making them wait. A voice responds, and inside a man stands, while Claire is held by a strange individual. A man named Janya, eldest of the Janya trio brothers, asks why Mino came alone and why their deal fell apart. She tells him the person they're waiting for won't come since his goal is to destroy the world. Suddenly she launches forward. Spears of light shoot toward him, and Janya laughs, calling her insane. His shadows rise beside him. One lunges to attack, but she blocks with a spear and retaliates, forcing it to swing and knock her across the room. He orders his ally to seize someone, but she warns they'll be hunted by the dark forest if they do. Janya replies that there's no branch here to stop them, and says she and Claire will be dead before anyone even finds out. Blue energy bursts in her hand, forming 7 pink spears that spin together as the 7 daggers of Karam. She attacks, but unfortunately, Janya blocks and sneers that it's just another trick, promising to tear her apart. Then he pauses, and she remembers when Jaewon once asked if she would go back to the past. She knows she would if it meant ending up with him again. Janya raises his weapon high while she wonders if she would have lived long enough to see the world fall. Before his strike lands, it's blocked. Jaewon appears. Shocked, she asks why he came. He answers that the clothes she gave didn't fit. She asks if that's really the only reason. Our boy grips his sword and demands to know if they have the nightmare, then orders them to bring it to him. The enemies nearby begin whispering among themselves. One wonders if Jaewon has completely lost his mind, while another recalls rumors that he wants to fight the fortress, and insists he can't possibly be thinking straight. Meanwhile, Mino warns our boy that the enemies in front of them are 4th stage adapters, opponents too dangerous to take lightly, no matter how confident someone might feel. Still, she admits she doesn't actually believe he'll lose this fight. The leader of the enemy group, Janya, lunges forward with 2 of his men, declaring they will teach him a lesson. However, our protagonist instantly swings his blade forward to meet their attack, then sidesteps smoothly to avoid the next strike. The men hesitate in disbelief, muttering in shock about how he was supposed to be a non-adapter, and questioning whether he could really be the warrior of Abyss. Janya tries to reason that a 4th stage adapter should be about the same level of threat, though at least the beast had managed to withstand an attack like this before. Claire suddenly cries out in pain. One man urges his comrade not to hesitate and to finish it, striking the captive hard while ordering her to stay quiet. Mino turns to Claire, urging her to hold on just a little longer and promising they will save her. She then looks directly at Jaewon and asks if he can do it. Our boy wonders why she's even asking, since he came only for the nightmare and nothing else. So, but still shouts for them to attack quickly. Skeletal figures rush forward, while Claire roars for them to move faster. Jaewon raises his glowing sword, and as he does, a brilliant blue beam shoots into the sky. Far away, soldiers spot the pillar of light, and Carlton recognizes it immediately, ordering his men to move out. Back at the tavern, a man bursts in, shouting about the barrier breaking. Orders fly as Janya is told to surround the place. Soldiers scramble into position, an armored squad pushes inside, and Carlton steps forward, calling out to Jaewon, who replies that the timing is perfect. He points directly at the enemy group and accuses them of breaking Gorgon Article 276, paragraph 4, by using the tavern as a base to try to destroy the world. Janya quickly counters with an accusation of his own, but Carlton sides with the restrictor, citing Gorgon Articles 174 and 124, and declares that for the crimes of illegal property destruction and kidnapping of a citizen, the accused are placed under emergency restriction. Chains suddenly wrap around the enemy squad, and Carlton warns that resistance is pointless. Janya charges forward anyway, and weapons clash, until a sharp crack splits through Janya's weapon, as Carlton pushes him back. He leaps away, shouts to his ally, and swings his weapon down again. But more chains whip out, wrapping tightly around him and slamming him into the ground. Breathless, he admits he will surrender, and Carlton calls it a wise choice. Janya smirks and calls him naive, then tosses out a black sphere that explodes into a thick choking smoke. Outside, a purple-haired man watches silently. Another calls out to him, warning that the youngest has already breathed in some of the black clouds. A masked man holds an injured companion, scolding him for not wearing his mask properly and telling him to hold on, since maybe a small amount can still be survived. Another masked figure turns in anger, accusing him of releasing the black clouds without Ark's permission and demanding to know if the Witch of Massacre was really worth such a dangerous risk. Black Serlang, the elder of Gumchin Bang, asks if she is truly so dangerous, but the man shakes his head and replies that it isn't her, but Carlton who is the real problem. Serlang responds with excitement that breathing in the black cloud serves him right. He then points toward our hero, asking who that might be as Jaewon emerges from the tavern supporting Mino. Meanwhile, Janya stares at him, baffled at how anyone could walk away unharmed from the black clouds. He admits he has never seen someone from the Greens without antennas. The group approaches our boy, making our protagonist uneasy as he draws his sword. Jaewon, holding his sheath, channels Garnak's power and sends a powerful energy aura toward his enemies. This forces some of them to stumble backward, while others are struck so hard they're thrown aside. With that surge, our hero unleashes his attacks, striking several opponents and knocking them to the ground, dead. Witnessing the situation, Serlang flees, shouting at Janya to deal with him. Janya curses at Serlang, then glares at his fallen comrades. Jaewon steps forward, closing the distance and giving only one choice, demanding that Janya reveal the nightmare's location. Hearing the name, Janya's eyes darken, and he gives a chilling warning, telling him that if it's discovered he leaked the information, he'll wish he had died. With no other option, Janya takes a stone of fallen souls. Our protagonist has seen stones like this before, clutched by townsfolk. The very stones Mino once explained weren't drugs, but a method to slow the creeping corruption that eats away at the soul. However, Janya's body convulses violently as the unleashed power rips through him, twisting his flesh and reshaping his bones until something monstrous stands in his place. What rises is an undead beast, charging through the streets with wild strength, and eliminating people in its path. Now Janya, transformed into that monster, can see the truth of the world he lives in. As he observes, he wonders what he was so afraid of. Now that he can do anything he wants, he sends his tentacles to attack our boy. But when he sees Jaewon as human, he questions how a human can exist in this world. Meanwhile, our hero isn't able to see Janya's true nature, even with suspicion. Still, he ignores that and focuses on his enemy. Using his spirit sword, he instantly strikes down Janya. In his final moments, Janya suddenly glimpses his past life, before his body disperses into the air, leaving our protagonist hoping to find the whereabouts of the nightmare from those remaining at the tavern. Mino warns Jaewon not to come closer, but he just stares back and notices she's been sick, before either can say more. A masked man suddenly bursts into the room and calls out to Carlton, who from the ground immediately orders him to alert the inner forces. Meanwhile, Mino quickly turns to our boy and tells him to kill her. She repeats herself, insisting he kill her while she's still herself. Our protagonist looks at her, noting she is human, yet he can't understand why his oblivion doesn't work on her. Still, he reminds himself he doesn't need emotions on his path, so he won't hesitate. Just as he's about to act, someone shouts for him to wait. Claire rushes forward, grabs his wrist, and insists there might still be time. They need to bring Mino to the medical facilities right away. He asks if she can actually survive, but the answer is grim. If the corruption keeps spreading, her chances are almost non-existent. Before he can respond, an alert blares through the fortress from the Fortress of Gorgon, announcing that an undead man has been discovered inside and ordering an immediate evacuation. Fear instantly spreads as people panic and shout, and then a man wearing a hat appears with twisted, monstrous features that prove he is no longer human. The creature lunges and snatches up a citizen, and almost immediately another one charges into the area. A man in a red robe steps in to annihilate the undead. Inside the medical facility, Claire turns to Jaewon, wondering aloud if he is the man Mino mentioned, the one who ignores every rule, judges only by his own standards, and decides for himself what it means to be human. She says she knows people like him because she's seen them before. Then she explains that the people here have not adapted because they never had the choice. Our hero answers that it is because they lack courage. But when she presses and asks courage for what, he says nothing. Instead, she tells him there is one thing he has to do and warns that he should leave, because it will be dangerous for those around him, and she can't stand people like him. This causes our boy to recall past hardships. While this is happening, a guard asks how much medicine is left for Carlton, and another admits most of it has already been used just to calm him down, leaving almost nothing. James instantly demands that every last bit be brought to him, so the medics rush to prepare it. Jaewon watches as the medicine is administered, but even though the medic works quickly, it does nothing to purify the chief, and they can only beg him desperately to hold on. Our protagonist then demands to know if there is any way to bring someone back after turning into an undead man, but James snaps that if he had the answer, he wouldn't be wasting his time here doing this. Ignoring the anger, Jaewon grabs Carlton and tells him to wake up because there's something he needs to ask, not stopping even when James shouts at him. Surprisingly, Carlton stirs slightly, looks up, recognizes him, and then grips his hand tightly to ask for a favor, to be killed. He insists our boy is the only one who can do it, but Jaewon asks why he isn't asking to be saved instead. Carlton explains that it is the law for those losing their soul. The corruption meter suddenly spikes to 94%, and at that moment, Zahir, the chief exterminator of the Great Deadman Extinction Force and a 5th stage adapter, steps forward while drawing his blade. James immediately shouts for him to stop, but Zahir ignores him and declares that under Article 1, Paragraph 4 of the Gorgon Special Act, Carlton, chief of the North Checkpoint, will be executed immediately. Basically, chaos is a spiritual world. People here cannot usually endure the idea of endless time for too long, and eventually start losing their memories, becoming the monsters known as undead. It's essential that they consume pills regularly to maintain their sanity. If they don't, the risk becomes too great. Even the weakest undead is at least as strong as a 3-horned beast. Whenever something like this happens, all 4 fortresses of chaos have a single top priority: bring the undead down. Back to the story, where Zahir announces a farewell to the Northern Checkpoint Inspector, Carlton Javier. However, as soon as he is about to swing his blade, Jaewon stops it with his bare hand, shocking everyone. Zahir stresses the urgency of the matter to our boy, explaining that Carlton Javier is already a 5th rank adapter, and if he turns into a monster, the consequences could be catastrophic. Hearing this, our protagonist offers the horn of a 5-horned beast. An officer is shocked, unable to believe he actually possesses such an item. Not missing the chance to be savage, our hero crushes the supposedly indestructible horn with his hand, and feeds it directly to Carlton and Mino. Everyone watches in disbelief. James is nearly brought to tears seeing the contamination being managed at last. However, Mino's body is too weak to stop the process, and she will become an undead despite the medicine. Her contamination rises to 95%. Because of this, Zahir decides to eliminate her at once. Claire protests, insisting they should wait for the doctor who can perform the undead slash. Jaehwan isn't sure what that is. A guard mentions the doctor is occupied with the fortress master and that they can't call the divine physician for a smaller matter like this. As Zahir moves in to eliminate Mino, our boy blocks his way, stating that he's the one who should kill her since he was the one she asked. After Zahir steps aside, Jaehwan uses his suspicion technique. Suddenly, he's enveloped by immense light and transported to another realm, an infinite white background. He sees Mino on the bed being observed by a little old man. The man wonders aloud who could have done this to good old Mino. The old man notices Jaehwan standing behind him, and is stunned that someone could access this realm. He senses the purity but pettiness in our hero's soul, yet Jaehwan is unable to use suspicion to see the man's true nature. He can't even rule out that this might be the source of Mino's contamination. Our protagonist attacks, and the little man retaliates with a slash of his own. Both are astonished when the other blocks the attack. In the next moment, Jaehwan's strike breaks the old man's blade. A sword crafted from the crown of a four-horned beast. Both return to chaos from that strange realm. Seeing the old man cry, Jaehwan remarks that he's pretty sure he broke the sword himself. It turns out the old man's name is Chung Hyo, the Doctor of Doom, also known as the Divine Physician. Zahir recalls that the doctor was supposed to be occupied in the castle, but Chung Hyo admits he doesn't care what happens there. He just can't let a beauty like Mino die. Furious at our boy, Chung Hyo blames him for failing to perform the undead slash, and for losing his four-horned beast sword, meaning he now cannot save Mino. Suddenly the doctor's eyes fall on our hero's spirit sword, and he's instantly excited, praising its appearance and asking where it came from. Our boy grabs his arm and asks if, by letting him use this sword, he will save Mino. Chung Hyo is completely confident, though he's baffled that someone would trust such a valuable sword to a stranger. Taking the sword with its sheath, he marvels at its power, so similar to its owner. Then the sheath begins to emit an aura, and the doctor is thrilled to show his skills to our protagonist. The doctor uses something very similar to our boy's suspicion to uncover the true nature of things. Unfortunately, the doctor collapses before completing the undead slash. Admitting that he doesn't have enough mana, the sadness on his face reveals what this means, and it gets worse as the realm they're in begins to collapse, indicating they're almost out of time. The doctor's sketch of Mino starts fading away. However, our protagonist grips his blade, making Chung Hyo uneasy as he's certain no one can copy his undead slash. Our hero ignores him and decides to try his best, even if it's only an imitation. Still, the doctor tells him it's useless. One can't just mimic the spell after seeing it once. He scolds our boy for attempting something the average person cannot even imagine. Jaehwan isn't skilled at slashes or anything of that sort, but he believes the old man is simply being loud for no reason. He tells him to be quiet so he can concentrate. He focuses on every feature of good old Mino to draw her sketch, moving across the vast canvas. He thinks about her mischievousness, her warmth, her trusting gaze, and every impression she's left on him. He skillfully draws her, even adding the mole beneath her eye. Suddenly, a familiar voice tells him she's grateful he got her mole right. It's Mino smiling at him from the bed. They're all back in the real world now. Her contamination is dropping, and the undead transformation has stopped. Claire anxiously asks Mino if she's all right. Chung Hyo then observes that some of our boy's petty energy has faded. Though he still feels like a 10-year-old, he demands to know who Jaehwan is and where he learned the undead slash. Meanwhile, Zahir remains doubtful that someone like our protagonist could have replicated the physician's technique, but the old man confirms it. He explains that not everyone can adapt and learn something like the undead slash. One must be awakened like himself. The awakened are those unaffected by the system's rules, and their actions can disrupt the balance within chaos. Only a handful of players in the Great Realm have achieved that state. Next, Zahir finds confirmation that Jaehwan is truly an awakened player. Since based on what they discussed earlier, this means there's hope for saving the Fortress Master. They agree this is now the top priority. Suddenly, men authorized by the Inner Circle enter the tent, led by the captain of the Dark Soul Unit, a 5th stage adapter and head of the Guardians of the Prime Minister. Zahir grows confused as the Dark Soul Unit has nothing to do with the undead or their cure. Unexpectedly, the Dark Soul Captain kneels before our hero, calling him the Messenger of the Greens and introducing himself. The Doctor and Zahir are both puzzled, since Jaehwan doesn't look like any messenger of Nakmyeong. However, the Dark Soul Captain asks him to go with them to the castle. Later at the castle, the Prime Minister Jurgen greets our swordsman and introduces himself. Jaehwan only gives his first name, which makes the Prime Minister chuckle, finding our boy as reserved as Chung Hyo. He then asks if our protagonist is truly a representative of the Greens. Our hero shakes his head without hesitation, stunning the Dark Soul Captain. Meanwhile, the Doctor points out that our boy can handle stones of the fallen souls, something only those from the Nakmyeong clan can do. He wants to know how Jaehwan is able to handle the stones and where he found them in the first place. Jaehwan simply says he found the stones somewhere and never had trouble handling them. Captain Zahir, now curious, asks what happened to the people from whom these stones were obtained. Jae-won withholds nothing, revealing that they are dead. Jahir is stunned, wondering what could have happened, and adds that those individuals are members of the Great Realm's great families. Our protagonist calmly states that he is the one who killed them. Jahir erupts in outrage before the Prime Minister asks him to calm down. Jae-won explains they attacked him first to take his horn, so he fought back in self-defense. That explanation makes perfect sense to Prime Minister Jurgen Shiver, who notes that the Nakmyeon clan has always been quite greedy. He then asks our boy what he's been up to and what his plans are now that he's entered chaos. Moments later, the Prime Minister processes what he just heard, repeating what he understands from Jae-won's account. Basically, our protagonist was brought into chaos by chance, encountered one of the great families, and by another stroke of luck, stole their soul stones. Through that same chance, he entered the fortress and continuously encountered stories of fighting and combat that others had only heard about. Our boy's most recent feat involved conveniently mimicking the Divine Doctor's Master Undead, slashing as well. The story seems highly unlikely, and the Doctor wonders if the Prime Minister actually believes him. Chung Hyo remarks that if the Prime Minister believes what Jae-won is saying so easily, he must be under the effects of being away from the Fortress Master for so long. The Prime Minister then asks whether his physical body is alive. Jae-won is stunned. He now realizes that after escaping the tower, he was essentially a spirit, so chaos must have taken him for someone who just died, landing him in this place. He's curious how Shiver figured it out and how he knows he isn't dead. Shiver's reasoning is straightforward. Nobody arriving in chaos describes their death the way our hero described it. Being brought here by something out of his control, Shiver understands that Jae-won feels threatened by someone. Although he doesn't reveal that directly, he simply presents it as uncertainty. Then Shiver apologizes for the spies he placed to gather information. However, our protagonist was already aware of every one of these attempts. Shiver praises him for being so skilled. Based on his surveillance, he reveals that our boy is ranked with a SS danger rating and unknown power. By their calculations, his potential damage is estimated at about 380 million horns. Then Shiver asks if he knows what people call someone like that. Chung Hyo abruptly answers that such a person is crazy. While Jahir speculates whether Jae-won is a hero or some madman, Shiver explains that some call him a hero and others a madman. He personally calls people like Jae-won protagonists because they all share something in common: they are famous. Jae-won grows confused, and Shiver points out that he isn't famous at all. This means someone is stopping information about our protagonist from spreading. Whoever is keeping his information hidden isn't doing it out of kindness, since he wouldn't have had so much trouble getting into the fortress because of a trivial certificate. Shiver continues, saying Jae-won is a protagonist who ended up here by chance. It's as if our hero is on the run from someone powerful, though he doesn't know who. He wonders if it could be the Master of Darkness, or one of the 12 Masters of the Great Realm. Next, Shiver proposes that Gorgon is willing to offer asylum and won't ask any questions. However, Jae-won suddenly asks if Gorgon Fortress is strong enough to withstand the wrath of the 12 Masters. Shiver senses an opportunity and asks if that's who he's running from. Our boy only replies that it might be one of them. This turns out to be good news for Shiver, as the Masters are not allowed to interfere directly in anything that happens in chaos. Then Jae-won wants to know what price he will have to pay. Shiver only wants him to save the Castle Lord. About 2 hours later, Chung Hyo, our protagonist, and a Dark Shadow Guard are going downstairs. The Dark Shadow Guard mentions Kalfan, Javier, and Mino are recovering in the medical room, then turns to confirm if Jae-won really prefers to stay at the training grounds instead of a VIP suite. Chung Hyo, however, wants to fight our hero to see which is better, his slash or Jae-won's stab, but our boy doesn't take him seriously. Seeing Jae-won's lack of interest, the old man changes tactics and mentions the expert tower he cleared. Jae-won pauses, then asks if he knows something. The old man, though, isn't giving anything away for free and says he'll only talk if Jae-won can beat him first. Chung Hyo doesn't believe our protagonist has any chance of winning. Later, Jae-won secures a decisive win. The doctor, however, demands another round. Jae-won glances over at the damaged training hall, which is the direct result of their fight. He believes the fight is already over, but the old man tries to intrigue him by claiming he has a finishing move that could even kill Jae-won, a move he has been holding back. The doctor, speaking from within a hole, asks Jae-won how old he is. Our protagonist replies he is around 60, and the doctor yells, insisting he should pay some respect as Chung Hyo is at least 1,000 years old. He says Jae-won should at least consider that he's been practicing his slash for nearly 1,000 years, compared to Jae-won's 60 years of stabbing. Still, our boy says it doesn't even seem like the doctor has practiced for 10 years. This angers Chung Hyo, who then comes at him with another powerful slash, emerging from the hole and leaping up high. His attack barrels toward Jae-won like a beast, but our hero braces himself to counter the attack. Jae-won counters Chung Hyo's attack with his normal stab, and both of them skid back after the clash. The doctor praises the move. While our protagonist is stunned to see just how strong his opponent has become, considering he even survived the normal stab. Chung Heo, filled with curiosity, asks the name of the technique Jaewon just used. He calls it the normal stab, though Chung Heo thinks the name sounds arrogant and suggests it implies Jaewon has an even stronger technique. Our boy then reveals that he actually does possess a stronger move. Chung Heo is momentarily stunned, since the technique Jaewon is about to unveil reminds him of the lone king of chaos. He wonders if this attack could be anything like the real king's, and he isn't sure if he would be able to block it or not. As soon as Jaewon prepares to unleash it and announce its name, Chung Heo abruptly declares him the winner, a crazed look on his face. Meanwhile, in the 5th zone of the Great Realm, Unbendable Steel, Master of Steel, Heo Yu demands to know what the Master of Darkness is doing. His aide nervously reports that the Master of Darkness is currently in contact with Chaos. Heo Yu is surprised since all the Masters had agreed to stay away from Chaos. The aide, trembling, suggests Heo Yu see it for himself. He presents footage of Jaewon clearing the 99th floor alone. Heo Yu acknowledges hearing about the boy who beat an expert tower and assumes the story is fake, but soon learns Jaewon is the product of the Master of Darkness. That product didn't follow the rules. He refused to finish the tutorial and begin the main game, instead breaking through the ceiling and entering Chaos. The Master of Steel is curious how a mortal could do this with a cultivator waiting at the 100th floor. What captures his interest is that Jaewon killed the cultivator in order to escape. Heo Yu finds it unbelievable, but the aide insists the Master of Darkness from the 9th realm swears by it. It turns out this has been happening for some time. The Master of Darkness has been meddling with Chaos, and several zones have secretly been in contact with him. Curious about the 9th realm's actions, Heo Yu instructs the aide to notify those in Chaos that he wants to visit, though he makes it clear he has no intention of interfering. He also orders 10 gold-level elite guards to be assigned and wants Heo Yu's own warrior to join. The aide, relieved not to have been yelled at, hurries to make preparations. Heo Yu, meanwhile, thinks of Chung Heo and his reckless ways. Back in the training hall, the old man begs Jaewon not to use that attack, even going so far as to hug him in desperation. Although annoyed, our protagonist wants the old man off his blade. When Chung Heo finally steps back, he remains deeply concerned about how a move like that could be mastered in just 40 years. Jaewon simply states he has stabbed 10 billion times. Chung Heo finds this ridiculous, pointing out that it would require practicing 80 times per second without sleep or rest for 40 years. However, that isn't what our boy did, since he can stab 100 times per second and he doesn't even need a sword to do so. He could stab without one. Chung Heo is utterly dumbfounded. He sensed something different about Jaewon from the very beginning, but he never realized the extent. It isn't just his aura. Each time he stabs, it feels like every motion is filled with hatred for the world, channeling pure rage into the attack. It's difficult to describe, but it seems as if our hero is stabbing the world itself, even without a blade or movement, having become a stab in essence. Jaewon notices Chung Heo's expression, and repeats that he has done 10 billion stabs. After that, he shows Chung Heo the oath they signed before their spar. It turns out the doctor had sworn on every beautiful girl in the world, and on his own honor to grant Jaewon a wish if he beat him. Chung Heo is certain the kid will ask for something odd or quirky, but all our protagonist wants is for his questions to be answered. The doctor suggests they walk outside to talk. Once outside, Jaewon begins by asking what an expert tower is. Both of them are familiar with the dream demons who create these towers, and Chung Heo explains the tier system. Typically, towers are ranked between S and F, but some dream demons can build S-ranked towers even as apprentices. These individuals later become masters known as experts. However, not all towers made by experts are classified as expert towers. Only truly special ones, completely unrelated to cultivation, count as such. No one really knows the true purpose of these towers, but one thing is certain. Expert dream demons are curious about the true nature of the world. A small percentage of those who clear these towers are known as awakened ones. Out of curiosity, Jaewon asks if Chung Heo is one of them. The old man explains he's from the 4th tower of Expert Melville. A tower named Moby Dick. Even the early levels forced him to fight whales, and he barely made it through. Many great warriors perished there. He laughs about it now, though he admits it was a nightmare. Chung Heo feels like our boy has survived a tower like that too, so he wants to know whose tower Jaewon conquered. It turns out it was Mulak's. Chung Heo stops walking the moment he hears the name. He never thought he would meet an awakened one who cleared Mulak's tower. Jaewon, curious, asks if he knows Mulak, and Chung Heo nods as Mulak was one of his teammates. It's rare to see any surge of emotion on Jaewon's face, but even he looks intrigued when he learns Chung Heo has walked with Mulak. Since that story is a bit long, Chung Heo suggests they take a walk. Eventually, both end up in a tavern. The one serving them is Claire, who grows visibly annoyed when asked if she's now running an outdoor food stand. She's a bit irritated to see our boy and reminds everyone that a certain someone took out her good old tavern. Jaewon, ever observant, notices things as beer is served, a fact not lost on the doctor. Chaos is a world full of dead people, yet food persists. Jiwan and the doctor share a common trait. They perceive a reality in chaos that most others cannot. Shunghyo explains why food exists in a land where no one hungers. The original chaos wasn't always this bleak. It was once a blessed place, a refuge where people could escape war and live in peace, even celebrate life. Suddenly they hear men fighting like outside any typical bar, and the doctor smiles, asking what our protagonist thinks is happening. Jae-hwan suggests it's probably just drunkards brawling. However, after taking a sip, he realizes there's no alcohol, it's just water. It turns out that in chaos, people cannot get drunk, feel hunger, or die. All they do is imitate the rituals for the sake of culture. In a place like this, humans still yearn for their past lives, the sweetness of limits, getting drunk, and even feeling pain. They've started to act as if they're hungry or inebriated, pretending to have living bodies and beating hearts. But that's not all. Some wanted even more. There was an expedition, famously called the Abyss Expedition in Chaos. This journey was a quest for the fruit of resurrection, a prize said to restore true life. Jae-hwan is stunned and even a little interested to hear about it. The only way to obtain the fruit of resurrection is to travel through the abyss until one reaches the end of its branches. At the time the expedition began, Chung-hyo had already awakened and was younger, about 150 years old. Unexpectedly, Mulak led the expedition. A flashback unfolds as Mulak speaks to Chung-hyo, praising him for awakening without losing his emotions. Chung-hyo, however, is angry, and even hurls his blade at Mulak, insisting that demons have no business being here. They should stay in their rooms building towers. He's upset about the whole cultivation system. Mulak, for his part, apologizes repeatedly for all the demons who made towers, then reveals his real reason for joining the Abyss Expedition. He wants to reach the end, find another tower, and put an end to cultivation. Chung-hyo is utterly shocked. It's bizarre to hear a dream demon speak of ending cultivation, the very business they are known for, the only thing they truly do. Jae-hwan questions the doctor again about what happened to the expedition. Chung-hyo admits he didn't go any further than the entrance to the abyss. He fell behind. Mulak, however, is rumored to have reached the top of the illusion tree, from where fruit began to fall, allowing others to return to chaos. Jae-hwan wonders why the old man remains in chaos since he supposedly got the fruit. Claire returns to serve more food, and gives the doctor a pointed look as he twists the story. She explains the expedition was never actually successful, but the doctor disagrees, insisting Claire wasn't there and didn't witness its glory. He maintains they succeeded in collecting the fruit and that he is proud of it. However, when they were returning, the patriarchs, the lords of the almighty lands, lay in wait to take all the fruit. The fortress masters and leaders of the 10 factions stood no chance against the overwhelming force those entitled rulers brought. They weren't a match. The fruit was taken back, stolen from them. Yet the monarchs still use the fruit when they die and have continued to do so for over 9 centuries. Our protagonist figures this is probably why everyone looks so defeated all the time. No matter how much they pretend, they know they can't have real life for themselves because the lords have claimed the right for themselves. Thinking of Mulak sparks an idea in Jae-hwan's mind. Before he can ask the old man, Chung-hyo is already passed out. How is that even possible? They were only drinking water? Claire clarifies that Chung-hyo has been acting drunk for 1,000 years. She then adds that Mulak was never seen again after that. He simply vanished. As Claire explains, James walks in, eager to thank Jae-hwan personally for saving his captain. Our boy remains expressionless. James even has to reintroduce himself. Just then, the Demon Extermination Squad captain, Jahir, arrives looking panicked. He reports that a major problem has arisen. It turns out that Jahir is here to deliver an update on the condition of the Fortress Master. Moments later, Jahir and Jae-hwan are seen traveling together toward the castle. The Fortress Master is kept hidden somewhere beneath the inner castle, deep in the basement. Jae-hwan's mind instantly recalls the Prime Minister's offer. Gorgon will serve as a safe haven for him, with no repercussions for the damage he's caused, provided he does Gorgon the favor of helping the Lord. Jahir explains that the Lord has gone critical far too many times lately, usually losing control about once a week, but this time the situation is different. Our protagonist already suspects the Fortress Master is turning into an undead. Jahir goes on to explain that the Lord is a good man and also a survivor from the Abyss Expedition. He is worried because Chung-hyo still isn't waking up, and our boy is expected to perform the undead slash. However, all Jae-hwan has done so far is mimic the old man, nothing more. As soon as they reach the castle, they begin to feel tremors beneath their feet. Jahir immediately recognizes this as the Fortress Master's doing. Suddenly, they spot 2 tower captains standing ahead, blocking their way. Jahir tries to explain the situation as briefly as he can, but the tower captains insist they have orders and cannot allow anyone to pass. Jahir finds this odd and starts to consider whose orders they might be following, eventually realizing that the 2 intend to go against the wishes of the heavens. To them, the only heaven is the Forbidden Heaven. The captains then wonder aloud if Jaewon is the one capable of performing the undead slash. Both captains prepare to attack, but before they can strike, Jahir pushes our hero aside to protect him. Jahir alone manages to handle the two captains, which even impresses our boy. Meanwhile, Jahir realizes that the Golden Sky clan has managed to extend its nefarious influence inside the castle. These two captains are essentially representing the Forbidden Heaven clan, people he hadn't known were within the fortress. He bluntly refers to them as outer fortress people. Jahir tries to intimidate them, reminding them of his own status. But the captains insist they have grown stronger. Still, Jahir urges them to pledge allegiance to the castle lord again, assuring them that forgiveness will be granted. They mock him, questioning the worth of the fortress master he's defending. According to them, whatever is locked inside the heart of the castle isn't a fortress master, but an abomination, someone who cannot control his own powers and thus cannot control Gorgon. They challenge the idea that Jahir keeps linking a man who doesn't even understand good to the wishes of heaven. If that's the case, maybe heaven is not the heaven they were promised. Jahir, however, has faith that the Lord will return, which enrages one of the captains, prompting a sudden ambush. After taking a hit, Jahir notes that 2 4-stage adapters shouldn't be able to compete with a 5-stage adapter like him. Somehow, though, they continue to put up a fight. They speak of their own growth, but Jahir knows it's not normal progress. Suddenly, our protagonist tosses the drunken Chung Heo onto Jahir. The captains then want to confirm if Jaewon is truly the one who can perform the undead slash. Using his awakened skill, our hero listens in on their inner thoughts. They doubt him, thinking he doesn't look like an adapter. His body is smaller than theirs, and he doesn't appear to have any special skills. The mystery in their minds is whether he can actually perform the slash. One even speculates that Jaewon probably can't land a single punch. Just to make a point, our boy asks if the next punch will suffice, then delivers a devastating uppercut, nearly taking off the bulky captain's head. Afterward, he turns and punches the masked captain, damaging his mask. The masked captain retaliates, but our protagonist dodges easily, noticing the strong energy his opponent is emitting. He considers a few possibilities. Maybe they're fueled by revenge, or perhaps there's some kind of transformation happening. Yet when he looks into their eyes, he sees only fear. For an instant, our hero wonders how these traitors could be so easily frightened. It's almost pathetic. He finally addresses their unspoken question about whether he can perform the slash or save the Lord. He admits he has no idea since saving lives has never been his specialty. That's Chung Heo's job. When it comes to taking lives, though, that's a different matter entirely. Meanwhile, in the castle basement, the Prime Minister and a special operative discuss how it hasn't even been a day since the last slash, and the Lord is already on another rampage. The man with Shiva is the outer administrator, Mahan Kilderkin. The Fortress Master is shown restrained to the walls with pillars, his head and face shrouded by long hair. Earlier that morning, it had been confirmed that the undead energy was finally lowered. In a flashback, Chung-Hoo is seen talking to Shiva, explaining that while Jaewon is quite talented, he lacks the experience to carry out this technique. Mino's condition was very different from the Master's. The Lord is still holding on because of sheer willpower. Chung-Hoo said that our protagonist's undead slash might be strong enough in a month. Since knowing him, it might just be possible. Now Shiva suspects there's a traitor among them ever since that day. He recalls an earlier conversation with the Lord. At the time, there were rumors about people appearing who could control corruption. People definitely not from the Nakmian clan. This was something entirely new. The Master insisted on checking things out himself. The Prime Minister did his best to warn him, but the Lord wanted faith placed in him. He didn't want the captains involved, feeling this was something only he could handle despite the risks. He was a truly great man, and he knew he had survived the battlefield longer than anyone, even though he lost the battle for the fruit. Still, he felt responsible for Gorgon's well-being. One moment the Lord's face is proud and glowing. The next it is dreadful, consumed by corruption. The outer administrator had been there with him the whole time, making Shiva wonder if Mahan had done something to the Lord. Back in the present, Mahan advises everyone to brace themselves, calling it a critical juncture. Shiva insists on waiting for the doctor's return, but Mahan has other plans, thinking there isn't enough time left. Shiva suddenly feels Mahan is implying they should kill the Fortress Master, instead of letting that comment pass. Mahan tries to reason that they won't be able to stop the Lord if he goes full undead. Shiva's eyes widen when Mahan suggests using the undead seal. The Prime Minister is completely against it. This is a last resort only to be used after the Divine Doctor arrives. However, Mahan believes that at least the Master's spirit power could be preserved through the undead seal. Otherwise, things will spiral out of control. Shiva remains reluctant, pointing out that they don't even have the soul stones necessary for the ritual. Mahan, however, reveals he knows the truth and tells Shiva to stop pretending. Suddenly, the Dark Soul Squad captain enters with the soul stone. Shiva can't believe it since the Dark Soul Squad is supposed to work for the Prime Minister's office. He realizes he's been betrayed. The outer administrator argues that the future is at stake and Gorgon needs this. The Dark Captain presents the Soulstone Box, Jaewon's Soulstone Box. Mahan stresses the necessity of restraining the Master now, before he becomes an undead they cannot contain. If they fail, it would mean Gorgon's end at its own lord's hands. The pressure now falls squarely on Shiva. He remembers the devastation a mid-sized undead once caused, and the thought of an even larger one is terrifying. There's nothing he can do, the Master does have that potential, and the Divine Physician isn't here. Shiva tries one last time to argue, noting that only the Nakmian clan can perform the Dead Seal, and they have no chance of doing it perfectly alone. But Mahan has already prepared for this, as if he's been planning it for a long time. Suddenly, volunteers in shady robes with faces covered in bandages appear, ready to perform the undead seal. They don't look like Nakmian people, but Mahan reassures Shiva not to worry, saying these people know how to perform the ritual. There's something utterly eerie and wrong about all this, not just the bandaged people, but also the speed with which they intend to lock the Lord's spirit into the Spirit Stone. With no clear successor to Chaos, anyone who wields the Soul Stone could become the next Fortress Master of Gorgon. Shiva notices these bandaged individuals handling the Spirit Stone just as Jaewon and Nakmian members do. He grows tense, wondering who they really are. Abruptly, he remembers his final conversation with the Master regarding those who can control soul contamination. Now he realizes everything happening isn't due to the Divine Physician's delay. It's been in the works for at least 1.5 years since the Master's soul was corrupted. Until now, it's all been Mahan's plan. With this realization, Shiva orders his men to arrest Mahan. To his dismay, they ignore him, revealing their loyalties have shifted as well. The Prime Minister understands he has been part of a conspiracy all along. Within moments, Shiva finds himself on his knees, apologizing to the Lord, filled with regret that he couldn't do anything. The light has faded from his eyes as the ritual is about to begin. He sees flashes from the Fortress Master's glory days. Suddenly the ground shakes and the roof of the basement splits open. A massive section crashes down on most of those present. Leading the way through the chaos are Jaewon and Jahir. The Prime Minister's eyes widen in pleasant surprise as he sees the two arrive. The Outer Administrator demands to know what is happening. Jahir immediately cuts him off, telling him to stop pretending ignorance. They are fully aware of the Forbidden Heaven clan's conspiracy. Those two captains have already confessed everything. The captains outside expressed deep apologies to the Outer Administrator. But before anything else can happen, their bodies suddenly explode, leaving Jahir stunned. Mahan quickly claims no responsibility, stating the captains took their own lives. Jahir now understands clearly that this is not a misunderstanding, it is outright rebellion. If they don't stop the Outer Administrator and halt the seal, these traitors' intentions will become reality. Suddenly, Jahir is shocked to find every sword in the room pointed at him. With Chung-Hu still over his shoulders, he demands an explanation. He's told that they won't let him defy Minister Mahan, the Golden Sky Clan, or the Outer Administration. He must stay put until the seal is complete. Jaewon, meanwhile, remains composed, labeling these men traitors. Even now, our boy calmly considers his original instructions. He turns to the Prime Minister, pointing out that Shiva hasn't kept his end of the agreement. The supposed safe haven inside the fortress is anything but safe for him. He insists on renegotiating their terms. The Prime Minister is in disbelief at this turn, but Jaewon promises to eliminate all the traitors and restrain the Outer Administrator, if Shiva will hand over Chung-Hu, so he can resume the Abyss expedition. His words leave everyone stunned. Mahan Kilderkin recognizes that this must be the man who's become notorious around Gorgon lately, the one who killed an undead with a single strike. Mahan wants to witness Jaewon's strength firsthand, so he orders all the guards to restrain him. Our protagonist's eyes glint for a moment before he snaps into focus, stabbing rapidly, his blade finding targets in every direction. Even the Dark Shadow Captain struggles to keep up with the multitude of simultaneous thrusts Jaewon can manage. The numbers are overwhelming, but for now he holds them at bay. As the crowd presses in, our hero pauses, centers himself, and transitions from shallow stabbings to his normal stab, an upgrade that immediately shifts the tide. For the first time, everyone witnesses the true force of his destructive stabs. He targets Mahan, who narrowly dodges the attack. Mahan realizes that if he hadn't moved, he would have been killed on the spot. Blocking might have saved him, but he was seconds away from death. Still, these people are nothing but scum in our boy's eyes. Listening in, our protagonist catches the whispered conversation of Mahan's men as they consider switching to Plan B, releasing the Black Cloud, even at the cost of killing everyone in Gorgon. Jaewon exhales heavily. He says to Mahan Kilderkin that he likes people like him because they make his goal of destroying this world much easier. Without warning, he raises his sword to the sky, and a beam of light shoots upward, illuminating the night. Everyone, even the Prime Minister, who has just gotten back on his feet, feels hope. Shiva recalls the Fortress Master's last words about the people of Gorgon needing a symbol of hope. Shiva realizes this must be the moment the Lord meant, and even he feels that hope. Though the irony isn't lost on him since it comes from someone determined to destroy the world. Moments later, Mahan Kilderkin's face is shown, then the view zooms out to reveal his limbs and body severed. With his final breath, Mahan insists there's no point in trying anymore, as the Fortress Master is beyond saving. Jae-won checks with Jahir on Chung-hoo's status and what's happened so far. No matter what they try, Chung-hoo won't wake up. With no patience left, our hero grabs Chung-hoo by the white hair and slams him into a wall, waking him instantly. Everyone is shocked by this method. As he's coming around, it becomes clear the Fortress Master is no longer restrained and is now at 99.9% contamination. Before Chung-hoo can make sense of the situation, the system starts processing updates on the Fortress Master. After the contamination reaches 99.9%, it becomes unable to make any further estimations. As everyone watches in horror, the system announces its verdict: a super huge undead is emerging, and Gorgon's automatic alerts are triggered. Warning sirens blare and the evacuation protocol begins, with professionals rushing to get people to safety. However, this time things won't be so straightforward. Jae-won witnesses the horrible aura radiating from the castle. Darkness and tremors spread outwards, sending chills through the air. The Demon Extermination Squad Captain Jahir is assigned to escort the Prime Minister to safety. While Chung-hoo turns to our boy Jae-won for help creating a path, he draws his brand new sword, remarking that Jae-won's thrust is too sharp to save anyone, and reminds him that he had to get a new blade because our protagonist broke the old one. Moments later, Jae-won and the old man step into the drawing world, where the doctor attempts to sketch their lord by recalling time spent together. Memories like these prove crucial in performing the slash to reduce contamination. Once enough memories are gathered, Chung-hoo can attempt to halt the undead transformation's progress. Suddenly, the doctor spots a figure he believes to be the Fortress Master, only to realize that this is not his lord, but something infinitely more terrifying and deranged. He freezes, sweat beading on his face. Jae-won, usually unfazed, is also a bit shaken by the old man's reaction. Chung-hoo is seized with panic. The being before him is not the Fortress Master. Even our protagonist's ever-calm face shows some confusion. Soon, the Fortress Master's body morphs into a truly monstrous form, and Chung-hoo finally comprehends the horror standing before him. A chilling voice echoes. The creature growls about how unexpected it is to possess this body since entering chaos. This being is unmistakably a master from the Great Lands. He even recognizes Chung-hoo as the man who went to the Abyss 900 years ago. Chung-hoo's body trembles. He knows exactly who stands before him, the Lord of the Dead Man's Palace, the only being capable of opening the gateway to the Abyss, Catastrophe, the lone king of chaos. Our protagonist, on the other hand, is completely in the dark about the entity's true identity. His suspicion only grows. This is definitely an undead, yet not an undead. While Jae-won is left pondering, the supernatural being asks Chung-hoo what business he has in chaos. The lone king bursts out laughing at the thought of anyone still remaining here to protect the world. Chung-hoo is nearly paralyzed by fear, knowing this being could destroy everything with a mere snap of his fingers. With just a wave of his hand, the lone king erases the entire world Chung-hoo created. Suddenly, the king points at Jae-won, noting he still has a human heart even after awakening. Chung-hoo realizes the lone king has used his undead incarnation, taking over the body of their lord, meaning this is only a clone, while the real catastrophe is even more dreadful. Our boy wants to know if Chung-hoo succeeded with the undead slash, because he's determined to take out the lone king himself. Jae-won's murmured intent is audible to the king, who is visibly amused that someone is considering trying to kill him. Chung-hoo urgently warns him to reconsider, insisting he should not entertain such a thought. After all, not even Mulak could match Catastrophe. Even as a clone, the Soul King is an entity no one there can handle. Nevertheless, Jae-won remains confident that he can eliminate the creature. The king responds with a mocking, thunderous laugh. Then he draws his sword from his mouth, inviting our protagonist to attack, calling him an awoken with the mind of a human. Chung-hoo recognizes immediately that the clone has summoned the Void Sword, the very weapon that wiped out half the expedition last time at the Abyss entrance. The king lunges at our boy, who barely manages to dodge the strike. The lone king observes him, and notes that he's seen that determined look before, concluding Jae-won is heading for the Abyss. Chung-hoo is stunned. He never imagined our protagonist would go this far. The lone king muses that people are still searching for the end of the world, but insists Jae-won is still too weak. The Soul King grabs his head, remarking that he isn't even as strong as Mulak from 900 years ago. Yet Jae-won breaks free from the grip, pulling off a daring move to sever the king's arm. In his mind, our hero feels a flash of gratitude for managing to land that blow. But immediately, a massive hand snatches him back and crushes him, followed by a blade aiming for the kill. Not backing down, our protagonist stabs the king at close range. But in the next instant, the king tries to slam him into the ground. Fortunately, Jae-won skids back, though one arm has taken damage. The king remarks that corruption will eventually consume even the strongest, and the Void Sword's specialty is to hasten that fate. Even a single touch of it can strip away centuries or millennia, corrupting someone in an instant. Surprisingly, our boy slashes his own arm to remove the contamination. The king admires his willpower, noting that only someone like him could do such a thing. The Soul King then summons numerous blades, launching them at Jaewon. He notices that the sword in our hero's hand is an imitation of Mulak's blade. It's not bad, the king admits, for a mere toy crafted by a dream demon. Their fierce battle continues, and Chung-hoo tries to warn Jaewon about something, just as our protagonist slashes at his own soul to purge more corruption. But the king warns that Jaewon's soul won't last much longer. Our boy acknowledges this internally, realizing that even with all his suspicion, he can't find a single weakness in the Lone King, and those strange particles continue to disrupt his concentration. He recalls Chung-hoo mentioning the White World, a special domain. It's a realm where he remembers those who are gone, bringing them back with imagination. Apparently, all awakeners have such a world invoked by a special keyword upon awakening, a landscape shaped by their emotions and desires. The stronger the awakener, the more beings are drawn into that world. Suddenly, Jaewon seizes on an idea, his eyes widen, as he conjures his own world through oblivion. Chung-hoo watches in awe, recognizing that Jaewon's world is a literal hell, an inferno born from pure loathing and rage. A massive eye appears in the sky above the Lone King. The king acknowledges that this ideal world of Jaewon's is quite fascinating. Now our protagonist has the upper hand, and the particles that once clouded his mind stop bothering him. But the clone remains hideously powerful. It seizes Jaewon with its tentacles and pins him to the ground. The king remarks that our boy has been lashing out with random attacks, fighting without calculation. He gets right in Jaewon's face to taunt, before slamming him again. The ground cracks and shatters from the force. After a while, the Lone King stands over our hero, pinning him with his foot. He notes that Jaewon still clings to his hatred and admits that he hasn't met anyone like this in ages. Unfortunately, he decides it's time to end things. The Void Sword rises, poised to strike Jaewon's face, when suddenly our boy's eyes snap open. In a sudden twist, Jaewon manages to deliver one of his most effective attacks yet, swinging his sword and nearly cleaving the king in half. Rising to his feet, our protagonist announces that he's not ready for things to end just yet. This declaration only enrages the king further. No matter how decisive a blow Jaewon lands, the king always manages to metamorphose into something even more terrifying. After being split in two, the monstrous figure mutates further, growing even larger. For a time, our boy is dominated, barely surviving as he wields his sword and fights back, clinging to the edge of destruction. The king now wants details. He asks why Jaewon is so determined to reach the abyss. At his core, the Soul King is curious about the boy's purpose. He's seen countless people climb higher to create their own heavens, to build a better world, or simply to satisfy curiosity. For some reason, the king is fixated on uncovering Jaewon's question. Amidst the relentless assault as our hero struggles to his feet time and again, one question lingers in the air. The king launches a void strike that Jaewon manages to block. The king seems to catch on. Perhaps he muses Jaewon's very existence is the question the world itself asks. The king presses on, trying to dig deeper and wondering what truly drives the boy. Is it destruction, annihilation, or extermination? These would be logical guesses given the nature of his ideal moonlight world. Yet Jaewon appears to be someone seeking the end, someone who needs to understand why a thing like the Tree of Illusion even deserves to exist. Our protagonist, however, claims ignorance. He has no clue what the clone is rambling about. The clone is left confused, realizing Jaewon doesn't seem to be chasing any particular question. Meanwhile, our hero recognizes something familiar about this scenario. He recalls his previous fight with the Beast Rain, and suddenly everything clicks. The king is merely a clone occupying the Fortress Master's body. Acting on this realization, Jaewon drives the king back and slams him violently into the ground. The clone emerges again, never showing fatigue despite the Lone King's madness. Soon, Jaewon focuses on the strange particles, and with the help of his suspicion technique, he figures out his next move. As he leaps upward, he notices a thread connecting to the king's main body. Seizing the moment, he lands a powerful strike. The king recognizes the move, the Fisher technique. Finally, our hero targets the monster's weak point and lands a decisive blow into the main body. Eliminating his opponent, the Soul King promises in his final moments to meet Jaewon at the entrance to the abyss. After the battle, our protagonist finds himself leaning against a broken wall while the former Fortress Master's body rests quietly in the water. Jaewon is left incapacitated, thinking to himself that he must become much stronger. His thrusts and stabs have proven successful against weaker opponents. But when facing a single powerful being, he is unable to gain the upper hand with just a thrust. The damage radius is simply too limited. His signature move, the thrust, was only useful to distract the king's clone. Realizing he can no longer depend on this technique, Jaewon knows he needs something far more powerful to face true villains. In the aftermath, Chung-hyo is pulled from the rubble. While our protagonist continues his self-analysis, replaying the fight in his mind, he eventually pushes himself to his feet, looking over at the Fortress Master in his final moments. The dying master gestures for him to come closer. Despite being undead, the elder witnessed the remarkable courage Jaiwan displayed and wishes to reward him. With a frail grip, he clasps the arm wounded by the Void Blade, telling him that Gorgon is about to undergo a great change. Our hero is puzzled until the master transfers something into him, light streaming from the elder's hand, enveloping Jaiwan's arm and healing it completely. With his last words, the fortress master acknowledges a familiar power in the boy, the warmth of cherished memories. He urges him never to forget what it means to be human, then passes away peacefully. Soon after, the Prime Minister and James notice Jaiwan approaching them, looking fundamentally different. They see the spiky dragon pattern now etched on his arm as our protagonist returns, blade in hand. Those waiting for him instinctively kneel in respect. Jürgen Schever, accepting this as the old master's will, is the last to kneel. All acknowledge Jaiwan as the new Gorgon fortress master. 2 days later, the castle's battered sections are being rebuilt. In his new office, Jaiwan sits at the main desk, speaking with the Prime Minister, who now addresses him as fortress master, though it's clear he wants nothing to do with the role. But Jürgen Schever has a workaround. He presents the terms of the promise they signed, showing that our hero is bound by contract. Jaiwan can scarcely believe it, wondering if he must really take responsibility for the former master's death. Although the elder is gone, that should have closed the chapter. Yet our hero must now abide by the contract, protecting himself as the fortress master. He asks Jürgen whether he can delegate responsibilities or hand the title to someone else, since he's determined to climb the abyss and reach the top of the Tree of Illusion. Schever explains it's not possible, as Gorgon wouldn't accept such a move. Jaiwan realizes he's referring to the tattoo on his arm. The only way a new fortress master is chosen is when the old one dies. Annoyed, our protagonist watches as a thick stack of papers, his first duties, lands on his desk, courtesy of the Prime Minister. Jürgen adds even more, expecting him to memorize the Constitution on the go. Among the documents, Jaiwan finds laws forbidding any negative talk or propaganda about the fortress master, which explains the silence since his arrival. Before leaving, Jürgen suggests our hero check the desk drawer. He opens it to find a curled-up piece of paper, a letter left specifically for the 17th Fortress Master. Before he can even unroll it, the paper transforms into a talking figure, origami brought to life. The message begins with congratulations and addresses him as the new Fortress Master. The Origami King delivers unexpected advice. Don't stress about being a ruler. Delegate whenever possible. Let the Prime Minister or administrators handle matters. Let the councils decide, just enjoy yourself if you can. All Jaiwan can think is that fortress masters sound like spoiled lords, but there's more to it. The message is from not just his predecessor, but all 16 previous masters. Flashes of overstressed, partially corrupted former masters appear, writing for whoever would come next, not out of laziness, but for survival. The core message, don't get greedy and don't make unnecessary changes. People just need stability, a way to keep moving and survive a little longer. Jaiwan hears repeated advice. Don't get too passionate, don't make drastic changes, and don't lose yourself to stress. The job of the Fortress Master isn't to create a world for the few, but to let the majority keep living. Suddenly our hero stomps on the paper infused with the spirits of past masters. He realizes their collective purpose was only to maintain life as it is, never to hope for more, just supervisors keeping things stagnant. But that's not his plan. He calls for Jürgen. The minister, curious, asks what he's thinking. The answer stuns him. Jaiwan wants to eliminate the fortress master position altogether. Jürgen is baffled, so our protagonist asks what the fortress means to him. Jürgen answers honestly, it's a military fort that protects its people. Exactly, says Jaiwan. But what if there were no more enemies? The idea makes no sense to Jürgen. There are always enemies of Gorgon. Yet our hero proposes a world where the fortress no longer needs to exist. Jürgen can't grasp it. The thought seems impossible. But our protagonist believes otherwise. As the new fortress master, he's determined to unite chaos. There are no funerals in chaos. Instead, goodbyes are called soul farewell processions, a ritual meant to send off those no longer among them. Unlike funerals that remember the dead, this farewell is designed to erase them. They gather to discuss the soul of the departed, then make a point never to think of them again. The Prime Minister soon mentions the name Amal Grotesque, reflecting on the memories he left behind. There is no burial in chaos, as everyone eventually becomes nourishment for the Tree of Illusion. So instead of vowing to remember, the custom is to promise to forget Amal Grotesque. During this week of the Soul Farewell Procession, they'll talk about him for the last time until there's nothing left to say. Ironically, this is the first time Jaiwan hears the name of the previous master. While everyone eyes him with skepticism, it's understandable. How can someone under 100 years old lead them? Some suspect Jürgen Schever is playing politics, while others think this must truly be the end of an era. Suddenly, his chain of thought is interrupted by a veiled lady. She tries to meet his gaze, but an old spry man reaches him first, greeting the new fortress master. While Chung Heo engages the lady, who is the priestess of the Faith Clan, he observes that the servant clan elder beat her to the meeting, and it's not just them. Everyone is openly discussing which side they'll choose when the time comes. Chung Heo isn't worried about alliances right now. The servant clan elder, however, wants to know Jaihwan's age. When he hears he's just 60, he jumps to various conclusions. Maybe the old master had a son, or perhaps a secret institution produced this newcomer. People take note it's not the sort of question you'd pose to the fortress master, especially since the elder knows how Jaihwan came to chaos. Nevertheless, he extends a hand of cooperation. This is Jang Il-han, vice clan leader of the servant clan. In his mind, he notes the new leader doesn't even look like an adapter, something he plans to use to his advantage. Jang Il-han remembers being turned away by a stubborn inspector at the northern gate. Sir Carlton Javier had restrained him for causing trouble, and the fortress master at the time saw him as a nuisance, especially since he'd tried to enter illegally and violated internal rules. Jang Il-han was left bitter by their stubbornness, a feeling that lingered for a decade. Now he wants to exploit the opportunity created by the dead fortress master and the still recovering Sir Carlton Javier. Jang Il-han is quick to act as he shakes Jaihwan's hand. He draws our protagonist into a high-level illusion skill, the 8 Gates of Hell. Instantly, Jaihwan finds himself trapped in an inferno, facing a fierce fire dragon. Meanwhile, in reality, people notice his strange behavior, realizing that on his very first day, the new fortress master has been ensnared by the most powerful illusion courtesy of Jang Il-han. Yet before Jang Il-han can even construct his dream palace, it shatters. He waited for Jaihwan to go berserk to force negotiations, but the plan fails. Our hero simply jokes about how weird handshakes and chaos are, leaving the old man speechless. Having tolerated enough, Jaihwan calmly announces it's his turn to greet Jang Il-han. He grabs his hand and drags him into the Moon Eye world. In seconds, Jang Il-han is on his knees screaming, as if he has seen hell itself. While the rest look on in confusion, Jaihwan could easily have him executed, but lets him go for now so he can reflect on his actions. Chung Heo is disappointed, wanting more action. The priestess, the onlookers, and the crowd are left with no idea what to think of this new fortress master. Soon it's time for the inaugural speech. The prime minister sets up the rostrum, amplifying Jaihwan's voice with magic as he addresses the masses. He starts strong, admitting he doesn't know who Amal Grotesque was, what he accomplished, or if he was a good leader. He confesses he isn't their guy, no spiritual energy, no experience, and nothing to recommend him except luck. He clarifies that it wasn't even his intention to take the role. You don't want me as leader, and conveniently, I don't want to be one either. He explains that after 30 seconds of thought, he decided on a solution. Anyone who can defeat him in combat wins the Fortress Master title. Some in the crowd are instantly energized by this, especially Kaiman, leader of the Southern Sea Clan. But there's a catch. Only those who challenge him within a month will be eligible. After that, the offer expires. There's another twist. Anyone who loses to him will automatically join his Abyss Expedition squad, leaving within 2 months. The crowd and leaders stand in total shock. The Prime Minister accepted Jaihwan as the true Fortress Master the moment he saved Gorgon from the Forbidden Heaven clan. Even when considering relinquishing the title or uniting chaos, his conviction remains. Jurgen felt uneasy, but ultimately knows Jaihwan would never jeopardize Gorgon's future. Meanwhile, some speculate the new master might be from the Resurrection Palace, having no clue how he suddenly claimed the position. Crowds press against the castle entrance, forcing James to struggle to keep order. James then informs the Prime Minister about Chung Heo's recent interview, where Chung Heo claimed that even if all 10 clans gathered, none could defeat Jaihwan. The minister freezes, tea spilling from his cup as he processes the news. Moments later, an angry Prime Minister storms toward the Fortress Master's office. Upon entering, he finds piles of unattended paperwork and questions how long our protagonist intends to delay his responsibilities. However, instead of Jaihwan, he is greeted by a still recovering Sir Carlton Javier at the desk. The minister, beside himself, wonders what Sir Carlton Javier is doing there, as he should still be hospitalized. Meanwhile, our hero is elsewhere, blowing up statues as part of his training. They observe stone versions of Sir Carlton Javier being shattered, which feels like a waste. Chung Heo calculates the lost fortune as those artifacts are highly valued in chaos. Suddenly, Jaihwan mentions to the old man that he's working on a new technique, sparking Chung Heo's interest. The Fortress Master prepares his sword for the demonstration. Earning Chung Heo's admiration during the setup, it looks as if he's about to imitate one of the Elder's legendary strikes. Chung Heo jokingly suggests calling it Chung Heo's thrust, but warns that if he insists, Jaihwan might just make the name famous by attacking him with it. Before Chung Heo can scold him for such an absurd idea, Jaewon launches the attack toward him. The old man is stunned, unable to believe the Fortress Master actually struck at him. It seems since taking the position, the boy has lost all restraint. However, the attack doesn't hit Chung Hyo. Instead, it lands on the Lightning God clan leader Yoon Yong, who had been lurking nearby to ambush them. A flashback reveals Yoon Yong had been asking around for the Fortress Master's whereabouts. Once he discovered the training grounds, he planned to attack and claim the title for himself, preferring assassination over a fair duel. In his mind, such an approach still counted as a one-on-one victory. Moments later, as he regains consciousness, Yoon Yong finds himself face-to-face with the Fortress Master and the Divine Doctor. He's shocked to see Chung Hyo present. The lightning upstart hadn't even recognized the Fortress Master, surprised that it was the black-haired man beside Chung Hyo. The elder points out Yoon Yong's scheming nature, but Yoon Yong feigns ignorance, insisting he's never met them, though Jaewon's presence clearly unsettles him. Nevertheless, with the Fortress Master right there, Yoon Yong stands up and declares he'll return to challenge Jaewon again, insisting this encounter doesn't count. Ironically, he accuses the Master of cowardice after his own failed ambush. Chung Hyo can only marvel at the audacity of this kid. Yet Jaewon pays it little mind, ready for another match if necessary. Soon Yoon Yong charges up his lightning, preparing for battle. While the Fortress Master readies his weapon, true to form, his opponent attacks first, but Jaewon dodges the blows with ease. Yoon Yong is impressed by the speed of the evasion, warning that nothing can match the speed of lightning, or so he believes. After several exchanges, Yoon Yong notices that the Fortress Master remains completely unscathed. Finally, he resorts to the Lightning God attack, yet before he can complete it, Jaewon coolly observes that channeling all that energy into a single blow is far too slow, as the Fortress Master prepares his own move. The next thing anyone knows, Yoon Yong sits with a fresh bump on his head, vowing to spread rumors that Jaewon barely won. This comic relief is a calculated move to keep his reputation intact. Chung Hyo recognizes the opportunity. Stronger opponents will now be drawn to the Fortress Master, which is exactly what they hoped for. It took Yoon Yong 100 years to reach his current position. The Yoon family, one of the 5 great families of the realm, counted him among its members, but only as a slave. Yoon Yong was an unfortunate soul who cleared a tower only to remain a slave. Many of his friends were sold, died on the battlefield, or perished in bondage. Yet somehow he survived for a century. Eventually he was promoted to servant. But that wasn't enough for the life he envisioned. After demonstrating loyalty for 100 years, Yoon Yong chose betrayal. He sold his trust raiding the Yoon family's tome library. That was where he acquired the Lightning God's art. Later, the price for using the Lightning God's secret knowledge became clear. He was hunted for 20 years and eventually killed as a traitor. Even so, the expression Yoon Yong wears now in chaos is far happier than when he was a slave. Upon his summoning, he rose to become the 9th of the 10 clans, a sweet deal for him. Yet the frustration of seeing someone under 100 years old become the Fortress Master is real. The scene returns to Yoon Yong, who protests that this makes no sense. How could Jaewon possibly be the master? Chung Hyo agrees that it seems absurd. Yoon Yong is even more baffled to see a veteran of the Great Expedition like Chung Hyo taking it all in stride. Chung Hyo, however, is more interested in congratulating Yoon Yong for meeting Jaewon before despair could take him, acknowledging his skepticism is justified. But he points out that if Yoon Yong wants to understand, he should know the Golden Sky clan attacked Gorgon just a week before his arrival. That revelation finally captures the boy's undivided attention. Chung Hyo describes how their own personnel turned against them. With the Soul King descending into Amalgratesk's body, all hope seemed lost. Jaewon was the one who saved them. Yoon Yong is stunned and embarrassed that he didn't know this before attempting an assassination, a bold admission from a Shadow Striker. As they speak, others burst onto the grounds to challenge the Master. The Fire King clan leader, Kang Hwang, and Southern Sea leader Kaiman, both contenders for the title. Kang Hwang insists on going first. But our hero doesn't want to disappoint either of them. Why argue over turn order? He invites both to attack together, a classic first impression. He urges them to hurry so he can resume practicing his new technique. Chung Hyo, watching from the sidelines, can only facepalm, anticipating a chaotic day ahead. Kang Hwang charges in alone. The resulting fire show is spectacular, and the Fire King's skill is undeniable. But he can't land a single hit. Soon after, Chung Hyo's frustration is evident as he surveys the now charred training ground, silently blaming Jaewon for the mess. The duel's highlight comes when their swords clash. Kang Hwang is convinced our protagonist fears his blade, but Jaewon thinks the fiery clan leader should be more concerned about himself. With a grin, the Fortress Master launches a powerful thrust, jokingly asking if Kang Hwang is afraid of his move. The attack is overkill. Kang Hwang is sent crashing into the wall, breaking it. This spells trouble for Chung Hyo, who will have to explain the disaster to the Prime Minister. The Fortress Master himself isn't pleased, having specifically asked Kang Hwang and Kaiman to attack together. But that doesn't align with a warrior's sense of honor. And besides, Kaiman hates the heat. Talk about coincidence. Jaewon's day began with a lightning wielder, moved to a fire warrior, and now he faces a water type. But our boy senses Kaiman is a cut above the rest. For once, Jaewon makes the first move, which isn't usually his style. Kaiman blocks the attack directly, remaining perfectly calm. A trait our protagonist finds unique. Kaiman stands out. He isn't trying to show off or dominate, just maintaining control. When Kaiman finally counters, Jaewon swiftly dodges and leaps down from above. The Southern Sea Leader barely manages to evade, and immediately admits defeat. Our hero feels disappointed that Kaiman didn't show his full strength. But Kaiman isn't bothered. With just that brief sparring, he knows he wouldn't have stood a chance. He's clever, more focused on the upcoming expedition than on winning a match. Meanwhile, the Fire Clan and Lightning Clan leaders start bickering about who lost worse. Chung-hyo quickly intervenes, reminding everyone to focus on the real significance of their defeats. Kaiman, on the other hand, remains unfazed. His only true interest is the Abyss expedition. It turns out he was close friends with the last fortress master, Amal Grotesque, and had wanted to join the previous expedition, but wasn't strong enough at the time. He confides to Chung-hyo that witnessing the previous failure firsthand left him desperate to join this time. Chung-hyo then wonders aloud about Kang Hwang's decision. Prompting the Fire King to declare his participation, he knows he has no choice after losing. Just then, Yoon-young dashes over to our protagonist, only for Chung-hyo to start scolding him. As Jaehwan raises his blade, Yoon-young unexpectedly kneels and swears loyalty. Jaehwan finds it unsettling and tells him to relax. But Yoon-young continues his declaration of absolute devotion, even if it costs him his already ended life. The irony isn't lost, considering he's already dead. Unable to argue, he simply begs to be accepted, even as a captain, promising not to steal any skills and pleading for a place. Chung-hyo then asks what will happen to his clan, and Yoon-young replies that the Lightning God clan no longer exists in chaos. Only 7 members remain, including himself. Just a week ago, his entire clan was wiped out. Yoon-young mentions that his clan was defeated recently. Chung-hyo wants to clarify the situation. The Lightning God clan was wiped out, Yoon-young fled to Gorgon, and by coincidence, the Fortress Master announced an open challenge for the title. Yoon-young decided to fight, lost miserably. And now that he's powerless, he wants acceptance. Jaehwan nods brightly in response. Chung-hyo is puzzled. He wonders how such news arrived so late, since Manticore and Gorgon are not far apart. Word should have traveled within a week. Yoon-young realizes the others have no clue about the reality, asking Chung-hyo to repeat how Jaehwan saved them. Chung-hyo reiterates that the Golden Sky clan tried to bring down Gorgon. Saying those words makes him pause as a new realization dawns. The same traitors who attacked Gorgon must be behind the ambush on the Lightning God clan. He wants to confirm his suspicions. And it turns out they weren't the only target. The operation was much more systematic. Both the Rank 3 Dark Forest clan and the Rank 1 Heavenly Dragon clan were also destroyed. Kang Hwang, Kaiman, and Chung-hyo immediately grasped the implications. The entire Manticore fortress has fallen to the Forbidden Heaven clan. The fog clears. Only by blocking all communication could such widespread news be suppressed. Manticore Fortress must have sealed off all channels. The Fire King leader struggles to process this. Essentially, 3 of the 10 clans were overthrown overnight, allowing the Forbidden Heaven to seize control. Worse, they took over the communication system, manipulating messaging skills to suit their needs. Kaiman is stunned but starts connecting the dots. Rumors said the Forbidden Heaven clan was amassing power, and taking over Manticore in just years is shocking. Meanwhile, Jaehwan is quietly working through details, particularly the connection between clan rank and strength. The lower the rank number, the stronger they are. Yoon-young, unimpressed, comments that it took the master this long to figure it out. Realizing his mistake, he quickly bows an apology, hoping not to offend Jaehwan. Chung-hyo can only marvel at how any of them have survived so long. The workings of the fortresses are clearer now. Gorgon, Manticore, Dryad, and Garuda, each ruled by the 10 clans. Jaehwan knows this much, but Yoon-young explains the clans aren't equal. They are ranked 1 to 10, with rank 1 being the strongest. It's shocking that rank 9, rank 3, and especially rank 1 were all toppled by Forbidden Heaven, the supposed weakest at rank 10. The unnaturalness makes Yoon-young suspect there's powerful support behind this sudden invasion. As talk turns to Forbidden Heaven's plans, Jaehwan goes deep into thought. They've gone far beyond kidnapping the Dream Demon, pursuing goals eerily similar to his, the destruction of this world. He wonders if they've hidden the mayor in Manticore, remembering the refusal to disclose the mayor's location even after being decisively defeated. It's clear they fear someone, preferring silence or even death over revealing the truth. The scene shifts abruptly. A figure lounges on a throne, surrounded by severed heads at his feet. This is the brutal first appearance of Lim Jin-hong, leader of the Forbidden Heaven clan. Lim Jin-hong is told the Heavenly Dragon leader has been apprehended and imprisoned. He also receives an update on the Dark Forest leader, who is still resisting. Lim Jin-hong throws his knife at a corpse for amusement, Laughing at the pointless effort, it won't be long before they dominate that faction too. He is slightly more interested in what happened to the lightning god leader. One man replies they haven't caught him yet, and suddenly a knife is thrown into the man's shoulder for that news. Trying to control the pain, the man apologizes to the clan leader. The clan leader acts as if he's shrugged it off, asking for the lightning leader's whereabouts after they annihilated his clan. Another man reports on the Gorgon situation. Lim Jinhong ponders this. He has heard of the new fortress master, who decided to hold a contest for his title, even piquing interest in the expedition to the Abyss. He remarks how crazy it is that someone still talks about the expedition even now in Chaos. He notes the clan leaders might have joined forces after Manicor's fall, though this doesn't scare him as they were few in number. The big loss is Kildergran, who had put in a lot of effort to gather the foundation stones, and now he's gone. Even Lim Jinhong knows that meeting the Master of Darkness, the Pitch Darkness Monarch, is no joke. It's hard to believe a newcomer took down Kildergran. Lim Jinhong activates his screen to look up Gorgon's new master. Upon closer look, the face is familiar as he learns the master's name is Jai Huan. All of a sudden, the screen displays a giant message. He almost goes into a frenzy when he receives a message from the Master of Darkness. Look for the runaway product. Lim Jinhong thinks it's stupid. If the master couldn't handle this product, how can those in Chaos do so? Still, he orders his men to relay the message that they will keep looking for it. After thinking, he comments how weird it is that a product could run away from a tutorial, something unheard of. Not to mention the product actually killed a cultivator while still inside the tutorial. Then he throws another dagger at the injured man's face, killing him. Lim Jinhong asks his other informer if this makes sense to him. The informer shakes his head, then asks what to do about the lightning god leader. Lim Jinhong couldn't care less. In his mind, everything has happened for the best. All the clan leaders have stupidly gathered under Gorgon's roof, hearing the master's title is up for grabs. It's quite simple. They now have just one bullseye to focus on in their pursuit of unifying Chaos. He suddenly focuses on Amal Grotesque's demise, when there was an extreme evil surge from the castle grounds. He has no doubt that this was none other than the Soul King catastrophe. It's common knowledge that a catastrophe's energy soon fades, but now they have new information. They know the undead can summon other undead. Lim Jinhong declares those in Gorgon have no idea of a catastrophe's power and laughs crazily. Back to Gorgon, the heroes discuss the Forbidden Heaven clan and who could be backing it. Likely one of the 12 masters of the Almighty Land. Even though Yunyang points out the masters aren't supposed to interfere in Chaos, he knows only the 12 masters could rival the 10 clans. Kang Huang has heard the Almighty Land is a battlefield right now, and someone could easily take matters into their own hands while attention is elsewhere. Kang Huang thinks they should first contact the Resurrection Palace, where all Chaos fruits go and the monarchs reside. Obviously what's happening means that the treaty has been broken. Even Chung Hyo agrees on that point. Kang Huang pushes the idea that they should point this out at the Resurrection Palace. Kaiman doesn't like the idea of asking for help from the bastards at the Resurrection Palace. He notes they wouldn't stand a chance if the entire palace is plotting together. It's up to Jaiwan and Chung Hyo to decide. Manticore is already down. If they take action, it means an all-out war. Chung Hyo thinks it's simple. They'd have to face certain people eventually. A flashback shows Shever and Chung Hyo discussing Jaiwan's goal to unite Chaos so that the Fortress Master position is no longer needed. Chung Hyo gives his opinion that the boys' ideas of uniting Chaos are utterly ridiculous. The 10 clans and 4 fortresses are nothing compared to the Resurrection Palace. And despite his accolades, Jaiwan or anyone else in Chaos is too weak to take them on. He shouldn't dream of taking on the Resurrection Palace, at least not alone. But the new Fortress Master knows this, and he doesn't plan on doing everything alone. This is probably why he has Chung Hyo with him. Hearing this, Chung Hyo's jaw drops. He cannot believe Jaiwan included him in such a plan. It's been obvious our protagonist is inexperienced, while Chung Hyo, with 1,000 years of wisdom, is meant to be his counsel. Besides, the elder never actually said he wouldn't be part of it. Chung Hyo feels dumbfounded that this 60-year-old kid is bossing him around with a play on words. Now Jaiwan decides to clarify for the others. His top priority isn't the Abyss expedition. Everything else comes after uniting Chaos under a single banner. For that, he needs dedicated people by his side, true comrades. Kaiman is quick to raise a point. What if nobody is willing to go with you? Jaiwan falls silent for a moment, then replies, he'll do it alone if he must. Kaiman thinks that's impossible. However, our hero simply states that he has come this far on his own. Kaiman erupts in laughter at that, finding it amusing. Then Kaiman steps forward and declares that whether it's the Resurrection Palace, the expedition, or the end of the world, he will follow. Yoon Young echoes the sentiment. Kang Huang remains quiet. They want to know his stance, but he hasn't decided yet. Everyone looks at him puzzled, but he explains he's the only rational one. To him, joining Jaiwan right now is a sign of being ill-informed. They barely know the man, yet pledge loyalty so quickly. In his mind, Kang Huang doesn't think Jaiwan is guaranteed to lead the greatest expedition. He watches the situation and proposes a solution. If the other leaders in Gorgon acknowledge Jaiwan as their leader, he's willing to follow suit. It's only fair. Jaiwan agrees with the logic, however. He has a condition of his own. If he is to receive their recognition, then each of them must also be acknowledged by him. The others ask him to elaborate. He reveals his plan. He wants a tournament. With their clan leader titles on the line, if they make it to the quarterfinals, he'll acknowledge them, and then he intends to test them personally. Kang Huang doesn't look convinced, but Kaiman understands the reasoning. Being a leader doesn't make someone the strongest, and it's reasonable for the master to screen his allies. Suddenly, the doors swing open, and a dark shadow with a commanding aura steps in. It's just the furious Prime Minister holding scrolls. With that, it's clear the plan is already in motion. The document in his hands announces the Gorgon tournament preliminaries begin at 6 o'clock. The Prime Minister is tense and angry, knowing that regardless of Jaiwan's ambitions, the situation has spiraled into something chaotic for Gorgon's people. The outer fortress is packed. Strong-willed contenders have gathered, believing themselves worthy. James is struggling with identity checks lately. Shortly after the inner council convenes, Sir Carlton Javier muses that the Prime Minister can't be pleased with recent developments. In truth, Jürgen Schever doesn't hate the idea itself, but everything happening flies in the face of tradition. Sir Carlton Javier suggests that in times when the majority sides with them, perhaps decisions can be made without formal meetings. Ironically, the majority is already backing the Fortress Master. Among the inner circle, 3 of 5 members are newcomers. Since 4 tower leaders were killed during the attack and the lone survivor was left handicapped, the new appointees are younger. Claire for finance, Jaher for security, and Sir Carlton Javier for law. The proposals passed by default because of this shift. The Prime Minister finds it baffling that a pub owner, a second-stage adapter, could serve as finance minister. Claire responds, pointing out that while Schever might not approve of the Lord's policies, those policies are generating immense value. Schever seems confused, prompting Claire to ask if he looks down on her for running a pub. He quickly denies it. She explains her reasoning. The more people enter Gorgon, the more cash flows in. The tournament will be held at the northern outer fortress, previously devastated by the attack. Yet the damage has been mitigated through Jaiwan's foresight. He hired the local residents to rebuild while preparing for the event. Her final point, the financial loss caused by Forbidden Heaven, was 1,287 billion horns. However, Claire informs the Prime Minister that projected revenue is 13.28 billion horns, and she has set this lower bound to ensure they break even. Seeing Jürgen Schever's shock, Claire understands his thoughts. How does she know all this? She reveals she handled money in both her former life and the afterlife, so her credentials are sound. Claire admits she has no idea what Jaiwan will do about the expedition or uniting chaos. What she does know is simple. The steps Jaiwan is taking are about to change chaos forever. At the southern chaos, near the Great Sea, lies Dryad, the southern fortress. Dryad, a plant-type guardian horn beast, forms a natural fortress from its branches and secretions, drawing water from the sea to sustain itself. Issa Landcroft idly playing with one of the vines senses something is wrong. This is the Dryad Fortress Master herself, Issa Landcroft. Using her advanced scouting skills, she learns that the undead are moving toward Gorgon. She detects one of the 3 great undead, the backward-walking Magritte, a colossal creature making its way toward the fortress. The monster's massive red eyes make even Issa Landcroft flinch, breaking her concentration. She knows she must alert the Gorgon Fortress Master immediately. Within seconds, an owl messenger is dispatched to Gorgon. Meanwhile, back in Gorgon, the tournament is officially underway in a Colosseum arena. In just 3 days, the competition has reached the quarterfinals. Among the particularly intrigued spectators is Shin Muguk, the limitless clan leader. The tournament has proven fast-paced and entertaining. Chung Hyo, appearing in the background, remarks the speed is due to the participants' competence. These two clearly have history. Suddenly, Chung Hao's eyes widen. As he looks at Shin Muguk, the clan leader seems much stronger than during their last encounter. Shin Muguk notices the same about him. What Chung Hyo can't understand is why Shin Muguk didn't participate. Shin Muguk explains he sees these as mere dogfights and prefers proper matches. Chung Hyo scoffs, pointing out that a leader like Kang Huang is already competing. The scene shifts to Kang Huang, who is performing impressively, with flames nearly engulfing his opponent. Suddenly, his robed armored adversary pounces from above, defeating him. The onlookers are stunned, unable to believe Kang Huang has been eliminated so abruptly. Shin Muguk and Chung Hyo find this odd until Chung Hyo recognizes the technique. The Steel Monarch's Azure Cloud Mystic footwork. This fighter is one of Haelyu's warriors. The implication is clear. The Monarchs are interested in this tournament and have become involved. With this decisive match, the pre-quarterfinals conclude and the quarterfinals begin. Shin Muguk wonders why it's so rushed, but the answer is simple. Jaiwan is just impatient by nature. Soon, the crowd erupts in cheers for the Savant clan, and a man in a distinctive white uniform with a feathered gown appears. The chants reveal this is Zhuge Mayun, the savant leader and top military advisor in Chaos. Like everyone else, he knows Chung Hyo, and he winks as a greeting to the elder. Chung Hyo doesn't appreciate the gesture. Shin Muguk suggests letting it go, noting Zhuge Mayun is just a 400-year-old kid, and the elder should act his age. However, Chung Hyo won't have to wait long. It turns out Zhuge Mayun's next opponent is Master Jaiwan. The identity is clear when Gorgon's seal, the elegant tattoo, appears on his arm. Chung Hyo will see his grievances settled soon. On the field, the two engage in an exchange about geopolitics. The advisor states Jaiwan's ideals are clear, but impractical. In the front row, Shin Muguk doubts Jaiwan can defeat someone as decorated as Zhuge Mayun. Still, he senses something different, though it's his first time seeing the boy. Shin Muguk remarks Jaiwan's energy is reminiscent of Chung Hyo's, guessing he might be his student. The old man laughs. How could a monster like Jaiwan be one of his pupils? The difference is obvious when, with a single move, Jaiwan sends Zhuge Mayun crashing into the wall without effort. Zhuge Mayun remembers he had no opponent, so Jaiwan allowed him to face the fortress master directly. The reason he entered was to offer the Lord some advice. Many before him came as masters, offering hope that never ended well. He thinks especially of the expedition, where unfulfilled hope turned to despair. His purpose is simple. He wants to crush that hope before it takes root. For 400 years he has never conceded, and he won't start now. Rising, Zhuge Mayun asks Jaiwan if he really believes he's been beaten. He reminds him that he mentioned a one-on-one battle but never specified the type. So he proposes a battle of wits instead. The crowd grows restless, wanting Zhuge Mayun to concede. Chung Hyo saw this coming. It's just a way to avoid admitting defeat. Shin Muguk points out a problem. In a contest of wits, it's hard to determine a winner. Meanwhile, Jaiwan wonders aloud what the game is, signaling his willingness to participate. Instantly, the environment shifts around them, bit by bit, until suddenly they are in a military strategy formation world. A notification pops up, warning him he's a rookie and offering a manual. He realizes this is a strategy game inspired by Frontier, created by one of the 13 masters, Maris, a favorite pastime in the Almighty Land. Zhuge Mayun brags that he is practically the best in Chaos at this game, and offers Jaiwan time to learn the rules, but our hero thinks it's much simpler than they say. He is familiar with this scenario: 3 races fighting, collecting resources, and training troops in real time to destroy the opponent's base. He spent thousands of hours playing this exact game at a PC Bang back in Korea. It's almost as if these mayors are just plagiarizers stealing technology from Earth. Since Jaiwan is eager, the clan leader suggests the Lost Garden setting, a battlefield designed for this strategy world. In moments, Jaiwan represents the human race, while his opponent takes the undead. The undead master assumes Jaiwan is a novice for picking humans, widely considered the weakest race. The undead grows stronger with time, so the advantage should be his in the early game. His plan is simple: rapidly construct buildings, lay foundations, and train workers for an all-out assault. But almost immediately he is blindsided. Human troops are already inside his base hacking undead heads, and his artillery is being cut down. He can't figure out why Jaiwan attacked so early, or how watchtowers popped up right inside his own camp. Moments later, the reason becomes clear. The hidden watchtowers are attacking his troops from within. If he tries to destroy them, he'll have to send his soldiers out, where Jaiwan's farmers will eliminate them. But if he doesn't, he can't gather resources. Regardless, he decides to push forward with his original plan. Unlike his opponent, our hero comes from modern-day Korea, where this nuisance technique is well known. Even if it's considered cheese by many, the audience realizes Jaiwan has completely taken over the game. It was arrogant of the savant leader to assume the master was a rookie. He tries to protest, saying it's an unspoken rule not to attack for 10 minutes. But Jaiwan points out there's no actual rule. Zhuge Mayun insists it is tradition, but our protagonist doesn't care. No rule means no restriction. Soon the clan leader is on the ground, teeth clenched, wondering who Jaiwan even is. There is no reasoning with him. He is demolishing his opponent using tactics the strategist never imagined. There is no catching up to our hero now. Eventually, the truth sets in. He can't win. It took 400 years, but maybe this was the moment he was waiting for. He kneels and finally concedes defeat before the master. After the match, Chung Hyo is curious about the move used against Zhuge Mayun. Jumping down from the audience with Shin Muguk, he heads over to our boy. Chung Hyo points out he usually only does thrusts, but now he's pulling off slashes. He jokes he must have been inspired by his style, and adds that the spiral slash was clearly based on his technique. Jaiwan doesn't hide his annoyance at hearing the name. He reminds Chung Hyo he hated names like Chung Hyo Thrust, and now the elder is changing the title they agreed on. It was supposed to be Fatal Spiral, as suggested by Kaiman. Chung Hyo is shocked, thinking Jaiwan didn't care about names. Turns out he prefers that one. But enough about that. He's curious about the skinny guy with Chung Hyo. This man looks strong, and Jaiwan wants a spar. Shin Muguk finally believes Chung Hyo. He realizes the boy isn't the polite type who sticks to protocol during introductions. But Jaiwan just makes a face, saying that around here the older folks are strongest, so there's no point in going easy. Shin Muguk notes how animated Chung Hyo is, tossing out comebacks. He hasn't seen the elder this excited since the expedition 900 years ago. What's more, Jaiwan reminds them of Mulak, the one who once gave hope to the people of Chaos. Yet that name carries the shadow of despair, the despair of the Abyss expedition. Mulak was the captain all those centuries ago. The question on Shin Muguk's mind is whether Jaiwan can truly fill Mulak's shoes, given he is just 60. The potential is there, and it's possible our hero could even surpass Mulak. However, Shin Muguk senses none of the moral righteousness in Jaiwan that Mulak had. In fact, the two are total opposites. Where Mulak was measured and mature, our protagonist gives off a distinct sense of bloodlust instead. Suddenly, Shin Muguk's eyes widen as he spots the moon world symbol, realizing he can now see from Jaiwan's world. That can only mean one thing: he's already awakened. Chung-Hoo picks up that Muguk has figured out our hero is fully awakened. Muguk suspects Jaiwan might even be a rank higher than the third awakening. Before this goes any further, it's already time for the quarterfinals, which will be filmed live on stage for everyone to see. Hearing this, Chung-Hoo suggests they return to the front row, but our protagonist isn't interested. He heads straight for the arena instead. It's not his turn yet, but his impatience is at an all-time high. He surveys the remaining competitors. If he sets aside Kaiman and Yun-Yang, the rest are genuinely powerful, especially the one Chung-Hoo and Muguk had discussed earlier, the Steel Monarch Hyoyu's subordinate. The woman with the chain sickle catches his eye as well, before he can think more on this. Jahir steps onto the stage, reminding the Fortress Master that it's not his turn. Jaiwan's sudden appearance makes the crowd buzz with excitement. Grabbing the two-horned mic, he starts to announce his intentions. He's too bored and things are moving too slowly for his taste, so he declares a change of plans, even throwing out the one-on-one rule. One of the opponents is in disbelief at what the new Fortress Master is proposing. We learn this is Jagok Ryong, the Priestess clan leader. She immediately criticizes his move, questioning what right he thinks he has at this stage. To her, it sounds crazy. How would a group fight even work? How would they determine a winner? But our boy corrects her. She's assuming he wants teams, but what he's actually proposing is that all 6 of them team up against him instead. The contestants are stunned before they can think too much about it. He offers that whoever brings him down first can claim the Fortress Master position. After a brief silence, the Colosseum erupts in cheers. This is about to get real. The girl with the chain sickle finally speaks up, saying she'd been waiting to hear what Jae-won would suggest, and she's genuinely excited by how wild his challenge is. After making his announcement, Jae-won tosses the mic back to Jahir, fully aware of the importance of securing the attention and trust of the audience. The people of Chaos. He understands how things work here. The stronger the trust, the deeper the connection, and that connection can be built over time. It's a simple equation, but when time is short, there's another way, by displaying overwhelming, undeniable strength. He's still thinking about this when the only truly free-spirited fighter, the girl from earlier, suddenly gets right in our boy's face and shouts that she likes his way of thinking. Her boldness stuns everyone. She even openly considers not killing the Fortress Master. The crowd is left confused. It only becomes clear after she leaves that she's just forfeited. Before departing, she whispers something odd about not wanting to get caught up in trouble with that thing coming. However, our protagonist doesn't really understand what she means. Out of nowhere, Yoon-Young speaks up as well. He declares that he too is forfeiting, admitting he can't beat the Fortress Master at his current strength. Technically, he hasn't lost until the quarterfinals, so he still keeps his title as leader of the Lightning God clan. Kaiman disappointingly follows suit, also forfeiting and excusing himself with similar words, even praising our hero in the process. That leaves only 3 opponents left. Jiwon had wanted to display unmatched power. Now, even if he defeats these 3, it won't be the dramatic display he envisioned. Still, if all 3 attack at once, maybe he can show something phenomenal enough to cement himself as irresistible. Jaegak Ryong points out that things aren't exactly going according to plan. Jae-hwan decides to fight the remaining 3. After that, the Priestess clan's vice clan leader, seeing how confident he is, suggests the clan leader should teach him a lesson. However, the clan leader politely shuts her down, reminding her they didn't come here to fight some overambitious, hot-headed Fortress Master. Hyoyu's warrior is there too, the one Lord Hyoyu specially requested earlier. The 2 clan ladies ask him what he's after. His approach has been even more effective than she anticipated. She uses the moment to shift the discussion to the Abyss expedition. Since it ended, no one has had the drive to revive its legacy, but she genuinely believes Jae-won is the right person to lead it. She supports him openly, throwing her full backing behind him before the entire audience. Then she redirects the crowd's energy, reminding them that they didn't come just to see a new Fortress Master crowned. They came for something more. At that moment, she removes the veil that has always covered her face, unveiling massive hypnotic eyes. Instantly, the entire atmosphere changes. A strange illusion sweeps through. Glowing butterflies begin to drift across the already enchanted audience. People's eyes go wide. Her gaze can dig into emotions, hidden thoughts, and their deepest righteousness. But our hero remains unfazed. He sees through her so-called righteous eye magic, recognizing that she's twisting the crowd's perception with talk of hope and desire. For a moment, he seriously considers ending her spell with a stab, but looking around, it's already too late. The crowd is fully under her control, chanting along with her. Just then, an unexpected voice cuts through the noise. It's the gentleman's sword. He has no sides, no bias, and he's just arrived all the way from the south, not for a fight, but just to observe. He makes it clear he's not interested in watching people bicker over a title. Apparently, Myungwan, as he's called, is considered on par with one of the 10 clan leaders. Sir Carlton Javier strolls through the hallway, swinging open the door to one of the offices, only to find a messenger bird waiting inside. That's when the news drops. A group of undead is on the move, and not just any group. There's a massive mega undead leading the way, heading straight for Gorgon Fortress. The message is from Issa Landcroft, Fortress Master of Dryad Fortress. This shakes Carlton badly. Meanwhile, back in the arena, things take a turn. The sky has been slowly turning pitch black. Fortress Master Jaewon remains cool and expressionless as always, but even he knows something is off. The Priestess clan leader steps up and announces that there's no need for more internal fighting, and the tournament should come to a stop. She addresses the audience, saying that a proper expedition needs a captain everyone can trust. Chungho and Shin Maguk, with all their experience, see right through her. They know she's up to something, using one of her top-tier righteous eye illusion techniques. Chungho is already on edge, wondering what sneaky tricks she'll pull next. Counterintuitively, she throws Jaewon's name into the ring, saying it makes sense for someone of his strength and standing to lead. The crowd is fully convinced, eating up her dazzling performance. But it's only when the gentleman's sword responds that the real angle becomes clear. He reminds everyone that being a captain isn't about being the toughest in the arena, or the smartest in the Colosseum. The swordsman says the priestess could easily test whether Jaewon is even fit to lead. That's when she announces her righteous audit. To everyone else, this sounds like a perfectly fair idea. Even Jahir, who's usually level-headed, is swept up in her spell, clearing the stage and announcing that the priestess will test the morality of their fortress master. Up in the sky, she conjures huge magical arrows, aiming them right at our protagonist. She turns to Jaewon and directly asks if he's ready to be audited. That's when it clicks for Chungho, who facepalms, knowing exactly how the clan master operates. Many people take this test to see if they're ready for the next step. But he's stressed, gritting his teeth, aware she's setting a trap. She's about to gaslight our boy, trying to shake his confidence and make him seem unfit. After all, who wants to follow a captain into the abyss if he might just turn on his own squad for the greater good? One bad answer and Jaewon could lose everything. Chungha knows him well. He's never been the graceful noble type, but before the elder can figure out how to stop this, the fortress master has already taken the bait. She even double checks with him for a verbal yes, making sure no one can claim it was a setup later. For a moment, everything goes dead silent. The pause lasts long enough that someone in the crowd finally snaps, complaining about all the buildup. Suddenly the scene flips. Now our protagonist is in the middle of a storm, stuck on a ship in an ocean simulation. According to the clan leader, storms like this are normal in the ocean region. She points at a floating rescue board gliding towards some people. Someone is drowning out in the waves. It's a classic moral choice dilemma. Play it safe or take a risk. Our boy reaches down and grabs one of the drowning people, pulling him toward the board. But here's the twist. The rescue boat has a limit of 10 people. If he brings one more aboard, the whole boat will sink. Then comes the notification, like a prompt straight out of a game. Does Jaewon play by the rules and save the majority by letting the one go? Or does he risk everyone for the chance to save this last person too? There's no middle ground. He's got to decide, and quickly. The priestess turns to him and asks what he wants, what he would choose. It's clear what will happen if he lets the drowning man go. People will throw a tantrum at our boy. If he pulls the man aboard, everyone will criticize his poor judgment. But what the priestess doesn't realize is that Jaewon doesn't play by the rules. He refuses to choose option 1 or 2, despite all her attempts to prove he isn't fit to be expedition captain. He picks a third path. She is utterly stunned, not expecting him to find the hidden choice, the one that only appears if someone truly thinks outside the box. Unfortunately for the clan leader, the notification board suddenly reveals that same hidden option. It reads, they'll rotate, each taking turns on the support board, with only 10 people at a time and 1 person in the water for a brief period. It's a price everyone is willing to pay so no one becomes fish food. This is probably the best judgment anyone could hope for, and it doesn't strip away the humanity from our protagonist. She realizes he's come up with this solution and it's genius. All signs point to a win for our hero, at least that's how it appears. She notes, however, that he still hasn't spoken up. The priestess clings to a last hope, wishing he'll try some other clever trick instead. But the fortress master surprises her by focusing on the real problem. It's the sea itself. So what does Jae-won do? He declares he'll split the sea since that's what's swallowing his people. It works out for the clan leader, except of course it really doesn't. Chung-hoo is the first to catch on to what he's about to do, realizing our boy is about to go way off script. And then Jae-hwan literally splits the sea with his world stab. The clan leader's entire setup crashes down. Jae-won's solution is so far outside the box that he straight up solves the dilemma. Not long after, the people in the simulation are clapping for the fortress master, cheering him for the slick move he's just pulled. Meanwhile, the notification panel glitches like a cheap knockoff game, then crashes entirely, announcing the audit is over. That's when the clan master breaks character. For a moment, it looks like she's about to curse out loud, unable to believe she's been beaten at her own illusion-ridden game. Before things can escalate, a sharp alert slices through the moment. This isn't a drill. Gorgon has made the call. Everything is shutting down. No more fights, games, or dramatic speeches. The fortress is locking down, and everyone, especially the crowd, needs to evacuate immediately. At first, people file out in a civilized way, confused by the sudden order. But once word spreads that there's an incoming undead attack, not just any, but a massive, terrifying one, true panic erupts. The reality sets in. The sky is darkening not for drama, but because an undead army is coming. Yoon-young can only whine about his fate. How he was the Lightning Clan leader and sole survivor, yet will now die in the Gorgon undead attack. As usual, Kang Hwang and Yoon-young start bickering, tossing insults as nerves get the better of them. In truth, Kang Hwang's legs are shaking just as much as Yoon-young's. In the midst of the emergency, Chung-hoo and Shin Muguk focus on bigger issues. Shin is amazed that this kid, Jae-won, not even a couple of centuries old, is leading as if he's some kind of caped crusader. It's enough to put some of the old-timers to shame. Chung-hoo wants to focus on the present. He admits he never thought he'd see a situation like this again, not even after 900 years. Muguk completely understands the deja vu. 6 of the 10 clan leaders are already here, and the situation mirrors that old death wish from their visit to the undead palace. Whatever they saw there, something they still don't talk about, might just be about to repeat itself. There's an old rule the veterans have spotted. When there's a medium threat, smaller undead follow. When a giant one appears, so do the medium ones. But this time, King Catastrophe, the ultimate boss, has shown up in Gorgon. The Soul King was one of the main reasons they built the fortresses to begin with. As the story unfolds, the true horror of the Soul King and the monstrous abomination he is comes into view. Following him is an undead beast, a mega-dead level threat. The situation is beyond dire. Among the chaos, they see the creature with huge red eyes, the terrifying backwards-walking Magret, poised to unleash havoc upon Gorgon. The scene twists into a waking nightmare. Death spreads everywhere, devouring the place alive. Civilians scramble in panic, but most aren't fast enough to escape the horror rolling through Gorgon. In the middle of the chaos, the priestess stands completely frozen, her body refusing to move. She watches helpless, as nightmare undead rip through people, tearing limbs and snuffing out lives without mercy. All her confidence is stripped away. Everything around her is sucked into a darkness that keeps spreading. There's one moment she can't shake. A monstrous, twisted undead snatches up an old man right in front of her. This isn't cinematic drama. It's cold, suffocating, and revolting. Though it seems impossible, her trembling is real. Her wide eyes are stretched even wider, but they're useless now. Her scream comes too late, just noise, powerless to change anything. She's left pleading for reality to give her a break. Suddenly, the gentleman's sword, Mayung-gwan, slices into the fray like a last hope. He hurls himself between the monster and the clan leader, but even he can't change what's happening. He doesn't save the old man. He can't even save himself. He's just stalling doom for a few seconds. The priestess screams again, watching the undead's claw nearly tear into his face. Then her world collapses into slow motion. She's caught on the fact that nothing matters anymore. Every action feels meaningless. Every what-if is a joke, and she knows it. That realization breaks her worse than the monsters do. Watching Myung-gwan's fate, she understands something bitter. Free will means nothing if the universe is just mocking you. Hope is a scam drowned by the same outcome: death. Just as she's surrendering to being swallowed by the nightmare, giving up because even fighting back feels like lying to herself, an explosion of blinding light rips through the massive monster, slicing it clean in two. The shock is sudden and sharp. There's the Lightning Clan leader, Yoon-young. But clearly fed up with the chaos, he's trying to snap the priestess out of her trance. But it's not working. The girl's still locked in her own shock, frozen and unhelpful. His tone is anything but gentle. The nightmare situation keeps spiraling, and her wide-eyed existential paralysis is just making it worse. Yoon-young turns his attention to the rhythm of the battle. Kang Hwang, Kaiman, and Yoon-young himself are working like clockwork, fighting for their lives. The priestess, rigid as a statue, watches them with confusion. She can't understand why they're pushing so hard. She thinks hope is long gone, buried under death and ruin. Watching them fight through the madness only baffles her more. We get flashes of Yoon Young pounding the ground, forcing monsters away from her, while Kaiman's blade cuts down anything that gets too close. Kang Huang is in the mix too, patching up gaps in their defense. To the traumatized priestess, it looks like raw courage or maybe recklessness, but for them, it's just survival and sheer willpower. Yoon Young, alert even in the chaos, knows the truth. They're barely holding on. There are too many monsters and they're only getting nastier. Just when it feels like they'll be overwhelmed, a new focus emerges. The Gorgon tattoo on our protagonist flares up. A warning, a signal. He's cutting a path straight for the Magret undead. No distractions, no side fights, just him versus the biggest nightmare in the room. The thing isn't just a monster, it's a death sentence. 3 cold eyes, jagged teeth, wicked spikes and claws that promise instant agony. But Jaewon doesn't flinch. He dispatches lesser monsters like they're nothing. His moves are clean, fast, and ruthless. One moment he's thrusting, the next he's slicing, but he keeps his composure, never going full berserk. He knows this enemy is different. The monster bites at anything nearby, turning anyone not quick enough into instant carnage, so our hero keeps his distance, watching, measuring, waiting for the perfect opening. This isn't just a fight anymore, it's a test of survival and strategy. Jaewon, ever the one to bend the rules, knows his best bet is to back up and go long range. That's the plan. Create space, strike from afar, stay alive. But the Magret isn't brainless. It has its own long-range attack and it doesn't hesitate. Whatever it's about to unleash is anything but pretty. Our boy barely dodges, scraping by as destruction explodes behind him. The monster readies itself for another round, charging up again. That's when he makes the bold move. Instead of dodging, he braces himself, ready to block the attack, almost as if he's daring to test the very depth of hell. The battlefield goes quiet as the Magret loads its main mouth for a devastating strike. Cut to Chung-Hoo, fighting his own monsters on a different part of the battlefield. He's far from panicked like the priestess, but his hands tremble not from exhaustion but from memory. The last time something like this happened, the aftermath was a graveyard, and he remembers every loss in excruciating detail. Even with all his experience, he senses the unwinnable nature of this fight. The word hope echoes in his mind, bringing back a memory of Mulak, the old fortress master. He remembers Mulak saying hope isn't some flowery ideal, it's a necessity. Sometimes people need hope that's so bright it drowns out even the deepest darkness. With all this talk of hope, we're shown Jaewon in action. Our protagonist is already deep in the fray, charging straight at the beast as it charges up. No hesitation. He knows exactly where the blast is forming, and he plunges his blade right into its core. He's done testing. He's aiming to end the nightmare before it can even finish its attack. Moments later, a blinding flash slices through the battlefield, forcing everyone nearby to shield their eyes. It's coming from the exact spot where Jaewon has been locked in combat with Magret. Chung-Hoo's gaze tracks the light, and what he sees next nearly freezes him in place. Our boy is standing there grinning like a madman, fresh off landing a heavy blow on the creature. The monster looks even more grotesque now, somehow more revolting than before, as if the hit peeled back a layer too far. Chung-Ho watches, already past the point of trying to make sense of whatever Jaewon is. The guy just doesn't fit any logic. But the Magret isn't done yet. It lunges, its nasty tongue whipping out, rib-like spikes wrapping around him, trying to end things on the spot. The jaws clamp down like a bear trap. Even so, our protagonist doesn't panic. He blasts his way out of the creature's grip, not giving it a moment to savor its catch. Then it starts, the glow in his eyes, his blade poised to give the monster a taste of real pain. Chung-Ho recognizes what's coming, and gets deja vu from Jaewon splitting the sea earlier. It's the same move, the signature strike. He's charging it up, ready to cleave the. Meanwhile, Shin Muguk, watching all of it unfold, finally gets it. He turns to Chung-Ho and says what everyone's thinking: Jaewon is the most reckless person he's ever seen. Chung-Ho just grins. Reckless? Sure. But that's exactly what makes him who he is. He'd protect that madness with everything he's got if it came to it. Jaewon is the most reckless person he's ever seen. Suddenly, everyone else is fired up too. Shin Muguk's ready to leap into action. Even the traumatized priestess clan leader who'd been frozen like a statue starts to come around. Maybe that's what was missing. Jaewon. Undeniable hope incarnate. Even the savant clan leader decides to show his face, which irritates Chung-Ho given his timing. Where was he when things were falling apart? Much as Chung-Ho and the others might rally, it's no time for optimism. The 3 big undeads are still running wild. Even so, the squad's giving them hell. Yoon Young tries to throw shade at Kang Hwang, joking about how impressive it feels to be throwing lightning compared to Kang's fire. But it falls flat. He just wants a chill moment to brag about taking down abominations. But Kang Hwang is too exhausted to care. He's still hacking through monsters and slinging fire like the Fire King he is, but it's tough to feel invincible when nightmares keep coming, teeth bared, while fatigue keeps creeping in. As long as the 3 big undead are standing, there's nothing to celebrate. Suddenly, a random girl shows up out of nowhere and throws a rock at one of the monsters Kang Hwang is fighting. She's got guts, but no sense at all. The massive undead locks its blood-red eyes on her, a puzzle of horror, and lunges, but golden chains snap around it just in time. That's Sir Carlton Javier making his entrance, and he's not alone. He's brought Prime Minister Jurgen Shiver and the rest of the gang. Kang Huang finally lets himself relax and even cracks a smile. Backup's arrival gives him the boost he needs. He's not alone. Shin Muguk is already tearing it up. Everyone in Gorgon is out there, showing what it means to have real heart. We swing back to our hero. He's not just fighting, he's rewriting the rulebook. He carves a hole straight into the Magritte, then finishes it off with a gravity-assisted strike. His blade glows, lighting up the whole Gorgon fortress as if announcing exactly who just dropped the hammer. Fast forward 10 days. The smoke is cleared, damage is being tallied, and there's a wild buzz on the streets. Chaos is alive with the news. 3 of the great undeads, including the dreaded backward Magritte, were taken down by the heroes of Gorgon. The entire population is alive with energy. The scene shifts to Maykal, who's having a one-on-one with a trainee or maybe a friend, breaking down what's happened in Chaos, especially in Gorgon. He gives off this vibe that things are improving, but he challenges the other guy to think deeper. Maykal asks what's really changed since the epic battle 10 days ago. The trainee doesn't get it at first. Maykal points out that sure, the monsters were beaten, but the aftermath is still rough. Infrastructure's a mess and life isn't easy. He's not just talking about the clan leader's base being there or the resources pouring into Gorgon's market. It's subtle, but below all the victory headlines and political reshuffles, people on the ground are struggling. The hero wins narrative isn't as clean as it sounds. The real shift is in how people act. There's a bit more cheer, like hope is allowed again. People seem alive, the opposite of what chaos usually is. But Mikal isn't buying it. He shuts it down quickly. The boy's so focused on the future, he probably didn't see the path of devastation. Mikal references that wild moment, the black sea of undead sliced open by a single sword. But that spectacle cost real lives, many of them. Mikal doesn't fully understand what went down either, but he's piecing it together. Everyone was there. People's eyes were full of hope that night for real. They're clinging to the half-truth that Gorgon's doing better now, which, in his opinion, is kind of foolish. What really bothers him is that people actually think they can live normal lives in chaos now. Suddenly, a massive explosion-like sound shatters the calm. The trainee flinches, looking around as if they've been dropped into a bombing run. Maykal, calm as ever with his great horn slung over his shoulder, doesn't blink. He tells him it's nothing new. It's been happening for 10 days straight. The younger guy, wide-eyed, speculates it must be because the 10 clans moved their headquarters there. He gets even more spooked as he realizes that could mean war is coming or has already started. Mikal doesn't confirm or deny it. Whatever's going on, it feels like war. Meanwhile, up at the training grounds, we see what Jaewon's been up to. He's not relaxing. The blade wielder has been grinding the clan leaders, training them hard, making sure when the expedition comes, they'll all be ready. A sudden glass shattering sound hits the scene like a bomb, and Lim Jin Hong's face freezes in sheer disbelief. The man looks like someone just told him the sky's purple. He literally has to ask his subordinates to repeat themselves word for word, because he cannot accept what he just heard. Apparently, some guys just took out a mega undead. There are only 3 of those monsters in all of Chaos. Slaying one isn't something you do casually. It's only supposed to be possible for someone ranked above a lieutenant general, so no, he's not buying it. He immediately orders his men to dig deeper and figure out what's really happening. Still stuck on it, he's convinced this is one big mistake or some kind of misinformation. What he doesn't know yet is that in 4 days' time, he'll be staring at the complete wipeout of the North Branch of the Forbidden Heaven clan, not just defeated, but decimated. Meanwhile, over in Gorgon, it's a different kind of chaos. All the clan leaders are gathered, looking like they just walked out of a bar fight, bumps, bruises, and the whole mess. And there's Jaewon absolutely unloading on them. Yoon-young, who usually jokes his way through trouble, is on the verge of tears. He mutters something, and our protagonist snaps, calling him out. The fortress master wants to go around the room and give every one of them a reality check. Yoon-young, fast, but that's all. Kang Hwang, strong, but moves like a rock. Jigelmun overthinks everything and reacts too late. Jagok Ryong is agile and sharp, but her stamina is trash. Kaiman, though, stands out as the best among them. Solid fundamentals and no glaring weakness. But that's where it ends. He's just the king of average with no killer edge. To our boy, it's obvious. These folks have been cruising on easy mode for way too long, living off what's been handed to them instead of truly earning it. Chung-hoo, who usually laughs things off, actually loves that take. He sticks close to Shin Muguk, agreeing wholeheartedly. But Jaewon doesn't spare him either, calling Chung-hoo out for being too weak. Considering these people have lived for 1,000 years or more, it stings. Chung-hoo is pissed, but he knows Jaewon isn't wrong. His memories stretch back 900 years when the 10 clan leaders were monsters. Minimum 7th stage adapters, no joke. Leading the Heavenly Dragon clan, top dog even then, was a 9th stage powerhouse. But even with all those heavy hitters, the one who made them look like amateurs was Mulak, the mayor. That guy was on a different level. Yet even with all that power, the Abyss still chewed through them because the Abyss doesn't care who you are. It's built to break the best. Our hero isn't impressed with what just went down. He straight up shames the current group for getting this banged up just by wiping out a single branch of the Forbidden Heaven clan. If this is their state now, how are they supposed to face the real HQ in Manticore? Forget the Abyss. They'd get destroyed just knocking on the front door. The Fortress Master's patience runs out. He decides right there and then, it's Hell Week. Hardcore special training, no breaks, no excuses. That's when Jigelmun jumps in, trying to inject some reason into the room. He gets the sense that maybe the Fortress Master is out of the loop about how adaptation works. So he dumbs it down for everyone. Everyone here is an adapter, but the real grind starts after that. Going from non-adapter to first stage takes about 10 years. First to second, try 20. Third stage, 40. It just keeps scaling up like some never-ending staircase. Living humans can't even begin to dream of reaching the fourth stage. Most would be dead before ever getting there. Meanwhile, J1 has that mischievous glow in his eye, like he's plotting something wild, and the strategist is starting to sense what's up. He suspects our boy is trying to push them all toward awakening. If that's the case, he's got bad news for him. That's not how awakening works. You can't just train for it like earning a gym badge. It hits you out of nowhere, sudden and brutal. Our protagonist is actually stunned for a moment, like he hadn't expected that. But there's still one thread he can hang on to. There's a consistent pattern for those who awaken, and he knows it firsthand. You have to give up your world, not metaphorically, literally. That's when Chunghu steps in, laying it all out like a prophet. There are 3 stages to becoming awakened, but for now, only the first matters. You destroy the world you came from, the world of adaptation. The life you've lived so far, that home's got to collapse. Not everyone gets it right away. It's too abstract. So Jagok Ryong spells it out. Let go of your status, your systems, all the nonsense you've been conditioned to believe. Forget everything you thought was true about power and progress. Yoon Young for once finds her words surprisingly insightful. He wonders how a guy like him ever became a clan leader. He doesn't get offended, he's already back to chilling. The man's an overcharged adapter. His potential nearly unlimited. He's got natural ability with everything. When Yoon Young puts it that way, he sounds like some next-level prodigy, especially since he can grow 100 times faster than your average adapter. So that's no small feat. Overcharged adapters are rare. Even the 12 Lords are part of that group. So Kang Huang rolls his eyes at this. Half of it, he claims, is just good marketing. He points out that everyone here is an overcharged adapter too. Except, here comes the shocker. Kaiman isn't. Out of everyone, he's the odd one out. No special engine under the hood. That's wild considering how skilled he is compared to the rest of the clan leaders. The thing is, Kaiman doesn't care about any of that. He's ready to toss away all his talent, his world, even his sense of self, just for power. The only thing he's determined to hold on to is his burning hatred for those 12 lords. That obsession fuels him. Jagok Ryong steps in and tries to talk some sense into him, reminding the Southern Sea Clan leader that he's talking about wiping out everything. Gone, vanished, erased. She brings up the Great Disappearance, which is yet another can of worms our boy hasn't even heard of yet. By now, Jae-won's used to this kind of lore surprise. He raises an eyebrow, curious about what's coming next. She explains that around 700 years ago, cracks began appearing all over the Almighty Land. Back when everyone was locked in battle with cultivators, the cracks weren't just phenomena, they were more like a rogue terrorist group with a clear message. Reject the current world, awaken yourselves, and head for the Forgotten Land. The monarchs responded by agreeing to wipe them out. The philosophy those rogue adapters preached, it matches up a little too well with what the Fortress Master is now suggesting. Jae-hwan wants the crew to let go and aim for true awakening, that same message. Back then, the cracks managed to rally thousands of adapters to their cause. The wildest part is that no one knows where those people ended up. It's like they disappeared from reality, poof, gone, as if they never existed. Jagok Ryong isn't just sharing this on a whim, she's narrating because some of the returners were her friends. A handful made it back, claiming to be awakened, at least first stage, but they were never the same. Whatever they saw, wherever they went, it changed them fundamentally. And that mystery is still unsolved. They came back deeply damaged. Our protagonist isn't in this for drama. He genuinely wants to know what happened to those who called themselves awakened, because from his perspective, there haven't been many around lately. That's when Jagok Ryong drops the real bomb. Every single one of those who returned eventually killed themselves. Straight up, they couldn't handle it. Some suffered complete mental breakdowns, others faded into madness, and a few lost their memories entirely. No matter what form it took, amnesia, insanity, unbearable knowledge, it all ended in the same place. Identity collapse, existential nightmare territory. They all ended up claiming in some way that they no longer knew who they were. Our boy gets it now. He draws a clear line. He's not part of the Cracks movement or any cult, but he won't pretend this new road is safe or easy. It's as dangerous as it gets, and Jagak Ryong is right to be wary. That's why he won't force anyone. He only wants volunteers, not blind loyalists, but people willing to face whatever this is head on. So there's just one more question to answer. What's he gonna do with the ones who don't volunteer? Jaewon's never been the type to leave anyone behind. He's not gonna toss them aside. He'll help them grow in their own way too. Even if Jagak Ryong still thinks this is another setup for disaster, he sincerely wants everyone to grow stronger, to adapt and evolve beyond anything they've known. She facepalms at hearing his evolving spiel again. The Fortress Master still acts like he couldn't care less about the full context. He basically ignored Jigelmun's explanation that constant training isn't going to magically leap them up the adaptation ranks in a week, but it seems our protagonist has a workaround. Next, everyone follows him to a strange building none of them have seen before. Makel is already there, standing like a proud mechanic, letting Jaewon know everything's ready to go. Yoon-young's the first to notice it. The entire building is built from the horns of horned beasts, elite-level craftsmanship. The Fortress Master makes sure no one is left in the dark. He wants every single one of them to understand exactly what kind of hell they're signing up for. Suddenly, their notification panels light up. A prompt flashes. Do you wish to become Tower Walkers in the Tower of Nightmares? Chung-hoo stares at the screen, his eyes wide, jaw dropped. He knows exactly what that means. So yeah, it's only a matter of time before the tower properly welcomes our squad. They're already picking up on the vibe, a genius move in the making. Chung-hoo is especially impressed, quietly wondering how a human managed to pull off something only mares are known for. It doesn't take long before the group starts pointing out just what kind of place this is. Kaiman notices right away. There's nothing above the second floor. That's exactly why our boy brought them here in the first place. Jigelmun finds the whole setup both amusing and kind of an honor. He's already planning to break through, no matter what. Even Yoon-young looks more serious than usual. Everyone's in because they want to level up. Enough with the admiration. According to the Fortress Master, if they want to stand around gawking, they can do that on their own time. Right now, it's go time. Here's the deal. The training happens in a time-dilated environment, where everything moves at 100 times slower than the outside world. 7 days outside means 700 days inside, almost 2 years of nonstop grinding. But there's a catch. The squad needs to watch out for soul corruption. The denser the time, the higher the fatigue. When they push through brutal routines, the risk of corruption can spike past 80%. If that happens, it's instant logout. The loudmouth points out how Jaewon actually cares about them. Jagak Ryong just stares at him like he's some big shot. Our protagonist's annoyed face says it all. Now comes the split. He already knows some of them aren't down for the awakening process, so he divides them into 2 groups with different training paths. After the split, it's clear Kaiman's the only one gutsy enough to put himself through hell. The others, they pick the alternate adapter route. With that decided, it's rumble time. Yoon-young can't go 5 minutes without irritating someone, showing off his speed by dodging all of Jagak Ryong's moves. She can't stand his smug attitude, feeling like he's looking down on her using his Lightning God clan skills. That's when Kang Hwang storms in, going full fire mode, blasting flames everywhere and yelling that destruction beats speed any day. In his mind, smashing faces is far more satisfying than running from a brawl. The Savant clan leader is probably the most full of himself in the group. He throws out the usual condescending remarks, claiming they're all weak and haven't made an inch of real progress. Meanwhile, Shin Moo-guk just watches silently as 3 of the 4 clan leaders go at it like it's a grudge match. But before we dive too deep into the chaos, we flash back to moments earlier, seeing how the squad planned this whole thing. Kaiman was always going to choose the awakening process. But Jagak Ryong doesn't get how the rest are going to use this tower to level up when everyone else is already maxed out as adapters. The clan leaders are way ahead of non-adapters, and climbing higher isn't exactly easy. According to her, they'd need a god-tier skill book or some divine revelation to make even the tiniest bit of progress. Naturally, Yoon-young chimes in with his usual shady idea, just steal the skill books. It's hard to tell if he's joking given his sketchy past, but no one is shocked. Our hero, though, has a different plan. He doesn't want shortcuts. Jaeguk Ryong watches his calm, unreadable face and guesses maybe he wants to play sensei, but that's not it. He wants them to teach each other. Sounds cheesy, but Shin Moo-guk of all people actually thinks it's genius. Not just clever, but the kind of thing that makes you wonder why no one thought of it before. The thing is, these clan leaders are all proud pricks. Never would have come up with something so cooperative on their own. Even now, learning each other's skills is a long shot because they just can't stop arguing about who's the strongest. But even with all that dysfunction, Shin Moo-guk's got a gut feeling these idiots will level up, somehow miraculously. At least, he hopes. Meanwhile, his thoughts drift upstairs to Kaiman. If anyone's really suffering right now, it's him. Cut to the swordsman, drenched in sweat, swinging his blade. He's lost all sense of count. Could be 10,000 swings, 100,000, maybe 1,000,000 by now. His arms are running on pure muscle memory. waging war against himself. Even now, the Fortress Master treats him like a rookie, reminding him to breathe between slashes, calling him out for skipping beats, saying he'll never hit real strength unless he fixes it. Kaiman keeps questioning the process. Is this really how you awaken? Is this what it takes? But Jae-hwan shuts down that kind of thinking quick. No room for doubt. They talk about why Kaiman's frustrated. It's just being stuck. The only sound beyond the coaching is the swish of his blade. He's not missing the other adapters. He's not even comparing himself to them. He just thinks he's not that talented, not built for this kind of change. But our hero doesn't buy any of that. He draws a line between Kaiman and the overpowered adapter brats with egos the size of continents. The swordsman's not some cocky clan leader. He's got heart, grit. That matters more. Consistency, purpose, and willpower beat raw talent every time. Awakening isn't for the gifted, it's for those who bleed for it. Just when Kaiman's about to doubt himself, the Fortress Master gives him a vote of confidence. Makes it clear he trusts him and asks for trust in return. That spark is all it takes. Kaiman doesn't just swing, he shifts, now hitting with real power. If she didn't know before, she would now. Chung-hoo made up his mind ages ago. He's done with the cracks and human psychopaths. That doesn't stop Seola from trying. She's determined to convince him he's got it all backwards, that the cracks are actually fighting for humanity. They're the only ones left who still care. But the mayor isn't buying it. To him, the whole thing's broken. The cracks drag people down, use humans as fuel for a twisted plan, all while acting like saviors, as if anyone with sense would fall for that. In his eyes, the cracks don't matter anymore. Their time as a real force is long gone. Now they're just clinging to cult glory. Even the lords once marked them as a threat, but after the Great Disappearance, that faded. Seola laughs at that, soft but sharp, hypocrite much. She hasn't forgotten, Chung-hoo didn't just support the movement leading to the Great Disappearance. He helped lead it, 700 years later, and now he wants everyone to forget? Not likely. That one lands harder than the old-timer lets on. Chung-hoo tries to keep his composure, but she's clearly twisting the story to suit herself. He remembers things differently and points out the intentional gaps and misrepresentations, yet he still can't bring himself to meet her gaze. Staring at the floor hardly exudes confidence. There's at least a kernel of truth in what she's saying. Seola, too, doesn't hold back. He saw everything unfold. The Great Disappearance happened right before his eyes, and he didn't intervene. Whatever transpired back then, Seola wouldn't be who she is now if he hadn't played his part. The most disturbing part is that there are still real people in the crack, clinging to his grotesque techniques as if they were gospel. Out there, they're trying to awaken by tearing each other apart, swinging swords, stabbing, dying, and repeating it all in a deranged ritual. Round after round, the violence continues. His past isn't just a lingering shadow, it's still bleeding into the present. Survivors keep swinging their swords, lost in madness. As she pours a glass of wine, harsh flashes of these scenes surface. People killing cultmates in a blood-soaked well. The worst part is that this brutality is the goal. Only a handful survive after slaughtering their comrades to deaden their emotions. They continue, numb, swinging a billion more times without feeling. That numbness, that hollow inside, is built into the process. Awakening requires tearing away what makes you human, just to see what remains. The old man knows this better than anyone. He hasn't met her eyes in ages, dodging a truth he buried deep in avoidance. Suddenly, Seola brings up how all of that leads only to the first stage of awakening, dismantle. But the moment she says it, something in him snaps. He's furious. That's not the right way, nor the right word. His sword is drawn before he realizes it, reflex taking over. It's ironic, coming from someone not even fully awakened. He pulls her into his white world, the same space glimpsed when he treated Mino, a blank canvas still untouched. That's the irony. The man who chased awakening like a religion is too afraid to create his own world, scared he'll lose whatever soul he has left. She, on the other hand, isn't afraid. Whatever chaos she's conjured on her canvas is deeply disturbing. That's when he realizes times have changed. Seola is now the second co-captain of Crack. She's not here to show off, though. She attacks, flinging blood-stained sickle chains, each drop telling a story. This is about more than rank. The way she moves, the raw force behind her strikes. She might have reached the third stage of awakening. Then she unleashes her power. The blood on her chains pulls him directly into her unique world, a nightmare landscape. He's frozen, wide-eyed, as if his soul stopped cold. The ground is littered with corpses from cult violence, bodies hacked apart in slaughterhouse fashion. And then it clicks. This is the aftermath of the Great Disappearance. This sea of blood, the stench of massacre, this is her unique world. She gives everything. The dead don't pretend to live, and chaos never changes. Even if neither can say it aloud, the truth remains. Chaos has no hope. Seola still makes her offer, wanting him back in the Crack. But the old master isn't turning back. He senses the shift she just triggered, faint but undeniable. Change is coming and he believes it. His expression betrays him. This new fortress master, this unexpected hope, is dragging even the most stubborn veteran into belief. It's remarkable that neither the disaster 900 years ago nor the massacre 700 years back knocked sense into him. Ciola's anger boils over. Her voice turns bitter. She wants him to fail again, hopes that blood-soaked defeat clings to him like a curse, praying he'll abandon his new allies just as he once left the Crack. Regardless, Crack is watching. They're not finished with him yet. Meanwhile, back at the Nightmare Tower, Kaiman is deep into his awakening arc. Stage 1, the question, he confronts a doppelganger made of his own doubt. Stage 2, understanding the world he just questioned. Stage 3, erasing it all, leaving it blank. He's meditating when Jaewon bursts in, sword drawn, shouting at him for sitting idle. Our boy demands he stop pretending and fight as if his life is on the line. Kaiman feels weak. He knows he can't win. Our protagonist, though, is already on another level. He's not here to coddle anyone. He's tired of excuses. The clash comes fast and hard, existential, as if Jaewon isn't merely attacking Kaiman's body, but ripping through his very core. Judging by the aftermath, he nearly did. Kaiman spirals, wondering if any of it meant real growth, ready to give up. But our protagonist isn't finished. He tells Kaiman to stop letting the world's chains hold him back. Something inside Kaiman snaps. He releases the weight of the world, breaking his shackles. His awakening reaches stage 3. This time he's ready, eyes glowing. Kaiman raises his sword, surrounded by razors of water and berserk waves. Without hesitation, the two collide. Jaewon's Moon Eye world spills into reality, colliding with Kaiman's water waves in a display that borders on mythic. After their brutal clash, rain falls as if the sky itself is exhausted. Kaiman drops to one knee, only his grip on the sword keeping him upright. Jaehwan calmly walks over, offering congratulations for reaching the 3rd stage. Kaiman, still dazed, wonders if he's truly grown stronger. Our hero smiles knowingly and nods. The scene pulls back, revealing the devastation left in their wake. Kaiman's realization lands hard. He's nowhere near Jaewon's level, not yet, not like this. Our boy's 3rd stage awakening stands leagues above the rest. Cut to the inner fortress. The expedition is back on, but this time it's everyone except just Jaewon. Someone finally calls out the system for what it is: unstable, broken, riddled with nepotism. The so-called 4-fortress treaty to avoid the abyss, ready to be buried. The catch, it's a 3-fortress meeting thanks to Lim Jin-hong's takeover of Manticore. For now, Gal Huidong represents Garuda. Dryad brings Issa Landcroft. Shiver is stuck managing Gorgon. The adaptation team of clan leaders is present. The Prime Minister likely regrets letting our protagonist step away to train, because right after that, the emergency meeting was called, and Garuda's fortress master wasted no time making demands. Typical. Kang Huang and Yoon Yang are already fed up with the delegates. After ignoring everything, these people now want to lead the Abyss expedition? Not a chance. Meanwhile, Shiver tries to steer the discussion back to the original issue, the hidden clans. But the real problem is the missing awakened heroes. Technically, the Prime Minister can fill in, but in matters like this, the Fortress Masters make the decisions. Jaehwan in Gal Huidong's eyes is still just a 60-year-old kid. The 8th stage adapter says so openly. Putting our boy in charge of the Abyss expedition to him is like tossing car keys to a toddler. Yoon Yang isn't standing for it. The instant Gal Huidong throws shade, Yoon Yang snaps, lightning crackling, fists clenched, ramping up the tension in the room. He warns the Golden Monarch to choose his words carefully. Honestly, his origins leveled up from sheer audacity. But in true form, Yoon Yang didn't think it through. Did he expect the delegates to stay calm while Garuda's fortress master is threatened? No way. At this point, it's beyond politics, it's personal pride. The adapter team has had enough. And with Kang Huang stepping in, it's clear they won't sit this out. Everyone in the room feels it. They won't let Gal Huidong or the so-called Almighty dictate leadership of the expedition. The decision is made. Our protagonist will captain the expedition. End of story. No votes, no debate. Before anyone can blink, our boy Jaewon's ever-loyal lapdog is already out on the training grounds, throwing hands with none other than Garuda's top dog. It's too late to wonder what Yoon Yang was thinking. Gal Huidong indulges him with some sparring, not one for talking things out. The kid fires back, suggesting that the fortress master is scared of him, which Huidong finds amusing. He tells Yoon Yang to take the first move, a break-a-leg kind of gesture. But Jaewon's follower isn't waiting around. He's already darting forward, moving too fast to track. Only the lightning crackling around him betraying his position, a clear warning. The Fortress Master tries to compliment Yoon Yang's speed, but he doesn't even finish the sentence before the brat's airborne, coming in with a full-on lightning strike. The veteran definitely wasn't expecting that. A Stage 7 adapter pulling a stunt like this is not the infamous lightning-slinging brat from before. Still, the Fortress Master isn't an easy opponent. Reality sets in. There's only so much a Stage 7 can do against a Stage 8, no matter how flashy the moves are. He takes the hit and shrugs it off without a scratch, then retaliates with the Golden Meteor Chakram, sending a swarm of disc shields at Jaewon's sidekick. Kang Hwang and the rest of the crew are losing it, watching their guy get hammered. Meanwhile, the Fortress Master is already celebrating, picturing himself in the expedition captain's chair. But the joke's on him. Yoon isn't down, not even close. He's back up, lightning still arcing around him, warning everyone that round 2 is about to get wild. The Lightning Kid points and tells his opponent he's about to see something unforgettable as the meteor discs power up. He surprises everyone by unleashing a fire technique, one that's way too close to Kang Hwang's to be a coincidence. The Fortress Master isn't giving out gold stars, especially not after Yoon follows it up with Jiggle Mun's notorious 8 invisible traps move. He freezes, catching the implications. Some of these so-called clan leaders must have swallowed their pride. Who trades away a legacy just to get their hands on someone else's technique? It's pathetic, but even the Fortress Master has to admit that pride doesn't pay the bills. Suddenly, Yoon, knives in hand, closes the distance and lands a brutal hit. The Fortress Master's chest shows the dagger wound. That's enough to make him angry. Maybe the Lightning Brat pushed it too far, because now his opponent isn't holding back, with the Meteor Chakram accumulating and his aura swelling. Jaehwan's follower realizes he's kicked a hornet's nest. Mayhem erupts. Delegates, security, and even the Fortress Master's own men scramble for the exits, trying to escape before the spinning discs tear up the training ground and turn it into a rocky sandstorm. The destruction is immediate, but Issa Landcroft and Shin Muguk remain watching. The Garuda Master calls out the Lightning Brat, taunting him to survive this storm. Catching a bolt of lightning, he suddenly realizes he might have spoken too soon. At the height of the sandstorm, Yoon cuts through the rocky tornado, closing the gap with ease. He even gestures mockingly at his opponent, a sarcastic pat you on the head move. The Storm Slasher counters the Meteor Chakram with the Savant Clan leader's Cloud Dragon series Heavenly Sword attack. In a flash, he's got his knife pointed at the Fortress Master's forehead. Shin Muguk steps in immediately, signaling that things are going too far. The Mediator tries to calm the situation, reminding the Fortress Master that this is over. There's no need to summon the Guardian Horn Beast Garuda, an anti-dead god weapon. The Garuda boss pulls back just in time with disaster averted. The Fortress Master admits defeat and acknowledges that Yoon dared to fight like that, seeing that chaos has been avoided. Muguk announces that since Garuda's master has accepted his loss, he'll be taking on the next challenger for captaincy, and extends the invitation to Issa if she wants in. She wears her timeless tense expression. Then without warning, Jagok Ryong runs across to the other side. Muguk can't figure out what she's up to, and then she declares she's switching sides, clearly convinced the odds have shifted. A man's voice echoes from the training ground entrance, challenging Muguk. It's the 9th stage adapter, the Jade Mask Golden Monarch Bang Cheonil. Our protagonist knows him in Chaos as Mr. Fruit Stealer Asshole, a prominent figure among the monarchs who snatched the fruits all those centuries ago. Jurgen Shiver and Muguk especially want to hear why he's come to Gorgon after everything he pulled. Sensing the tension, Bang Cheonil insists they should leave the past behind. He says this is about the present and invites Muguk to join him in setting things straight, claiming the Steel Monarch misses him. Shin Muguk can't decide which is more pitiful, Heoyu accepting Bang Cheonil, or Cheonil choosing to serve under the Steel Monarch. The man points out that Lord Heoyu is so forgiving, while Shin is stuck in the past. In the Jade Monarch's view, at least martial artists should stick together. Muguk greets Cheonil with a sword strike, 9 centuries of betrayal burning in his veins. The Jade Monarch blocks the blow with a bare-handed jab, forcing him back. What Shin can't comprehend is how these guys managed to win over the Priestess clan leader, the Fortress of Garuda and Dryad. Cheonil just shrugs, calling it mere homage in exchange for advice. More of a display of cooperation, he blocks another swing with just his hand, making it clear that the Gorgon Fortress Master and his loyal followers are the ones causing trouble by chasing a diluted dream. Truly pitiful. For the first time in a long while, Muguk loses his composure. He's been the calm voice of reason, but now he can't stop himself. Issa Landcroft observes, thinking his outburst is more than justified. Yet she experiences a flashback of a conversation with Heoyu's warrior, who emerges from the shadows to speak with the Dryad Fortress Master. Issa appears torn, caught between doubt and a sense of justice. But Heoyu's warrior reminds her that the Forbidden Heaven nuisance isn't the real threat. The bigger danger is the new Gorgon Fortress Master. This isn't just a gut feeling. If the Steel Monarch himself thinks Jaewon is dangerous, there's weight to the warning. Our boy has been striving to unite Chaos for reasons nobody but he understands, and as ever, with every new threat, there's that persistent, senseless hope of something grander. When our protagonist moves to bring Chaos together, bloodshed will follow, unavoidable. Heoyu's warrior tells Issa she knows this already, and there's no point in turning a blind eye. She has 960 years of experience to weigh his claims. He even brings up something that happened 90 years ago as proof, hoping to clear her doubts. She seems convinced at least enough to keep those past mistakes from repeating. Whatever they plan in that flashback, it's about the upcoming Fortress Summit just a week away. Back in the present, it's clear that Muguk is struggling against Cheonil. The Jade Monarch, while blocking every attack with his palm, tells the old-timer bluntly to give up. Muguk turns to land the Heavenly Sword attack, but Cheonil's only reaction is amused composure. The Monarch blocks the swing with his clenched fist. The gap between a level 8 and level 9 adapter is undeniable. Cheonil leans in, whispering that Shin should pick up some adapter skills and stage upgrades before trying again. In a flash, Cheonil thrusts his palm into Muguk's chest, knocking the veteran back several feet. Even though the strike is uneventful, it's lights out for Shin. Jagak Ryong can only watch, stunned by how overpowered these monarchs are. What's even more alarming is that this jade-masked golden monarch, ruler of the 12th region, isn't even the Grand Monarch. Above him still sits the Grand Monarch, followed by the Lieutenant General, then the Major General. Cheonil is only a Brigadier General, rank 3. Jagak Ryong realizes they have been planning an Abyss expedition as midgets, facing giants they can't even reach. Chaos never had the odds on its side. Cheonil turns to his speech, saying these Chaos upstarts are in desperate need of a reality check. They might earn their ranks and throw parties down in Chaos, but compared to the Monarchs, they're nothing. As he's talking, an attack nearly grazes him. Muguk, battered but far from finished, is back on his feet, surprising even Cheonil. All he manages is to stab the Monarch's hair, though. The Jade Monarch warns him not to press his luck. Staying in the fight will only get him killed. Shin refuses to back down, spitting that the Monarchs only won last time by stealing the resurrection fruits. Chaos lost comrade after comrade, and no one from that day has ever truly moved on. Cheonil watches his old friend's persistence and considers that perhaps Shin has finally chosen death. Muguk charges, fury blazing, aiming to cut him down with a sword strike that's noticeably different. Cheonil's face finally changes as Muguk switches to the Heavenly Destroyer form. Still, the Monarch neutralizes it with his bare hand, activating the bottomless pit technique. Maybe they really are not worthy of reaching for the stars. Cheonil grabs Shin's face, reminding him that they couldn't change anything 900 years ago, and they're sure not going to change anything now. Jigelmun's look makes it clear that Shin is in serious trouble. Cheonil tells him to blame their new master Jaewon for what's about to happen. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows, apologizing for arriving late. It's none other than the ever-drenched Awakened One, Kaiman. He steps forward, announcing that the Fortress Master will be late, and maybe it's best if the fighting is left to him. Water drips steadily as the new Kaiman draws his sword. Prime Minister Jurgen Shiver, hearing of Jaewon's delay, already doubts the squad will even make it past the starting line. Still, Kaiman signals to Shiver that he's got this under control. There's plenty of doubt. After all, even Shin Maguk with all his grit couldn't manage to win against Bang Cheonil. Yet Kaiman doesn't even blink. He stands calm, absolutely sure of himself. At the same time, Kaiman tells the other clan leaders to evacuate the rest, get them as far from danger as possible. Jigal Munsa suggests teaming up against Bang Cheonil might be the smarter move, but Kaiman is clearly working some angle the others don't see. He steps forward, prepared to face the jade-faced asshole alone. Kaiman knows exactly who the jade-masked Golden Monarch is. What Bang Cheonil fails to realize, at least at first, is who he's up against. Then it clicks. This is the same weakling from back in the day, the one not strong enough to make the expedition cut. Kaiman gives a nod. Bang Cheonil hopes the kid's improved because he's done wasting time on the weak. Kaiman welcomes the chance. He'd be more than happy to teach his opponent a lesson. Kaiman pulls his sword against Bang Cheonil, and the Monarch's eyes light up. Bang Cheonil tries the same grab-and-push move he used on Shin Maguk, but Kaiman reads it like a book, as if it's happening in slow motion. That rattles the Monarch just a bit. Bang! Moments later, Bang Cheonil's hand twitches like it's been shocked. The Jade Monarch looks more amused than angry. He watches curious, wanting to know what kind of technique that was. It's not the same as Jaewon's signature thrust, but it's just as strong as any normal one. Kaiman makes it clear he's not holding back. Every thrust from here will be at full power, and Bang Cheonil better not mistake him for some weakling. Unless, of course, the Monarch actually wants to die. That line alone stokes Bang Cheonil's temper, the nerve of this punk, thinking he can take out a Brigadier Monarch. He manifests a dark, monstrous claw from his hand, but Kaiman doesn't flinch. He pierces the incoming monstrosity like it's tissue. Apparently, Kaiman crossed a line. In a heartbeat, those creepy, dark claws come at him from every direction, yet he stands composed. Right then, a flashback hits. Our boy Jaewon congratulates Kaiman for reaching the third stage of awakening. Even in that moment, Kaiman's got doubts, still that humble guy wondering if he's worthy. But our protagonist lays it out. Kaiman has been grinding for far more than just 2 years. 10 billion thrusts? That kind of madness doesn't happen in 700 days. Time bends wild on the second floor of the tower. It's a whole different, crazier, time-dilating beast than the first. Back in the present, Kaiman's glowing again, ready to tear Bang Cheonil apart. With a single swing and thrust, he slices through the claws. And the Monarch finally realizes he's facing an awakened opponent. He'd heard about Jaewon being big news, but never imagined Gorgon had another awakened beast. Kaiman gathers roaring torrents of water. looking absolutely majestic. Bang Sheonul scoffs, acting above such a move. But as massive waves rise, Kaiman surges forward with a powerful thrust, riding through the water like a torpedo. Panic creeps onto Bang Sheonil's face as the waves crash over him, washing away his arrogance. Water crashes all around, drenching the field. And Kaiman stands tall, sword in hand. Bang Sheonil has dropped to one knee, his royal smugness gone. Kaiman is ready to finish it, but Jogu Kryung, the priestess clan leader, steps in and cuts him off. He's confused, she's switching sides as if it's all a game. She tells him to stand down. 2 years of training isn't enough to face a monarch. If this were the old Kaiman, maybe that would have shaken him. Maybe he'd have doubted himself. But this Kaiman, not a chance. It hasn't been just 2 years for him. He's been grinding for 200 years, breaking himself in that tower again and again, becoming something new entirely. Kaiman launches a brutal helix death blow aimed to end the Jade Monarch. The attack is wild, leveling everything nearby. Jurgen shiver, and the others stand there, stunned, realizing the monsters they've nurtured. Shin Muguk understands now Kaiman actually did it. He killed the bastard. It all makes sense to the others. Our hero didn't just send Kaiman because of a scheduled delay. Jaiwan knew they were growing too dependent on him, and that it was time for them to stand on their own feet. Kaiman proved just how capable they've become. That showdown was absolute slay. The news is exploding everywhere. Kaiman, the Southern Sea Clan leader, didn't just go up against the Jade Monarch, he finished him for good. It's the sort of headline that sends shockwaves across the entire continent. Iceland Croft is reading about it when Kaiman shows up, and she still has that lingering conflict in her gaze. She doesn't hold back her real concerns, though. She's genuinely worried that he might actually be considering teaming up with Jaiwan against those at the Resurrection Palace. Taking down the Jade Mask Golden Monarch was huge, yes, but at the end of the day, he was still only a brigadier general. That's entry-level stuff compared to what's coming. The Supreme Monarchs are in an entirely different league. From here on, every step means facing monsters who make the last guy look like a warm-up boss. Our boy isn't wavering. He's tired of being held back by the past, trapped in self-doubt and regret. Last time, 9 centuries ago in the Abyss, he froze, but this time there's no turning back. Iso watches him, genuinely impressed. He's not the same person who used to choke on his own insecurities. The Kaiman standing before her now has flipped the script. That endless hesitation he used to carry is gone. Now he's the one leading, clear-eyed and determined, pulling others along with absolute conviction. She stands by the window, taking in the city around the Tower of Nightmares, alive with ambition. They call it the Artisan's Tower these days, but for her, it's still the same old story. Cultivation through towers is nothing new, but Kaiman is different. This place isn't like those typical cultivation towers. No products, no cultivators, nothing of the sort. That's when it dawns on her. The reason he changed is probably the Artisan Tower. He must have climbed it, pushing himself beyond his limits. And now he's intent on proving to the Dryad Fortress leader that it's no illusion, no trick. No one here is pretending anymore. These people are done running. Everyone in Chaos wants to earn their lives, not beg for them. She can't look away from the scene. It's not just power-hungry maniacs like Yoon Young and Kang Huang filling the streets. Now it's the regular people, ordinary citizens, and in a strange way, it's beautiful. After 9 centuries living a lie, they're determined to build something real, not taken, not granted, but truly theirs. Meanwhile, Jaiwan and Chung Hyo are having a quiet conversation beside a peaceful lake. The 3-Fortress Summit is probably finished by now, Jaiwan notes. Chung Hyo agrees. And the topic shifts to Kaiman. Jaiwan teases that maybe Kaiman's even stronger than his old friend now, which gets under Chung Hyo's skin. He might be annoyed, but the truth is this kid is centuries younger and could probably best him in a fair fight. Then Jaiwan gets serious. Why start over from scratch? Chung Hyo's awakening was brutal, violent, and traumatic. He never made it to the 3rd stage, bailing before he could. Now he wants a new path, a clean awakening, not one bathed in regret. Chung Hyo slips into memories of his time in the crack, of nights spent crawling out of the mud with nothing but that same cursed word, dismantle. No variation, no freedom, just grotesque survival in a world of blood. First came dismantle, then assemble, and finally self-surrender, a cycle so rigid and cruel it might as well have been carved in bone. We see flashes of him soaked in blood, repeating the same ritual again and again. He knows it wasn't a profound awakening, it was just a meat grinder with a fancy name. Back then, muttering dismantle every time. There were no questions, just instinct. The assemble stage never brought him pain. There was no space for feeling. But Jaiwan, that guy's existence is built on questions. Everything in our protagonist's journey is a why. Life, world, purpose. Why? That constant questioning tears him apart. There's even a glimpse of the eerie Moon Eye, our hero walking through a world wrapped in barbed wire, filled with unanswered pain and unresolved questions. Even his so-called unique world is no escape. It's as real as it gets. Then, out of the blue, Chung Hyo asks how old Jaiwan is. It seems random, but he actually heard from Mayad about the third floor being completed. Mayad mentioned that the time density on that third floor is insane, much wilder than the second. Yet Jaiwan was only in there for 2 days, so what's the real number? Turns out it's 1,000 years. He probably made more swings in there than breaths outside. Chung Hyo is floored by the answer, but he's not about to shower Jaiwan with praise. To him, our boy is still just that same punk kid with a fancy title. Yet deep down it throws him off. This guy lived through a millennium of hell and doesn't even look satisfied. Who is he really? Then Jaiwan suddenly stands up, announcing that it's time to head for the Resurrection Palace, the one place that might finally offer a real challenge. Chung Hyo suggests waiting until Gorgon has more awakened barracks like Kaiman. But our protagonist has already run the scenarios in his head. He knows the monarchs aren't just waiting for new awakeners. Sit around and they'll strike first. The plan is simple. Make a move before the enemy expects it. He doesn't want to raise the place, just grab the key pieces in the Resurrection Palace. Chung Hyo gets it. The real target is the Mayor's Treasure, an artifact that blurs the line between the living and the dead. And then there's the Narrow Gate, a passage into chaos while alive. If they destroy it, the monarchs lose their monopoly. Without hesitation, Jaiwan and Chung Hyo make for Manticore, where the path to the Resurrection Palace begins. Chung Hyo knows this won't be easy. They're walking straight into a trap set up for Jaiwan, but that's just how it is. And our boy, he walks right up to the gate, throws it open without blinking, and says what he always does. If it comes to that, if chaos comes crashing down, he'll do what he's always done, burn through it. Jaiwan charges into Manticore Fortress with zero plans, no sneaking, just full send. Chung Hyo suggests they could have slipped in quietly through the alley, but our boys set on doing this loud. They'll need all their strength for what's coming, and Manticore isn't even the final boss. He unleashes his aura, draws Doc Bull, and goes feral, thrusting, swinging, and slashing like a storm. Meanwhile, Lim Jin Hong watches the chaos unfold on his holographic screen. Every rumor about Jaiwan all true. With reports of the Northern Forbidden Heaven base and the Path of Waves, everything finally clicks for him. If only he'd gotten that highlight reel a bit earlier. The irony isn't lost. He's supposed to hunt down this so-called product for the Pitch Darkness Lord, and now here it is, stomping right up to his front door, loud as hell. A female voice cuts in, clearly thrilled to see the battlefield being wiped clean. She's not curious anymore about why the Pitch Darkness Lord wants this product. This is no routine logistics run. Siren dances with excitement as Doc Bull flashes across the screen, grinning wildly. Lim Jin Hong tells her to watch her language. Not even pretending to be impressed, she drops onto the throne beside him like it's her personal couch. He's uptight about Miram etiquette and protocol, while she couldn't care less. She's here for the spectacle. Our protagonist is out there erasing people one by one, each dropped with a single blow. Listening to her commentary grates on Lim Jin Hong's nerves. But she didn't show up just to annoy, she came to deliver news. The Jade Mask Golden Monarch Bang Sheonil appeared in chaos. He already knew Bang had been stirring up Garuda and Dryad fortresses, trying to sway the fortress masters, and helped wipe out the undead they'd sent there. Brief flashes show the carnage left in his wake, twisted remains of those abominations. What gets under Lim Jin Hong's skin most is how these monarchs treat the treaty to stay out of chaos like a joke. First, the Pitch Darkness Monarch, now the Steel Monarch, just another proxy war. A game, it's true, but Siren isn't here for gossip. She brings the real bombshell. Bang Sheonil got himself killed. Lim Jin Hong is stunned. Even more so when he finds out it wasn't a monarch or massive army. It was just a clan leader who did it. In his mind, not even all the clan leaders together could have pulled that off. But Jaiwan didn't assemble pushovers, he built a force. The Southern Sea Clan leader alone proves it. This isn't about clever tactics. These guys are diving straight into madness, killing the Steel Monarch's Bang Sheonil, that cocky dog. Brave? Not really. Suicidal. A move like that doesn't go unnoticed. The monarchs all watch each other like hawks in the almighty land. One death and the whole balance shifts. Kaiman just kicked the hornet's nest. Before Lim Jin Hong can spiral too far, Siren snaps him back. Jaiwan's coming, so what's the play? He barely blinks. He's smug. The plan's simple. Send the demon warriors, Siren's own handcrafted nightmares. If Jaiwan wants a dramatic entrance, they'll give him a hell of a welcome. Jaiwan walks with Chung Hyo, roasting him for wondering how a bunch of nobodies wound up steering the Forbidden Heavens world domination plot. Our boy admits he has a point. Then the bandaged figures appear, just like those undead from the previous Fortress Master's ceremony. They crawl out of the darkness, the nightmare only beginning. The squad is surrounded. Evil energy chokes the air. Whatever these things once were, they're now walking corpses with a pulse. One voice cuts through the mess, delighted as if he spotted a celebrity crush. He calls Jaiwan the Pathfinder. Word travels fast. A bandaged figure steps forward, mouth torn to the ear, half his face covered, voice grating. Chung Hyo freezes when the creature calls him by his old divine healer title. How does this monster know that? Then it hits him. This is Heinz. Once a guard at the Southern Gorgon Fortress, he used to tend the wounded, collect demon horns, stay loyal for a century. That boy now stands twisted beyond recognition. But Chung-hyo remembers the grateful, righteous guard he used to be. He stumbles over his words, begging Heinz to return to Gorgon and leave this mess behind. Heinz doesn't budge, then he snaps, not with anger but with memory. 100 years ago, the Crimson Masaha clan stormed the southern checkpoint. Peace was shattered in a heartbeat. Blood covered everything. 50 guards, including the inspector, were slaughtered. Heinz was the only survivor, wounded and alone. Chung-hyo, of course, had been absent for the whole massacre. By the time he arrived, Heinz didn't scream. He begged to be trained to become stronger to stop it from ever happening again. Chung-hyo just gave him the big picture speech, and justice happens sometimes. He offered sympathy, but nothing more. Heinz buried his grief the only way he could, through pain and persistence. He bled, broke, rebuilt. Justice died somewhere along the way. He tears off his mask, beneath it his bone, no second eye, a skeletal horror. Chung-hyo freezes. The kind second-stage adapter he once knew is gone. Standing before him now is the vice-clan leader of the Forbidden Heaven clan. Catching up is over. It's time to fight. Heinz grabs his wicked sword, offhandedly mentioning he's heard the Gorgon Fortress Master only ever goes for thrusts. He sounds almost eager. In seconds he's got Balkan's 8 fangs aligned, turning his blade's aura into a fanged monster manifestation. He follows up with his signature move, Carotid Sever, lunging in with everything he's got. But Jaiwan just tears through the wild swirling aura like it's nothing. Boom, that beastly energy shatters with a single thrust. Heinz is stunned, unable to comprehend what just happened. One of his followers, panicking, suggests they take our protagonist down together. It's desperate, but it beats getting destroyed one by one. Heinz gives the order, and suddenly it's a full surround. Little do they know. This is our boy's comfort zone. His eyes begin to glow as if possessed. Meanwhile, Lim Jin-hong is losing it back at court. Unable to believe the dead demon warriors are getting torn apart like background extras, it's terrifying. He knows the only way they can take Jaiwan down is if he himself, someone almost as strong as the monarchs, joins the field. Because sure, our protagonist is a powerhouse, but if they pile on hard enough, even he might fall. But there's a catch. Jaiwan is still the chosen product of the pitch-black monarch. Hitting him too hard is like picking a fight with fate. If they mess up, it won't just be a lost fight. It'll blow up everything from the roots up. Lim Jin-hong yells for Siren, acting like she owes him, but she's so not in the mood. This guy wants more? She's the one who figured out the Spirit Stone, gave him the Black Cloud boost, and built the Undead Demon Warrior squad from scratch. Now he's asking for more? She doesn't even bother replying. She grabs his face, fingers clamped across both cheeks, ready to seal a deal whether he likes it or not. On the battlefield, Jaiwan is thrusting through the demon army, moving at full tilt with clean surgical strikes that are almost too fast to follow. Heinz's hatred grows. He can't stand that this 60-year-old kid has achieved more in a fraction of the time compared to his own 2 centuries. The guy turns into a walking horror show. Whatever monster act he had before looks tame now. Transformation erupts. Tentacles burst from his mouth. Eyes blaze with hellfire, and it's clear that earlier metamorphosis speech was pure nonsense. Heinz is still lost in 100 years of rage and lets it push him over the edge. He manifests an evil spear staff and without warning charges at the occupied fortress master. Our boy dodges the savage spear attack that cracks the ground, causing even Heinz's own henchmen to flinch. Heinz tries to launch into another hard work and morality speech, but Jaiwan ends it right there. No nonsense, thrust time. His subordinates can only watch as their vice clan leader's body is ruined, half gone in a single strike. And in Jaiwan's mind, he's just wondering why the enemies of chaos are always the same kind of meathead. The others are stunned, their 9th stage vice clan leader obliterated just like that. Our protagonist is out of patience, he's had enough of these for the cause speeches. Bam, another clean stab, slicing straight through the darkness and lighting up the battlefield. For the vice clan leader, it's Moon Eye World time. He's forced into a reality check. These fools thinking pain makes them justified get a brutal dose of perspective. Above, that massive eye symbol unveils the true meaning of hell to Heinz. Even he who never bowed to anything can't ignore the suffering the awakened, Jaiwan, endures. This is the unique world of an awakener, as it appears to those who refuse to submit. The giant eye watching everything is no exaggeration. Is this what our boy faces every day? Heinz wonders if staying righteous would have meant treading this same path. His final recognition is different. He sees Jaiwan as a monster, the toughest breed around as the rest of Heinz's body collapses. Reality snaps back. All the demon army goons look on in terror. With that last single thrust, he cut the history of Manticore in 2. Chung-hyo thinks this move shouldn't be called a strong thrust anymore. It deserves to be called the World Thrust. Regardless, our hero's got no interest in killing these guys. He's got his eyes set on the Resurrection Palace now. Chung Hyo, always the wise man, observes that everything Jaiwan touched was split cleanly in half, each piece stained by a hint of his unique world. How did he do it? Our boy just brushes it off, calls it another thrust. Chung Hyo suspects he might be close to surpassing the self-surrender stage of awakening. Suddenly, both sense the spiritual pressure of a lieutenant general rank monarch nearby. Before the conversation can go anywhere, the space-time around our heroes starts warping. The experienced one should know what's happening, but he's a bit slow catching on. He realizes it's a transcendent rank space teleportation skill, warp. Only as a beauty appears, it's Siren. She's impressed that whatever's left of the undead demon army actually fears Jaiwan. He wants to know who this piece of work is. Siren, half offended and half amused, wonders if he lives under a rock. Doesn't he even watch this week's Top 10 or Tower of Towers specials? How can he not know Siren? Turns out she's a mare. Chung Hyo, red-faced, mutters that every man in chaos knows this woman even though she looks young. She calls him an old child with good eyes. She scolds them for not calling a mare by the proper race name. At least that's the standard. She teases him with his hat. Before introducing herself as Siren Armalt, Jaiwan realizes she's the Dream Demon Mare leading the Forbidden Heaven clan uprising. The Fortress Master could ask plenty, but he's got bigger priorities and tries to excuse himself. Siren, however, has orders. She's here to derail him and bring his advance to a halt. Jaiwan grips his sword, fully resolved, but Siren isn't ready to let this devolve into a bloodbath. A flicker of panic flashes across her face as she tries to outmaneuver him, offering him a chance to become her product instead. It's a low move, breaking her words so quickly, but she clearly doesn't care about a lost cause. The man who asked her to stop him, Lim Jin Hong, is already dying, if not dead, caught in the fallout from that Manticore-splitting thrust. Jin Hong sits slumped on his ruined throne, the court collapsed around him. Siren tells Jaiwan that if he agrees to join her, she'll conveniently forget her promise. But before she can finish, his thrust almost takes her out. She dodges at the last second, yet our protagonist isn't charging in recklessly. He might seem like someone who doesn't listen, but his instincts are tuned in. He senses it now. Her spiritual pressure is wild, far more intense than when she was hiding before. This girl isn't some regular punk. He's starting to think she's actually Major General level. Her whole strategy is to talk sense into him, warning that if the Pitch Darkness Monarchs are already hunting, he's in real trouble. If he just agrees to become her product, she'll pull strings, hide him away, and keep him safe. But our boy doesn't waste a thought on her offer or threats. She gets the message and snaps her fingers. Instantly, massive serpent monsters appear, summoned by classic Mare Authority magic. As the serpents lurch forward, Siren makes clear her offer still stands if he changes his mind, but before she can gloat, her summons get obliterated almost as soon as they appear. Chung Hyo warns that this can't continue. They need a new tactic. The mare has to go first. Our protagonist doesn't wait. He slams his sword into the ground, kicking up a sandstorm and vanishing into the rubble. Siren gives him credit, calling it clever, but says it won't last, except he's not here to stall, he's here to finish this. While she watches from her floating screen, he's already making his way toward her throne. She mutters that he's sharper than she thought. Before she can gloat further, reality catches up. He's out of the fog. Whatever tricks she planned, he's already flipped the script. In a blink, he's got her by the neck, asking if she wants to keep pushing it because he can end this right now. Instead of panicking, he considers options. She might help them reach the abyss or reveal something about Mullark. The first mare perched at the top of the illusion tree. He offers to take her back to Gorgon, but she just laughs in his face. In seconds, she slips free of his grasp, dropping to the ground, shaking her head as if she almost won and still lost. The swordsman is left dangling in the air, trying to figure out how she got so far away. Spoiler, she didn't. Suddenly, her hand appears behind him, grabbing him like a mischievous ghost, and she hugs him from behind, dragging him into the 8 gates of hell. Judging by his reaction, this isn't his first time with Hell's Gates, but the one he'd seen before, that was nothing, just a knockoff. This is the real deal, no illusions, no filters. The whole 8 gates of hell is mare-level territory, probably one of Mullark's creations. Now we get a montage of our boy blitzing through each gate as if it's an everyday task. 4th gate, Black Chain Hell, done. 6th gate, Frost Hell, done. He slices through each one like a speed run. Siren watches, visibly rattled. She knew he was skilled, but not this kind of hell-breaking monster. She blurts out, asking if he's even human anymore, and Jaiwan, calm as ever, tells her to bring out every card she's got so they can end this. But this horror ride isn't over yet. Next up, a gate crawling with arms opens, revealing a massacre built from his own memories. Blood-soaked visions heavy with guilt and trauma. Siren makes it clear no one has ever made it past the 7th gate. Even with all his fire, our protagonist is staring down the hardest trial of his life. Then, out of nowhere, a vision hits. Himself, younger, staring back and demanding to know who he really is. In an instant, he's plunged deep into a psychological nightmare more dangerous than anything he's faced so far. Our boy finds himself dead center in a psychological circus, face to face with an army of himself, each pulled from a different era of his wrecked timeline. There's the young version, wide-eyed and raw, The soldiers scarred and cold. One fresh out of the tower arc, blood still in a stare. And they're all talking. Not glitchy illusions, not puppets. These are fully aware, fully him. He knows what this place behind the 7th gate is meant to do. Shatter the mind before it breaks the body. So he draws his sword without a flicker of hesitation. It's game time. But it isn't the faces that cut deepest. It's how these versions think exactly like he does. They move like him, size him up with the same ruthless precision. This isn't just a boss fight, it's self-destruction on repeat. Outdated or not, every last one still fights with his lethal edge. Even so, instinct takes over. The first strike needs to be his, no hesitation. Most don't have the finesse he's earned lately. They thrust and swing, but they're missing the edge. He starts taking them down, quick and clean, avoiding their eyes. Then smoke creeps in, thick and familiar. He turns, expecting another killer clone, and sees himself again from those tower days, haunted, silent, but this one doesn't attack. He just pleads, tells our protagonist to stop. The smoke curls tighter. It doesn't feel like illusion. The stink of old wounds of memories that should have stayed buried is suffocatingly real. He swings anyway and cuts the figure down. But as it falls, he knows where the smoke is coming from. It's one of those pioneering memories, the kind that chokes him. Nearly all his memories are soaked in violence, but this one stands apart as a paradigm shift. In it, a man enters a blood-splattered room, tears streaking his scarred face as he faces the then-corporal Jaiwan. He apologizes, voice broken, then raises his rifle under his own jaw and pulls the trigger. Before dying, he says if our protagonist were in his place, he'd understand. The younger Jaiwan screams, not numb yet to horror. That man had been his counsel and successor. Harassed relentlessly until the night he shot every superior who tormented him. Jaiwan was the only one he spared, so the man spent just 15 days in detention. His final statement, Jaiwan never participated in the abuse. That was probably when our hero first began to hate the system. Long before he entered a world of skills and screens, he'd already lived inside a broken order, one that hid, devoured, and suppressed its own people. Chaos was only different because it didn't pretend. He's reaching his limit. Every swing, every version of himself he cuts down is another step into a psychological minefield. It doesn't matter who stands before him, a grizzled veteran, a teenager, even a child. Each demands the same question, who are you? With every answer left unspoken, something inside cracks. Siren just stands there, watching like it's the best entertainment she's had in centuries, practically craving popcorn. She recalls how those awakened always complain about the self-surrender stage being a horror show. Letting go of who you were and becoming someone new isn't supposed to be easy. For awakeners, it's even worse since they're hyper-aware, scarred by too much life and too many memories. It's soul-crushing. Cheung-hyo keeps trying to snap him out, yelling, shaking, but our protagonist doesn't respond. Even Mare's dream demons have ended themselves in this place, unable to bear it. And Jaiwan is only human, forcing his way through torment made for something far beyond. This isn't just about killing himself over and over. It's about watching every memory dissolve until nothing is left to prove he ever existed. In a life like his, forgetting is inevitable. The echoes keep coming, versions of him screaming, demanding, who are you? Eventually the question doesn't just echo, it claws. His senses go dead, body numb, eyes shut, mind dissolving into emptiness. As darkness is about to swallow him, he remembers Kaiman awakening. Cheung-hyo's voice returns, reminding him awakening isn't just a power-up, it's peeling the world open to see what actually holds it together. Values, particles, data no human could ever grasp. At the heart of it, self-surrender. It sounds noble, but it's a hidden trap, neglect. After enough horrors and reliving all those memories, your mind starts to shut down. You stop noticing the pain. He spirals into that void where nothing matters. The older versions of himself look hollow, burnt out, no spark left. But then he says it quietly with certainty, it's okay to not be okay. And in that instant, the blankness breaks. Overhead, a sky erupts into a meteor shower of memories. Old Earth days, Yunhuan, Emil Gartiel, every tiny fragment of his past streaking by like a living cosmos. It's almost too much. The question remains, who is Jaiwan really? He doesn't know. How could he, after 2,000 years of struggle and scars? Every pain, every bond, every scar is part of him. He's the whole mess, nothing left out. In front of him, all those points of light begin connecting, weaving a bright lattice that feels alive. Then something real shifts, his vision clears, the 7th gate crumbles, dissolving as if it waited for this moment. Siren can only stare, silent. No one's ever made it this far, especially not like this. Our boy's eyes are clear, unblinking. The mare is speechless. In 2,000 years, she's never seen anything like it. Then the gate shatters, falling away in shards of light. Jaiwan stands calm and steady, more alive than ever. He doesn't bother naming the moment. He's ready to break through the 8th gate and end it for good. Our boy charges for the 8th gate, and the moment he makes contact, the whole thing lights up like he's tripped a divine booby trap. Suddenly it swings open, and what greets him isn't some divine treasure, it's engravings. Carved messages cover the place like ancient graffiti. He quickly deciphers the cryptic scroll, realizing it's a personal story. Jaiwan's no rookie. He's seen this sort of messaging scattered in other trials. But this one, it hits different. It screams history. This is the exclusive sob story of Mullerk Armalt himself, the Dream Demon Mayor who led the first Abyss expedition. That name alone puts our protagonist on alert. Cut to Manticore Fortress, where things aren't looking too bright either. Chunghyo is baffled, unable to figure out why both Siren and our boy are still passed out. All he can do is guess. Maybe she has to wake up first for the illusion to break, but honestly, who knows anymore? Suddenly, things get even worse as he realizes the Resurrection Palace fanatics have arrived. A voice starts barking orders. It's Samyung Arang, the 11th stage adapter and hidden scent monarch. If that monster finds him, Chunghyo's as good as dead. He quickly drags Jaiwan and Siren into a blind spot. One of the 9th region's top generals has shown up. The troops notice Arang falling silent, then calmly praising them for holding the area for the monarchs. But a moment later, he thrusts his hand, crushing a fleeing rodent with a single blow. Fear ripples through the ranks. As he commands them to capture whoever's hiding below, almost certainly our boy. Moments later, old man Chunghyo is totally losing it because guess what? Siren is now conscious. The 7th gate must have been her Dreamflix subscription limit, time to upgrade to premium. Still, he's fuming while she lounges, claiming she just saved their skins. What about him, hiding their comatose bodies with that lunatic around? They agree it's mutual benefit, and right now, the only strategy is to get to Gorgon Fortress, the safest option left. Siren plays at surrender, but in truth, she couldn't care less about strategy. All she wants now is unfinished business with Jaiwan. Meanwhile, Chunghyo deserves a round of applause. He might not have predicted every twist, but he stayed sharp. He already sent a messenger eagle to Gorgon, meaning the awakened warriors have direct orders from the Fortress Master. Carpe Diem gets the green light to move toward Manticore, carrying the clear message: Manticore's fallen, don't waste time, take the Resurrection Palace down, bury it if needed. Everyone's fired up. The palace is about to become a cautionary tale. Leaders like Kaimon and Shin Muguk rally the charge. It's finally time for liberation. And this isn't just any army. 300 awakened powerhouses are ready to go, with the Savant clan head Jiggle Mayun fully locked in. But as soon as they arrive, it's clear it won't be a walk in the park. Samyung Arang is already waiting, cool as ever, tossing an insult their way. He mocks them for being so overambitious, assuming they could stand a chance. They should have just stayed loyal to the status quo, safe in their fortress. What happens next is brutal. A single strike from Arang creates a shockwave, hurling much of the army back. The mood shifts. This guy is on another level. Arang calmly tells them to retreat or suffer worse, but the cavalry refuses. Kang Huang, Yun Yung, and the frontliners stand their ground, determined to fight. Some argue they should target the monarch first, bold but reckless. Then another monster-level fist thrust lands, spreading disbelief through Carpe Diem's ranks. These monarchs aren't just legends, they're terrifying. Meanwhile, the so-called elite army from the Resurrection Palace, not even close to what our crew imagined. Our heroes realize this is a losing battle and decide to retreat, as Arang launches another earth-shattering fist thrust. 10 days pass. And even with a stacked lineup, Sir Carlton Javier, now a 3rd stage Awakened Beast, plus the entire 9th Squadron led by the Limitless Clan's head, half the army is wiped out, just like that. Jurgen Shiver's face back in Gorgon says it all, pure stress, aging 5 years in 5 seconds. They lost 5 3rd stage Awakened fighters in that mess. But the worst part? The Resurrection Army has already reached Gorgon Fortress. If they so much as consider the palace's peace offer, it means surrendering not just the entire Artisan Tower, but also the Fortress Master Jaiwan. Stakes have never been higher. Isel and Croft sit silent in the inner fortress meeting, making it clear they're out of options. Kamen reminds everyone that the Master had warned them about these kinds of shenanigans. Then Iso proposes something no one expected. If cornered, maybe they'll have to seek out Hiyu, Lord of Steel. Everyone knows the Pitch Darkness Lord is stirring trouble, and maybe that chaos could actually help. The Resurrection Squad is crawling in from the 9th region, and Hiyu's got a massive grudge against the guy who broke the treaty. So Iso figures maybe it's time to use that rage. But Jurgen objects, pointing out the obvious. They killed Bang Sheonil. Kaiman executed the Jade Masked Golden Monarch just days ago. That's not something anyone can ignore. Then again, with monarchs, death doesn't always stick. If someone dies in chaos after passing the Narrow Gate, they can respawn in their original body back in the Almighty Land. Kaiman concedes it's an option but draws a hard line. No help from those Almighty Land jerks. He wants Iso to be clear. Chaos has to defend chaos. There's no shortcut. Meanwhile, our protagonist is still deep in his epic slumber. While Siren, ever the watchful mare, keeps her eyes locked on him like a silent guardian, someone really ought to keep quiet around the patient. But to be fair, the tension is thick enough to cut. They've spent days trying to wake Jaiwan, yet nothing works. Chung Hyo is losing his mind while Siren just sits back, doing nothing. He demands to know what she did to him and when she thinks he'll wake up. She brushes him off, telling him to be useful if he's so desperate. Really, Siren? 10 days of her spells and still no progress. And why is she even sticking around? He always figured she was loyal to the Pitch Darkness Lord, but she's over that now. She's seen something that changed everything. Our protagonist might actually break through the 8 gates of hell, no small feat since those gates were designed for mares, not humans. Chung Hyo doubts the gates will pose any real challenge for Jaiwan, but that hope is all they've got. Siren mentioned she taught the skill to the Savant clan, thinking anyone could use it. Few realize just how rare it is to clear the gates. Even in the rare cases when humans tried, it was always humans who cast the gates, not mares. They just aren't made for this kind of ordeal. But Jaiwan is different. He broke the 7th gate like it was nothing, and now he's out facing the 8th alone. In context, anyone who survives the 8th gets some serious cosmic spoils. Clearing it should earn someone the title King of Freaking Chaos. Yet the reward turns out to be some raggedy legacy from her godfather Mullark. Cheung Hyo barely has time to make sense of how insane that is before. Boom, our boy wakes up looking anything but fresh. His face still wears the marks of hell. He gets up, silently catches up on everything, and heads straight for the inner fortress meeting, even though the room is thick with people ready to offer him up to stop the Resurrection Palace's power grab at Gorgon Fortress. Chung Hyo tries to stop him, knowing the Fortress Master is worth more than any treaty. But Jaiwan just strides past, not even glancing back. Ultimate disrespect, but whatever. The doors to the inner chamber slam open. Jaiwan walks in, Siren and Chung Hyo following behind. Kang Huang, Kamen, and Jurgen Shiver light up. Icelandcroft sits with her timeless old hag expression. Kang Huang and Kaiman are barely done celebrating when he drops the bomb. He's heading to the Resurrection Palace. Just like that, Yoon Young looks like he's been hit by a truck. Kaiman's instantly against it, and Kang Huang can barely find words. It's drama hour at its peak. Jaiwan tells them straight to quit with the pity faces. He's fine and he knows what he's doing. Yoon Young steps forward, telling the master that people died fighting the Resurrection Palace's golden boy. For hope, for something real, for him. The Carpe Diem army isn't just a force now, it's a belief. And then he confesses he hates Jaiwan, hates him for giving everyone something to believe in, because now they can never forget, they can't go back. And yet they need him. He better understand, all anyone wants is for him to stay. They're ready to fight just to keep him from walking away, but they've missed the point. Our hero never asked to be sacrificed. He's only announcing that he's no lamb for slaughter. If it wasn't clear before, now it is. He's not going to the Resurrection Palace with his tail between his legs. He's marching in to flip the place inside out. And that's the whole plan. Everyone stares, Iso and Jurgen sitting silent. Here we go again, written all over their faces. The rest of the room freezes, struggling to process what they've just heard after the Carpe Diem bloodbath. Our boy lays it out. No more delays. They move now. Siren almost looks amused, like she's watching a free movie. He doesn't care about their reality's limits. And that's the trouble, because the others are still stuck inside them. Yet somehow they follow anyway. People start lining up to go with him, like they've waited 9 centuries for this moment. The mood pivots from tense to electric. He's reckless, but he's got the charisma that drags everyone into his madness. Then, out of nowhere, he drops another bomb. He's only taking 4. Kaiman is the obvious pick. Then he throws in a wild card, Siren. Her face goes from amused observer to blindsided participant in a heartbeat. Pure comedy. Siren isn't buying any of it. She makes it clear she's not going. Everyone else is too busy arguing that 4 people can't pull this off to notice her protest. Jaiwan keeps brushing them aside, insisting he, Chung Hyo, Kaiman, and Siren are enough for the job. He wants the rest handling logistics and support. No matter how blunt she gets, ranting in her corner, he refuses to acknowledge her refusal. Icelandcroft finally states the obvious. Will nuking the Resurrection Palace actually help chaos, or just unleash something even worse? No one really knows what keeps chaos together, and if the regime falls, countless factions might pop up out of the chaos and rip everything apart. Yoon Young cuts through the debate saying forget unity, burn the palace first and figure out the aftermath later. Most agree that destroying the Narrow Gate should be the main goal. The Fortress Master points out there are still ways into chaos, even if the gate gets closed off to the monarchs. Meanwhile, Chung Hyo and Siren are mock-fighting like kids, oblivious to the apocalyptic stakes. Yoon Young, nearly losing it, can't believe monarchs might actually choose death just to return to Carpe Diem. Our boy raises the one question no one wants to face. What if this entire effort to crush the Resurrection Palace doesn't even affect the monarchs? He's not running from the possibility. He's ready for the worst. Just then, Siren's done playing around. She grabs him to make it clear she's not joining this madness, but our protagonist doesn't flinch. He's tuned out her refusals, because deep down, he knows he's got one ace she can't resist. The mystery behind the 8th gate of hell. Her curiosity is burning now. She has to know what Godfather Mullark left behind, and for that, she needs to be in. They strike a simple deal. She helps him. He shares the secrets of the 8th gate of hell. The 4 of them head straight to her workshop. Kaiman calls it a shrine, dolls, posters, the whole I'm your idol display. Chung Hyo grumbles as he skims through the gear, muttering that fame ruins people. Siren snaps back that most of it was made by her godfather Mullark. So if they don't like it, they can keep their picky hands and judgmental eyes off. She taps away at her hologram screen, ignoring the roasting. The workshop is supposed to be off limits, but the warp drive they need for the Resurrection Palace jump is stored here, so she has no choice. Cheung Hyo keeps tossing snark. He finds a tower labeled the 10 trillionth regressor, only to learn the reward is getting blessed by the Mare of Legends, which is her. He bursts out laughing. She insists she built it before she was even 1200, but that doesn't help her case. They keep poking around, dragging her pride through the mud. There's even something called the cultivator that, spoiler, doesn't cultivate. For the boys, it's comedy gold. For her, it's a humiliation circus. She thinks that even dancing butt naked wouldn't be half as bad as this roast disguised as a tour. But the truth is, Chung Hyo's nosiness isn't random. These guys were products once, sold and stuck like collectibles in the timeline. She gets it. Picking up one of her own figurines, the weight hits her. Each shiny little piece was a life. Trapped, frozen, sold, the guys can joke. Because the alternative is treating her like a monster. They're forming opinions about the towers, trading comments, roasting her. Then one of them stops and points at a specific tower. She glances over and calls out its cheesy name. The World After the End. It isn't finished, though. She started it after her first meeting with Mullark and never got to show it to him. Standing there, she realizes she never thought of the products as people. She just built towers without thinking about their meaning. Maybe it's time to reconsider. Still, now's not the moment. They notice the portal in her lab, one leading straight to the Resurrection Palace. An uneasy feeling crawls up her spine, though she can't explain why. Maybe it's the same dread that made her godfather abandon everything at the end of the Abyss expedition. Flash forward, and suddenly the crew stands in a classy castle courtyard. It's stunning, but the admiration is cut short by guards yelling for people to line up, follow protocol, and stop acting like they own the place. Classic castle energy. Someone yawns mid-scene, bored with the degenerates lined up hoping for reincarnation. These fools don't get it. If they actually wanted a shot, they'd be after the fruit depository instead. Wasting half a year in line is madness. The man talking is none other than the 72nd Resurrection Palace Master, Fog Monarch Hitchmere. It's his 3rd year holding the title. One of his people tries to defend the crowd, saying they just want to keep serving him. Hitchmere's over it. He chokes the air with fog, just to remind everyone who's in charge. We see why he's bitter. When a monarch resurrects, they serve until someone else takes the throne. No exceptions. He's itching for the next sucker so he can ditch this trash heap on Chaos's edge. He suddenly remembers Bang Sheonal, the Jade Mask monarch who got wrecked by an awakened down in Chaos. Taking out a Brigadier monarch is impressive, but the rumor is they're planning to take down the Resurrection Palace itself. How do they expect to pull that off? Being Palace Master right now is nothing but a headache. Still, with the 9th region monarchs having squeezed through the narrow gates, something huge has clearly shifted. Hitchmere wants to see it for himself, but let's face it, the title is only prestigious on paper. Meanwhile, the reincarnation queue is as mundane as it gets. Until crack, a wall splits open like it's been waiting centuries. It's an ambush. Chaos isn't knocking, it's breaking in. Suddenly, Hitchmere unleashes a wave of fog. Total devastation. But the guy he's up against isn't your average Chaos commoner. He blocks the whole thing. Hitchmere wonders who has the guts to pull off a stunt like that. He sizes up the slick wave pattern blade in this man's hand, swings and realizes his opponent is on par with him. Hitchmere manifests his weapon, blocking the blow. Is this the Fortress Master himself? He sees the water-style quirks and knows it's not, which only makes it worse. If this is just one of the Gorgon Fortress Master's lackeys and he's this strong, then hell's waiting. The man greets him. Long time no see. Looks like the finally revealed Kaiman knows the Resurrection Palace Master, but there's no time for business cards now. Kaiman's here for one thing, to settle the score. 900 years ago, Abyss Expedition, history Hitchmere would rather forget, but Kaiman hasn't let a single detail go. Hitchmere doesn't waste a second. Out of nowhere, he vacuums the whole battlefield and launches an insane fog thrust attack. It's not just ridiculously strong, it blinds Kaiman too, cutting his vision to zero. The field is thick with fog. What's worse, Kaiman can't even sense the faintest trace of Hitchmere. For all his brutal tower training, his sensory skills are failing him. It's a setup for Doubt to sneak in and mess with his head. Meanwhile, our boy in the background isn't having any of that. Jaewon steps up, tells him flat out to drop the defeatist attitude and actually believe in his own strength for once. That's when Kaiman shuts his eyes. It clicks, Hitchmere's going to strike from above. Kaiman's ready for it. He swings, blocks, and lands a solid hit right in the ribs. The look on Hitchmere's face? Pure shock. He thought he was untouchable, invisible in all that fog. With things under control here, Jaewon decides it's time to press on, taking Siren with him. Their main objective? the Pleasure Palace, where the fruit and the narrow gates are hidden at the Resurrection Palace's top. The vibes coming off that place aren't good given the situation. Kyung-hyo and Kaimon are left to hold off any lackey brigadier monarchs who might try to storm the Pleasure Palace. And storming they do. Soon 2 old-timers enter the scene, the Seven-Fear Monarch and the Firewheel Monarch. As the fog clears, a shadow steps forward. The Firewheel Monarch calls it out instantly. No need for stealth, since it's obviously Chung-hyo. Sure enough, he steps out wielding a giant staff, making it clear he's ready for business. The 2 monarchs, however, are unimpressed. They were expecting Jae-hwan himself. This, just the divine physician playing soldier, coming all the way to the Resurrection Palace without backup. To them, it's a death wish, and they seem eager to grant it. Chung-ha sizes up the situation fast. His first swing is dodged, and their weapons are anything but decorative. They warn him, Brigadier Monarchs are on the move, and soon the place will be crawling with powerhouses. Chung-hoo doesn't blink. Instead, he locks in a shield, battle-ready, and manifests a dragon. His message is clear. Bring it on. We jump to the Pleasure Palace. And it's exactly what the name suggests. Monarchs lounging like they're on vacation, surrounded by beautiful women, each monarch being personally served in style. The whole scene is pure indulgence, as if nothing could possibly go wrong. But the timid monarch, Rika, who's more observant than bold, nervously points out that something outside is clearly brewing. Before chaos can fully break loose, Rika suggests they check it out. But who has time for that with all these chaos courtesans serving up pleasure? The 2nd and 4th dragon monarchs just laugh, shrugging off the warning. They're too busy enjoying themselves to care about any outside threat. The 3rd and 5th dragon monarchs are no different. Shameless, smug, and totally unconcerned with the looming disaster. To them, the only real danger is if the female monarch alliance back home finds out about their antics and delivers some royal consequences. But right now, that's tomorrow's problem. Chaos in their eyes is just a playground. The idea that anyone here might have a grudge? Not on their radar, even with the 900-year-old Abyss expedition beef hanging in the air. Rika pushes again, worried they should investigate. The Dragon Monarchs just wave him off, certain that even if there's trouble, the Resurrection Palace Master will handle it. The timid monarch tries one last time to speak up, but only gets mocked for his trouble. Rika's frustration is obvious. He knows he'll get no backup, so he decides to check things out himself. But before he can leave, the first Dragon Monarch shoots him a vicious glare, a look that says, "You're killing the vibe." The poor guy nearly panics, bolting off, while the others return to their bubble of wine, women, and delusion. The first Dragon Monarch thinks they're untouchable, and the rest are right there with him, still mocking the nervous monarch from before. Suddenly a candle flickers out. A beat later, Jae-hwan bursts into the Pleasure Palace, siren at his side. The room freezes. In an instant, everyone realizes the raid on the Resurrection Palace isn't just a rumor anymore. Our protagonist doesn't even need to draw his blade right away. Just standing there, calm and unbothered in the middle of their hedonistic playground, is enough to rip the smugness off the monarchs' faces. The first Dragon Monarch recognizes him immediately, Gorgon Fortress Master, live and in person, and tries to play it off like Jae-hwan is walking into his own funeral. Nice try, but that's never been our boy's style. No negotiations, no fake politeness. Just pure, unmistakable, I'm here to end you energy. He's already mentally mapping out how to turn the entire room into a Dragon Monarch graveyard. You can feel the shift. The monarchs grasp exactly what's changed here. The bottom line is definitively clear. Chaos isn't their playground anymore. Siren's dream demon senses tingle, attack incoming, but before she can warn him, Jae-hwan is already moving, high speed, body slamming his way into the fray. One monarch tries to flip the momentum, planting a foot on a pillar and rebounding in for a counterstrike, but our guy meets it clean, turning defense into a punishing offense. Another monarch intercepts him with a swift arm swing. Suddenly, the numbers game is obvious. The first Dragon Monarch makes a threat, boasting that Jae-hwan will pay for ruining their pleasure. He drops the word that shifts the mood from playful to predatory. This is execution time. The monarchs start circling, bouncing around our hero as if toying with him, treating it like a warm-up. Attacks blur, each one faster than the last. Too quick for ordinary eyes to follow. At first he's unfazed, weaving through, countering with razor thrusts, keeping them at bay. But solid hits are elusive. His targets slip away or close in, keeping the pressure mounting with every exchange. It's like fighting shadows. No weight, just the tension building. One monarch pounces from above, going for a killer shot. Jae-hwan's been waiting for exactly that kind of opening. He drives a kick straight into the guy's ribs, the first real connection of the fight. Our hero is comfortable fighting multiple opponents, but a pack of Dragon Monarchs is another level. According to these bastards, raw strength isn't enough. Even major generals can't outmaneuver the Dragon Monarch's relentless combo. He understands that now, facing each one individually is a losing game, so he opts for a change. He sends them all flying at once with a powerful thrust that shakes the entire palace. The boom is so loud it rocks the fighters battling outside. Chung-he, hearing the chaos, thinks it's about time the kid started letting loose, though he still can't catch a break with Brigadier Monarchs piling on. Back in the Pleasure Palace, we zoom in on Jae-hwan's face. No smirk, just wide-eyed focus. That epic strike. Incredibly, all the Dragon Monarchs are still standing. The Monarchs can't help themselves. They start mocking Jae-hwan like it's open mic night. They call it pathetic, laughing at his attempt, acting like he really believed that Thrust could do anything. Even Siren, who knows just how tough our boy is, looks dumbfounded. These guys are on another tier entirely. That last thrust didn't just fail, it bounced off like he'd flicked a pebble at them. To the Monarchs, it's straight up insulting that he'd even try. That's when the first Dragon Monarch loses his cool. He's done letting the kid pretend. Now it's time to show the difference between so-called chaos pests and real monarchs. Suddenly their aura surges. The Dragon Monarch title isn't just for show. A massive dragon forms out of pure technique looming overhead, ready to erase everything. It dives for our protagonist, too fast and furious. He narrowly dodges, a miracle really. Instantly, he counterattacks with a solid thrust, the kind that would drop any regular foe on any other day. But against that dragon, not even a scratch. The Monarchs laugh harder. The fact that he even thought it might work is a bigger joke to them than the attack itself. Situations like this can be misleading though. He seems to be in over his head. Then as the dragon opens its mouth, ready to blast him away, Jae-hwan doesn't dodge. He goes for a stab, taking the bad breath head on. The Monarch thinks he's finished. That blast is no joke, probably uncontainable by a single thrust. In the chaos and smoke, it looks like our guy should have stayed down. Bad move. But that's not how he rolls. The rubble becomes his cloak. He rises through the dust, revealed on the dragon's nose, striking again. The Monarch is shocked, but still running his mouth, taunting that Jae-hwan's arrogance will be his downfall, and he'll never leave a mark. But our boy isn't here for the banter. He channels all his energy into one deadly stab. That's when the Monarch realizes this isn't a bluff. The attack is dangerous. He retaliates, pins Jae-hwan to the ground, spits more insults, then pulls back. For once, our hero's done listening to these royal windbags. He tells the Monarch he talks too much and does what he does best. He shuts him up with a world thrust. Boom. The Pleasure Palace is no more. It's a post-apocalyptic ruin. Kamen and Chung-he just stand there, watching the fallout. It's official. Following Jae-hwan is risky business. Sure, you could die, but at least you'll witness something legendary. That's Chung-he's take on it. Back amid the wreckage, the once massive dragon aura fades. Siren, ducked behind cover, pieces it together, showing up with just 4 people. That wasn't reckless. It was calculated. He wasn't bluffing. Meanwhile, the first Dragon Monarch looks like he crawled out of a blender. Clothes shredded, ego in tatters, face full of disbelief. These monarchs have massive egos, and getting rocked like this is not something they're used to. The first Dragon Monarch is the only thing left standing. He spits a threat, swearing he'll come back and rip Jae-hwan to pieces. He tries to drop the narrow gate bomb as if it'll scare him. But surprise, our protagonist already knows. No matter, the Monarch clings to the idea that as long as their soul and body are bound, he can't actually kill them. That's their trump card. It's all mind games. As long as the soul-body link stays intact, worst-case scenario is the Dragon Monarch's poof. Respawn back in their cushy bodies in the almighty land and return for revenge. Then, out of nowhere, Jae-hwan swings, just one frail-looking slash, and boom. The link is gone, not disrupted, not tampered with, completely severed. The Monarch instantly freaks, like his entire existence just glitched. And Jae-hwan? No gloating, no speech, he just looks him dead in the eye. Jae-hwan asks, cool as ice, if he's afraid to die now. Literal chills. The first Dragon Monarch looks absolutely wrecked. Physically, mentally, the works. Bro needs therapy after that. Every bit of his smug superiority gone in a snap. The Monarch starts spiraling, whispering like a man who's just glimpsed his own grave. For the first time in who knows how many centuries, the truth slams him. He doesn't want to freaking die. Panic takes over. He starts offering our boy everything. Titles, riches, power. He promises to pull strings, even offering to bring the pitch darkness Monarch to the table. He swears he'll steer clear of chaos if that's what it takes. Everyone else just stands there, watching the once feared ruler crumble into desperation. It's almost pitiful. At his lowest, Jae-hwan ends it. One clean chop, no mercy. It's a spectacle. The timid Monarch, just returning, freezes at the horror. The 5 God Dragon Monarch bullies are finished. 9 centuries of Monarch dominance flattened in a flash. The timid Monarch suddenly realizes he's next. He's about to get kicked by our protagonist and killed like a stray dog. He turns to run and warn the major generals, but Chung-he catches him. And Chung-he, for once, looks utterly terrifying. Everyone regroups as Kamen reports to Jae-hwan. Chung-he follows, dragging the scared Monarch along. He reminds the team about our boy's order to bring the Monarchs alive. Even though that nearly got them all killed, they somehow managed it. Then the question comes up, who's this rat Chung-ha picked up? Siren recognizes him as the timid monarch, a joke to his peers. He made brigadier level, but nobody took him seriously, the weakest of the bunch. Time for business. Chung-hoo stresses again that Jaewon wanted these monarchs kept alive. They weren't told why until now. He wants to truly end them by severing their brain link. Execution time. The timid monarch is practically losing control, begging to be spared from this death parade. Siren wonders aloud why Jaewon isn't treating this rat the same as the others. But our boy has a reason. In war, you leave certain witnesses behind to exaggerate your reputation for everyone else. Plus, odds are this guy will spill where the fruits are stashed. Sure enough, with a trembling finger, Rika points out the vault where the fruits are kept. But this isn't any ordinary vault. It was crafted by a Meister and its passwords regenerate endlessly. Only an artisan-level Meister can crack it, and that means Siren. Finally, it's her time to shine. Before anyone can officially ask her for help, Jaewon is already attacking the vault, ignoring any plan. Chung-hoo tells him to get a grip while Kamen wonders aloud how they'll ever find a Meister. Siren yells that she's right here, but they ignore her. So she gets to work herself. These ingrates can thank her later. Suddenly, our protagonist notes that the vault feels looser than it was a moment ago. And of course, they don't acknowledge Siren's efforts. Classic, it's a moment. The fruits the expedition team fought so hard to secure, finally within reach. Chung-ha nearly collapses under the weight of memories. Mulak, everyone who gave so much, he drops to his knees. But once the emotion settles, it's clear there aren't many fruits left. Looking back, it's obvious. They were rationed over 900 years. The hard reality hits. They'd hoped to deliver life to all of Chaos, but this barely covers a single group. Still, Kamen is transfixed by the fruit's beauty, even knowing the mission fell short. Jaewon sees it too. Kamen is among the most deserving. He announces that Kamen should take one. Kamen looks shocked, never expecting this. Chung-hoo adds his support. For a moment, Kamen is speechless, wondering what he did to deserve this. Our boy tells him plain and simple, make your own choice. Jaewon doesn't play the moral police, he simply tells him to make his own choice. All the weight, the centuries, the bloodshed, the endless grind with nothing to look forward to, comes crashing down on Kamen. This isn't just about the tower, it's everything. The years, the pain, the sacrifice. When Kamen stares at that fruit, he doesn't just see a reflection, it's like looking at a version of himself that still has hope. And even then, he doesn't hesitate. After all the carnage and all the pain behind chasing these mythical fruits, Kamen just clenches his fist and crushes it. Chung-hoo is speechless. The timid monarch looks ready to faint. Siren freezes. Even Jaewon, the unshakable veteran, can only stare. Demanding to know what the hell Kamen just did. But Kamen didn't break. Something simply shifted inside when he took hold of the fruit. There are only 10 left now. A pitiful handful compared to what the fruits once represented. They're not symbols of hope anymore. They're the spark that will set off wars. In the current state of chaos, Kamen's choice makes perfect sense. Everyone is fighting so a few can feel alive. That's not salvation, it's just another power game. For the first time, Jaewon smiles. That took real courage. And Kamen isn't done. He turns to our boy and asks if they should destroy the rest. Jaewon nods. Absolutely the right call. He already understood the risks, but a disillusioned outsider shouldn't be the one to make that decision. It had to come from chaos itself, and that's exactly why he chose Kamen. Chung-hoo still can't wrap his head around how wild this is. If anyone saw what they just did, the world would lose its mind and come crashing down on them. It takes serious fortitude to make a call like that under pressure. Jaewon never doubted Kamen for a second. He knew this guy would even choose despair if it was the right thing to do. He just made a choice between anarchy and personal salvation. They ask Kamen if he regrets it. He just laughs like regret isn't even in his vocabulary, right in the middle of that prideful moment. Jaewon suddenly screams Kamen's name in panic. Bang! Out of nowhere, a blinding flash of light. Chung-hoo and the others freeze. In an instant, Kamen's down in a crater in a pose of utter defeat. He could be dead. A voice cuts through the chaos, calling them all vermin. A feathered robe appears, revealing the Storm Monarch. This is a level 10 adapter, Major Monarch Kanel. Chung-ha is panicking, trying to wake Kamen, but before he can do anything, someone grabs his head and slams him into a wall. That's the Silence Monarch Megiddo, another 10th stage adapter who isn't holding anything back. Jaewon watches it all, and it shows on his face, as the feathered and clawed duo make it look like things can't get worse. Another voice rings out, accusing the heroes of overstepping by taking on monarchs. The timid monarch instantly panics. He knows who this is. Samyungaram, one of the top 5 major generals in all the Almighty Land. While the timid monarch has a meltdown, Samyungaram casually tells Kanel and Megito that he'll be the one to take Jaewon's head. No hesitation. Jaewon orders Siren to get Kamen and Chung-ha out before this turns into a massacre. The monarchs are amused. They tell the fortress master to worry about himself for once. In seconds, Megito's dark shadow arms crawl from the ground, wrapping around Jaewon like he's being dragged to hell. Kanel dives in, but our hero manages to dodge even while restrained. As Jaewon tries to catch his breath, Megiddo strikes with a nasty dust claw. Jaewon barely blocks it with Dark Fall, but it's obvious these guys are on a whole different level, absolute monsters. Kanel attacks again, and Samyung-garam, watching Jaewon on the defensive, is not impressed. The legends hyped up this fortress master, but he looks like another paper tiger. Jaewon is already gasping, worn out, and before long, he's restrained by shadow arms all over again. They smirk, taunting if he's finished since they're just getting started. Maybe it's time to end things. But that's their mistake. Everyone underestimates Jaewon at first. Even as the darkness coils tighter, he lifts his head and locks eyes with the monarchs in pure defiance. That glare isn't a threat, it's a guarantee. They're about to learn what happens when they push our protagonist too far. Let's rewind for a moment to when Jaewon shattered the Manicor's legacy with a single devastating thrust. Earlier, Chung-hoo had renamed the attack to World Thrust, but what wasn't shown to the public was his warning. Awakeners may seem to have limitless energy for attacks, but mentally it's exhausting. By the time fatigue sets in, it's often too late. So if our protagonist keeps unleashing those thrusts, he's flirting with a mental breakdown. Back in the present, Jaewon reveals that these three opponents are just as formidable as when he first entered Chaos. If he hopes to survive, he must finish them quickly. With the Storm Monarch and the Silence Monarch about to clash, our boy doesn't hesitate. He breaks free from the shadow restraints, grabs Darkfall, activates Moon Eye Unique World, and unleashes 5 relentless world thrusts in rapid succession. No pauses, no mercy, just pure destruction. The blade blazes like a comet, tearing through bone. Megiddo and Kanel are left shattered. Samyung-garam stands there, his attire scorched away by the attack, while even the distant siren is forced back by the sheer force. It's only now that the monarch realizes this young contender might actually be worth his attention. A flashback unfolds. Years ago, a Meister sought out all 12 monarchs, only to be rejected by each one. His final destination was the 9th region, ruled by the Pitch Darkness Monarch. There, the Meister asked Samyung-garam for the strength to climb the Tree of Imagery. Samyung was indifferent to such ambitions. Mulak, the Meister, appealed to nostalgia, speaking of never forgetting one's roots and recalling his own suffering and anger during weaker days. He insisted change was possible, denounced the world's corrupt values, and claimed that conquering the first nightmare was essential. Surrounded by orange flames, Samyung laughed it off, believing the almighty land was all about power, not ideals. If Mulak truly wanted change, he would have to prove it. The two fought for 3 days and nights. On the third day, Samyung, battered and pinned against the rock, finally acknowledged Mulak's determination. He saw that the Meister's relentlessness came from sheer will, not magic. Mulak pointed out that a monarch like Samyung was still adapting, not yet awakened. In that moment, Mulak embodied real resolve, turning words into action. Samyung relented, admitting that if anyone deserved to climb the Tree of Imagery, it was Mulak. From there, Mulak wandered Chaos, assembling the First Abyss expedition with the goal of overturning the world. But after the monarchs intervened and seized the fruits of his labor, he vanished. Nothing truly changed. Returning to the present, Samyung sizes up Jaewon as he lunges for a precise stab. The boy's skills are impressive, anything but ordinary. But Samyung warns that brute force alone won't be enough in this war. Raising his palm, the monarch summons a menacing aura and effortlessly blocks the attack. The message is clear. Our hero might possess the right tools, but he's wielding them with the recklessness of a novice. For the first time in a while, Jaewon takes a step back, recognizing that his opponent just shrugged off the onslaught as if it were nothing. Without warning, Samyung's fist connects squarely with his face, sending Jaewon crashing into the wall like a cannonball. The pain is unmistakable. He's just been tossed aside with ease. Rising from his knees, our protagonist struggles to regain his footing as orange flames flicker across Samyung's now nearly bare body. The monarch is done with warm-ups. He's no longer interested in theatrics. Almost tauntingly, Samyung urges Jaewon not to give up too soon, challenging him to prove he's truly worthy of reaching the illusion tree. Our boy can't quite grasp how this opponent is tougher than the elites he defeated earlier. It's not as if Samyung-garam is using flashy techniques. When our protagonist charges in for another thrust, Samyung simply calls it reckless. With a deft move, he flips the blade and transforms it into a world thrust, slamming his fist into the sword's path as if parting the air itself. That's when it clicks. Samyung's fists aren't ordinary. He delivers a world thrust just by clenching a punch at Jaewon, each strike carrying a force like the laws of nature, gravity with intent. But Samyung doesn't stop there. He casually nullifies Jaehwan's signature move as if it were nothing and pounds him into the ground with brutal efficiency. Spirit attacks mean little to the monarch. The type of power our protagonist wields is simply not what the system recognizes. Samyung's next words cut deeper. He claims awakened ones are so focused on destroying the system's world They forget it belongs to someone else as a unique reality. His power isn't just spiritual, it's primal. He's not using the system, he is the source. Our hero tries to draw him into the Moon Eye world, but Samyung brushes it off as uninspired, an unremarkable unique world. He grabs Jaewon by the face and slams him down, leaving him sprawled and humiliated. In Samyung's eyes, this doesn't resemble true awakening at all. With a conjured orb in hand, he prepares to end it then and there. At the last possible moment, Jaewon regains focus and raises Darkfall in defense. The block holds, but his arms are scorched and shaking. He realizes quickly that the Moon Eye trick is useless here, and even his grip on Darkfall is faltering. Samyung watches with cold impatience, demanding that he stop relying on gimmicks and reveal his true power, the origin of the world. Suddenly, a flashback. Our protagonist stands before the 8th gate of hell, witnessing what Mulak left behind, a record of the abyss itself. The walls are filled with countless inscriptions laying out the unvarnished truth of awakening. There are 6 distinct stages. Finally, no hints or riddles, just the complete blueprint. Awakening begins with doubt, then understanding, and finally self-surrender. Jaewon has already mastered these 3, which fall under the Fallen World category, but it doesn't end there. 3 more stages follow, not just as upgrades, but as the Genesis stages, meant for building something new. The first half dismantles the old, the latter half brings a new creation to life. The problem? Our boy has no idea what Genesis truly means, and it's where his progress stalls. Samyung, meanwhile, has run out of patience. He's no longer willing to watch Jaewon fumble towards world-making. With just a glance, Samyung can tell that our protagonist doesn't even understand how to access his own world, so the monarch decides to take matters into his own hands. That's when Jaewon notices a rock nearby. Behind it, Chunghu, Kamen, and Siren are hiding, trying to stay out of sight. Suddenly, Samyung targets them, intent on obliterating the group with a deadly thrust. There's a crucial difference here. Jaehwan and Samyung can talk of unique worlds and second chances, but his friends hiding behind the rock don't get any resets. This is their only world. Samyung fires off the attack, and while Siren braces for the end, Jaehwan leaps in to protect them, taking the blow himself. The damage is severe, but he shields his friends. That's when clarity begins to dawn, not as a sudden revelation, but as a gradual, undeniable awareness. He thinks of his only world, growing up with his parents, school days, watching Yoonhwan die. These moments shaped him, even if they now blur together. Back then, he never questioned reality. Things were simply as they were, and that certainty upheld the system. Now as he approaches Genesis, he finally understands. The missing piece isn't some artifact or secret, but conviction. Belief was once enough, but now he needs a conviction that surpasses even belief to begin this Genesis. Yet he knows he's not there yet. The scattered personalities of his memories and the burdens he carries make it clear current conviction alone isn't enough. Every version of himself, past and present, must stand behind this resolve, and time is running out. Samyung readies his fist for the final blow. However, it's Jaewon's own past selves who become the true obstacle. They stare back at him, doubting. To them, this new world seems like a mirage. Having never lived it themselves, they see no reason to support him. They simply watch, judging. That's when our protagonist snaps. If his past selves can't stand with him now, then he's done waiting for their approval. Let them rot where they came from. He's moving forward with or without them. Bam. Jaewon's face smashes into a pillar. Radiating power, Samyung Garam pummels him relentlessly, and it soon becomes clear that our hero isn't fighting back because he's completely spent. The voices of his past selves break through, warning that if he throws everything away out of sheer stubbornness, every version of him will perish. They remind him he's endured enough to be hardened by now, forged in the fires of his own hell. Even Samyung seems to feel a twinge of regret, realizing he's beating down someone already at their limit. With renewed determination, our boy opens his eyes, grips the handle of his sword, and rises to his feet. One by one, those past selves step forward, lending their support. The monarch instantly senses that something fundamental has changed. Our protagonist closes his eyes, taking a moment. Then all at once, he snaps them open. Glass shatters everywhere from the surge of force. Samyung is stunned. From a distance, Siren recognizes what's happening. He's stepping into Genesis. The enormous eye from the Moon Eye unique world appears again, signaling that Jaewon has entered the 4th stage. As the destruction ripples outward, it becomes clear. He now possesses the power to turn lies into truth and belief into reality. This is the 4th stage of awakening, theory. The sight makes Samyung grin with manic delight. The irony that this unique world was designed to erase others isn't lost on him. It's almost poetic. But evolution doesn't mean the monarch will go easy. He attacks again with a signature dust-laden punch. This time, when Darkfall meets the blow, our protagonist holds firm. That's the moment Samyung's excitement spikes. It's as if he's facing Mulak from 1,000 years ago. The thrill-seeker laughs, thanking Jaewon for the exhilarating battle. The tempo skyrockets as they exchange blows faster than the eye can follow. Still, beneath the energy and bravado, it's clear this fight can't last forever. Eventually, it will reach its end. The combatants spring back from the wreckage, then charge at each other with everything they have. Our hero lunges, eyes locked, driving his thrust forward. Samyung counters with his fist. When they collide, bam, an explosion erupts, shaking the battlefield. No matter how wild the chaos becomes, it's obvious the match isn't over yet. In the thick of battle, Jae-won slips into introspection, questioning what he's truly lived and fought for. But amid the relentless dodges and attacks, he pushes those thoughts aside. No questions, no hesitation, just keep thrusting forward. As the fight drags on, fleeting images of his younger self appear, carefree, clueless, swinging dark fall like a child at play. Samyung's laughter echoes through the ruins, and for the first time, a genuine smile forms on our boy's lips. Across the swirling dust, the gladiator has gone fully unhinged, laughing with the abandon of a beast, reveling in the chaos. Jae-won silently thanks him, recognizing Samyung as the perfect adversary he's always needed. They crash into each other over and over, exchanging blow after blow. The monarch refuses to relent, hammering back with merciless strength. Their battle evolves into a wordless ritual, two warriors locked in a moment neither wants to end. Our protagonist leaps back, daring the system to show if that's all it has. Samyung counters with another crushing fist, playfully dismissing the challenge. During a brief pause, Jae-won thanks him aloud for finally giving him a worthy opponent after what feels like 1,000 years in chaos. He realizes he's not the only one who's wielded a weapon for centuries. The monarch has refined his power just as much. They trade a few words of respect before our hero brings up what's been weighing on his mind. Despite all his power, Samyung is still an adapter, not an awakener. The question takes the monarch by surprise. Those were Mulak's words, after all. Samyung wonders what Jae-won truly seeks. Without hesitation, our protagonist declares his goal. He's going to dive to the abyss's depths and climb the illusion tree. The monarch can't help but recall Mulak, the one who nearly killed him 1,000 years ago. Jae-won's resolve is reminiscent of that stubborn Meister. But if our boy thinks Samyung is impressive, he knows nothing of what lurks in the abyss. Most monarchs never made it back. Suddenly, Samyung's aura flares, power surges, as he presses his palms together. The transformation is immediate. He ignites into his Black Gatekeeper general form, a madman reborn. He challenges Jae-won to prove he has the strength and willpower to face the abyss. Observing from afar, Siren remembers overhearing a Gatekeeper demigod conversion, realizing now that calling himself the Major General was an understatement. In reality, Samyung has long reached the rank of Lieutenant General, something he kept hidden. His body radiates a nuclear intensity, and as he raises one hand, a spear materializes in his grip. The monarch demands that Jae-won prove his world's worth. Someone devoted to the system might be able to summon a gatekeeper to defend it, but our protagonist has always known he was meant to shatter the system. That certainty fuels him, as he channels everything into a single ferocious thrust. Facing the spear of the gatekeeper, Jae-won unleashes Darkfall at its most devastating. Samyung wonders whether this attack can withstand the weight of hundreds of lives behind it. The monarch's grin fades as he recognizes the thrust carries Jae-won's entire existence. The blow tears straight through the black aura, obliterating what moments ago seemed unstoppable. Our hero sizes up the moment and strikes with unwavering resolve. Even Samyung accepts it's the end. There's no time to dodge or counter. He meets it with a final nod, acknowledging the battle as one worth every second. Jae-won delivers the decisive strike. The barrier shatters, light rips through the sky, and it's finished. It was a battle neither will ever forget. Truly, it was fun while it lasted. There's no need for a spoiler. It worked. Samyung Garam is left utterly devastated, half his body torn apart, barely hanging on. Even so, he manages to ask if he truly lost. It's then he sees it. The Moon Eye, the force that observes and shapes everything. Clear as day, Samyung glimpses the illusion tree's peak, the place where the first nightmare awaits. He wonders if that's where Jae-won intends to lead everyone. But our boy's intention isn't to guide people there. It's to bring the whole thing down. The monarch understands. If this is the world Jae-won intends to create, it won't be some populist utopia. He wants to erase despair, but what he demands in return is extreme, a brutal truth few could endure. No one is built to withstand that level of madness. What he offers is a life so hard that people might wish for it to end. Ignorance really is bliss. Enough talk. Monarchs don't die like ordinary beings. Their final breaths aren't really the end thanks to the brain link. It's time to sever that tie. Our protagonist asks if Samyung has any last words. The battered man speaks of the abyss, asking Jae-won to tell Karnak what happened and to watch out for Milad. If that guy finds out about Jae-won's unique world, he won't let it go. That's all well and good, but our hero has a lingering question. He knows Samyung could have killed him before any of the World Genesis madness even started, so why didn't he finish the job when Jae-won was defenseless? The answer is unexpectedly noble. Samyung wanted to support another lunatic determined to climb the illusion tree. Even though Mulak's dream collapsed, Samyung believed the world needed normalcy and fundamental human values. He remembers Mulak and his ideals, convinced the world could change if the first nightmare fell. Ultimately, he never let go of Mulak's vision, despite having little faith in it. Everything he did was a way to repay that debt. With that, he accepts the end of the link, free of regret. Exactly 917 years and 244 days after Mulak's Abyss expedition went up in smoke, Chaos is finally free of the Resurrection Palace. As the focus shifts to Samyung, Jigal Moon and Jae-won agree he was a formidable monarch from the Almighty Land. Jigal knows plenty, given his own clan's downfall at the hands of the Samyung clan. The savants were exiled and replaced in the 5 great clans, just like that. He gives Jae-won a warning: you took down one of theirs, don't expect the rest to stay quiet. But the Fortress Master remains unfazed. He tells Jigal not to worry, his tone cool and edged with confidence. A sure sign that our protagonist now holds the narrow gate. He makes it clear, those guys can't step into chaos without dying. For now, things are under control. If any of them try to force their way back, he'll handle it personally. And if someone manages to slip through a loophole, they'll become his stress relief. Either way, he's not concerned. Jigal stands there stunned. He can't understand how Jae-won makes things happen. Everything about the way our boy operates seems backwards, yet it works. With that, our protagonist heads out. Pausing by the window in his office, he grows reflective, realizing how long it's been since he first arrived in Gorgon. The journey has been intense. He's gone from outsider to Fortress Master, forging deep bonds along the way. A quick montage flashes through his mind: Mino, James, Jurgen Sheaver, Claire, Mitchell, and others. Then, in a sitcom-worthy moment, Chung-ha and Kamen enter for drinks. As soon as they sit, the bickering begins. Both are awakeners and equals now. The old man is 2,200 years old. Kamen a bit younger at 154. Their verbal sparring is something only immortals could perfect. It's moments like these that make life in Gorgon feel truly special. Yet beneath it all, a quiet longing tugs at him. Jae-won knows he has to move on. As attached as he is to this world and these people, chaos is just a chapter. Deep down, it's time to let go and outgrow it. We jump ahead to a later moment in the office. Rain pounds against the windows as Jae-won, dressed in a white shirt, sits quietly, lost in thought. Sir Carlton Javier talks beside him, launching into a discussion about seizing the day in the Tower of Nightmares. But our boy barely hears a word. The knight has to repeat himself before it finally sinks in. The Nightmare Tower is becoming a death trap. The first floor alone is operating at 100 times normal intensity, and people are losing their lives trying to awaken. Carlton's concern is justified. Even our protagonist can see that things have gone too far. Still, he doesn't panic. Instead, he tells Carlton to relay a message to Kamen. Dial the magnification down a few notches. Awakening is traumatic. He knows that better than anyone. The tower can't be a place where people die just to get stronger. If someone quits halfway, that's okay. Not everyone is meant to face their deepest fears and come out transformed. Some are better off as adapters rather than awakeners, and Jae-won has come to accept that. Carlton wants to confirm, maybe expecting some hesitation, but our hero is well past that. He's seen and lived enough to know this journey isn't one size fits all. Forcing everyone through the same door was never the point. It's about offering a real choice. He senses something off in the knight's voice and immediately asks what's wrong. It turns out while Jae-won was away, Carlton didn't just sit idle. He pushed himself to awaken. The twist? Even after awakening, he hasn't accessed any unique world. It's rare. But the only explanation is that his unique world is actually the system world itself. That realization hits our protagonist hard. He recalls his battle with Samyung-garam, remembering how awakeners tried to destroy the system's world without ever considering it could belong to someone else. He shares his theory with Carlton, keeping his tone even, though he himself hasn't fully figured out awakening. The knight gets it, and the truth lands with weight. If his world really is the system world, he may one day have to face the Fortress Master, the very one determined to bring it all down. Yet there's something about Jae-won, unpredictable as he is, that always draws people in. Even Carlton, usually the steady, by-the-book type, admits he wants to join the expedition. Not someday, but now. The admission makes our boy facepalm so hard it throws the knight off mid-sentence, confused by the reaction. Carlton thought he'd just made a heartfelt commitment, but Jae-won is simply exhausted. Everyone from Kamen to Yunhwan has been pushing for the Abyss expedition to start, and now Carlton wants in too. It does make sense though. The man is no longer bound by the inspector laws that kept him tied to Gorgon. Jae-won tells him straight, when the expedition begins, he won't be Fortress Master anymore. If Carlton thinks he's showing loyalty to the fortress, he wants him to let that go. He's stepping down in a week, and he means it. The knight protests, urging our protagonist to think of Gorgon and chaos as well as himself. If he steps down, the region's political stability could collapse overnight. But Jae-won's mind is set. He reassures Carlton, then leaves the room so he can finish his final duties as Fortress Master without further argument. Outside in the open-air ceremonial hall, rain pours over a silent crowd. Some hold back tears, others remain stoic. Jurgen Sheaver offers Jae-won a coat, but he refuses. As everyone stands in quiet anticipation, our boy begins to speak. By now it's clear this is one of those 3-day soul farewell rituals meant for every person who gave their life defending Gorgon. It's about honoring the blood, sweat, and sacrifice that kept the fortress standing. He's not there to give orders, he's there to show respect. Some in the crowd are already in tears as the names of the fallen are read aloud. Keepsakes, swords, medals, and treasured mementos are laid out in tribute. Names like Isaac Kendall, Rachel Valdor, and Kashim Hill are honored, their memories returning to the roots of the illusion tree. Suddenly, attention shifts to a massive, shrouded object that's been half concealed the whole time. Unlike the other memorials, it's clear this one is different. Jaewon steps forward and speaks plainly. The fallen were legends, but the war isn't over yet. Then he unveils the secret, the divine narrow gate. Some in the crowd recognize it immediately. Murmurs break out. Many believe it should be destroyed since it allowed the monarchs to keep Gorgon under their control. The mood shifts instantly. Before the crowd can react further, he reveals one more surprise. A prisoner is brought forward in chains. Rika, the timid monarch trembling in the flesh. The crowd erupts in tense whispers, unsure whether to feel pride, shock, or disbelief. Our protagonist draws dark fall, not for ceremony, but simply to get this over with. True to his title, Rika is shaking uncontrollably. No one looking at him can imagine how this terrified mess ever became a monarch. Suddenly, Rika snaps, demanding Jaewon just kill him already if that's the plan. Make it quick, but not before delivering a melodramatic warning. It doesn't matter what they do, they won't make it out alive. The pitch darkness monarch is on a whole different level. He won't just let things slide. At this point, our boy is just tired of monarchs running their mouths when they're cornered. He moves as if to finish Rika off, and in a way, he does, just not entirely. Instead of taking his head, he hacks off Rika's hands, clean and brutal. In his own way, Jaewon unshackles the monarch and announces he's not killing Rika today. He wants the high and mighty in the almighty land to know exactly where to find him now that he has the narrow gate. If they're looking for him, especially that pitch darkness monarch, Jaewon will be waiting at the top of the illusion tree. The scene shifts. Siren is losing it, shouting about how he's stepping down tomorrow yet still managed to drag all of chaos into another mess. She can't believe he provoked the pitch darkness monarch and released Rika on top of that. If he'd really wanted to destroy the narrow gate, he could have done it quietly, without making a spectacle in front of the monarch most likely to take it personally. But our protagonist stands unfazed, acting like it's all under control. If things escalate, the monarchs will just send a subordinate. He knows the supreme monarch won't come personally, not while the almighty land is embroiled in other wars. Maybe a lieutenant monarch will appear. He figures that's enough. Siren isn't convinced. She thinks he's lost it. One lieutenant general? After this stunt, they'll send at least 2 or 3. And if by some miracle heavy hitters from the 5 great clans show up, then what? What in the Godzilla-sized hell is Jaewon going to do? As always, he's exactly where he wants to be. He fires back at Siren, pointing out how she suddenly cares about chaos politics when she's supposed to be the detached Meister who doesn't give a damn. Unable to argue, she pivots to her real reason for being there, the promise. Whatever he saw in the 8th gate of hell, she was promised that memory, and now she's here to collect. No drama, no war talk, just the deal. Seconds later, Siren stands frozen. Her expression suggesting Jaewon just told her something unbelievable. The audience doesn't hear his words, but she's clearly skeptical and asks for proof. He gives her a look, then calmly recites a memory from the 8th gate describing a cold winter. Instantly, Siren is captivated, her eyes wide as she listens. He describes the harsh winter in the 6th region, near the base of the illusion tree, and mentions a strange egg Mulak found there, sitting alone as if waiting for something. According to Mulak's memory, it was the first egg he ever picked up, and even he felt uneasy about it. The memory unfolds. The egg cracks open to reveal a tiny baby with curling horns on its forehead. The hair, the face, it all resembles Siren. Mulak holding the newborn pauses. Jaewon draws in close. Lending the emotional story an eerie undertone, Mulak recalls something her godmother once said. "A child just born is so lovely." The words linger in the air. Siren's expression softens. She's overwhelmed, cheeks flushed with emotion and a hint of embarrassment. Jaewon recounts a story that leaves Siren speechless, the proof evident in every detail. He doesn't ease her in, just drops the memory unfiltered, expecting her to process it all at once. Still, he isn't sharing this for nothing. Our boy has learned that mares are born from eggs, dream-born by the illusion tree. The winter setting is hazy for him, but Siren clarifies it was the northern base of the illusion tree in the almighty land. With that, the rest of the memory sharpens. Mares aren't born in any ordinary way. They're dream children, waiting in eggs to be found. Even so, she senses there should be something more, something Mulak left specifically for her. He doesn't dismiss her feeling. Jaewon admits there might be more, or maybe there isn't. What a pain. Siren looks on the verge of snapping. Finally, he explains that what he witnessed in the 8th gate wasn't some cinematic revelation. It was a mess of fragmented symbols and flashes, impossible to piece together. That's all he can offer. Her face says it all, disappointment and frustration she can't hide. Still, she's resolute. She'll find her godfather, Mulak, no matter how little she has to work with. Our protagonist, ever the sly one, dangles bait. If she really wants the whole story, she'll need to tag along with him. Why? Because the only storage device for Mulak-related knowledge is in his own mind. How convenient. Clearly that's been his plan all along. He sells it like it's the best offer she'll get. A classic move. With Jaewon about to plunge into the abyss and Mulak last seen up the illusion tree, it all feels like a setup. But Siren isn't fooled. She spots the loophole. He's talking about memories, and memories can be unlocked. She has her own ways to access the truth. Her tone stays cool, but she's already plotting. If all Jaewon holds are fragments of Mulak, she has a means to pull them out. The next thing our boy knows, he's in her old workshop, a place no one's been allowed in for years. Yet here he is, let in a second time because he might hold a clue about her godfather. Before he can say a word, a hatch opens overhead. Down drops a gore crucifix teddy bear. No fluff, all threat. It radiates twisted science experiment vibes, and the test subject is the one who conquered the 8th gate. Siren announces, without blinking, that this bear isn't for comfort, it's for soul squeezing. She breaks down the process, a full soul link sinking their essences, tearing through his mind to yank out the memory she wants. Usually it's something only mares do when they want to bottle up the full emotion and experience of a moment into a psychic crystal. But this time, she's going to dig through Jaewon's mind like it's a secret archive, and she's got the God Pass. She decides he'll be her experimental guinea pig. Newsflash. Siren hasn't even tried this herself. She's only heard it's supposed to feel amazing, almost pleasurable. She insists it's not creepy, though her reassurance doesn't help. Once our protagonist is strapped in, she casually announces she's about to start, and it won't sting. It'll hurt like hell. As an extra note, only the target feels the pain. When she activates the process, strange bands of light swirl around them and reality shifts. Judging by Jaewon's calm expression, she quickly realizes she's the one getting overwhelmed by the feedback. She never expected his mind to be such a fortress. Suddenly, she's floating in a miniature galaxy painted in cosmic colors. Spheres of light drift everywhere. Looking closer, she sees their memories, countless and scattered like a surreal archive inside his head. The dive is stranger and denser than Siren imagined. Those mares weren't exaggerating. Jaewon's mind holds a staggering volume of memories, not just detailed, but overwhelming. Now she floats above what feels like an endless plateau of memories, searching for one thing, the 8th gate of hell. The sight unnerves her. She imagined an awakener's mind would be human, maybe with a hint of magic, but not this infinite layered consciousness. She thought it would be less cosmic, less vast. She has to focus before she gets lost inside. If she loses grip, she'll be stuck circling his subconscious forever. Staying focused is tough, but she has no choice. She just needs the memory of her godfather, nothing else. Get in, grab it, and get out. Floating through endless memory threads isn't working, so Siren stops holding back and zips through them, confident and unflinching. She sees him. Mulak, her godfather. She sees herself as a baby, then a toddler. She's found it, but it's short, just Mulak calling her name and taking her inside. She can't take it. It hits harder than she expected. Tears spring to her eyes as she calls out, begging him not to disappear. For 900 years, she's been searching for him, and this fleeting glimpse is all she gets. When the truth sets in that it's only a memory, she clenches her fists and swears she'll find him. But all that sprinting through Jaewon's mind has a price. She's pushed too hard and blacks out, trapped in his consciousness, the very thing she'd hoped to avoid. When her eyes flicker open, she's disoriented, maybe even a little angry. Looking around, she realizes the setting is strangely familiar. Enormous buildings, busy streets, a skyline that's unmistakable. Then it hits her. This isn't chaos or the almighty land. This is Earth. No question. It takes Siren a moment to piece things together. This isn't some random simulation. It's the 294th world, Earth. Marys visit this place all the time, riding the roots of the illusion tree like a cosmic subway. Earth isn't a backwater. It's practically a tourist attraction. She remembers how this world was once protected, shielded from the rulers by the earliest mares, which makes her wonder what sort of trap she's stumbled into. Suddenly it clicks. She's inside the uncanny, a mind structure built from Earth's blueprint, wrapped around Jaewon's psyche like a haunted memory palace. A memory of Mulak surfaces, almost like an old instruction manual. He'd explained that every living being harbors a subconscious terrain called the uncanny. When someone attempts deep-level extraction, this inner space forms itself from the target's hometown, creating a warped version of it. All illusions and memory twists grow from that base. The uncanny is always home turf. Mulak's advice was clear. If you get lost in the uncanny, there's only one exit. Find the guide. In this surreal mindscape, the only fully conscious being is the guide. She barely has time to process this when chaos erupts. A boy darts past her, panting like he's fleeing for his life. Chasing him, a couple of furious cops shout threats, treating him like a hardened criminal. The kid's in a hoodie and cap, nothing fancy. But something about the way he moves unsettles her. He's cornered, but he's not surrendering, clutching a metal pipe like he's ready to fight back. One cop raises a hand, ready to strike, but Siren steps in, demanding to know what their problem is. Instead of backing down, the officers turn on her, warning it's not safe, because the kid refuses to grow up as if that's a crime. She's floored. What kind of law is that? Her outrage only makes them more suspicious. Trying to stay calm, she pretends she hasn't just dropped into the strangest legal system ever. But she stands out. Her clothes, her presence, her everything. One cop moves closer, asking for ID, then freezes when he sees the horns on her forehead, and that's when Siren remembers Mulak's advice. Blend in, never look like a mythological creature. If the uncanny recognizes an outsider, it acts fast. Too late. She's already been made, cursing her luck. She realizes things are about to go downhill fast. But instead of panicking, she decides to go down swinging. Flames flare around her, until they sputter out. Magic is blocked here. Bad timing. The cops drop all pretense, their forms morphing into system-backed monsters. A flat robotic voice declares extermination. She doesn't get to run. They grab her face. Suddenly, the boy swings his pipe, cracking one of the monsters on the head, and she bolts. In the chaos, it hits her. This isn't just a random brat. He didn't freeze or wait for help. He acted. He must be the consciousness guiding the uncanny. Now that she gets a better look, his sharp features are familiar. The fierce eyes, stubborn jaw, it's all Fortress Master. That's when she realizes the boy is the ego, the inner Jaewon. Let's call him Mini Jaewon. They dart through alleys, Mini Jaewon leading like he owns the place. Siren scrambles to keep up, squeezing through gaps and feeling ridiculous. He throws her a comment about dropping into a memory canal by accident. He's got zero filter and plenty of sass for someone half her size. But he pulls her out of trouble with ease. Then he drops some technical wisdom. Memory fragments end up here all the time, like lost socks in a cosmic washing machine. But she's flesh and blood, and that's a big deal. She stares at him, and he gets weirded out, looking ready to call for help if she keeps giving him that, "What are you? Look." She finally blurts out that he should have found a way to escape already, since everyone's out to get him. He just shrugs and lays it out cold. They all want him dead because he's the only kid in a world full of adults, that's all. In this place, sameness is law. Anything different is hunted like a glitch. Mini Jaewon glances up, curiosity sparkling, and asks what the outside Jaewon is like. Siren hesitates, realizing she barely knows him outside the chaos he drags her into. Still, she tells Mini Jaewon the truth. The real Jaewon's a lot like him, still a kid at heart, playing dress-up in grown-up clothes, pretending to have it all figured out. The answer seems to comfort him, as if someone just told him he won't grow up to be a jerk. Well, not exactly what she said, but close enough. Suddenly the kid focuses up. He insists they need to get her out. Along with the memory fragment she's brought in, she's confused. What memory fragment? He points out something has been sticking in her hair like an accessory. She's amazed this Mini Jaewon knows what he's doing. And of course he does. It's his job. His core purpose is to catch stray memories and put them back where they belong. Siren's convinced now this guide kid isn't just along for the ride, he's literally the getaway plan. What she didn't expect was how effortlessly he'd handle everything. The boy doesn't waste a second. He points out the shard stuck to her and immediately calls a red alert. It's glowing, which according to him means it's top priority. He gives her a crash course, white, green, blue, and red. White is least important, red means time is running out. If this fragment isn't returned soon, outside Jaewon will be in real danger. The memory's tied to the monarchs of the 12 regions, and that's not something you want slipping out of place. She tells Mini Jaewon to send her back with the fragment, but he can't just snap his fingers. The passageway has its own schedule, opening only when it chooses. Her imagined quick escape isn't happening. She'll have to wait it out. Even the guide doesn't know exactly when the exit will appear. He offers her a place to crash under the overpass. For him, it's no big deal. This is his home. It makes her wonder, how does he track the passageway if he's always here? He doesn't guess, he calculates. He watches for when the Wi-Fi scrambles, a sign the passageway is about to open. Pulling out a battered device, he tracks the signal like it's second nature. Siren wonders if there's a way to hurry things up or bypass the system, but he's firm. They'll just have to wait. Tomorrow they'll gather supplies and try again. As they settle in for the night, she finds herself thinking about deeper things than just memory shards. She wonders if this ego version of Jaewon is really okay, how he survives in the uncanny. It's as if a mare dumped him here and vanished. Maybe this place is the fallout from a nightmare tower. And though she's a mare herself, she thinks about the towers they build and the people forced to live with the wreckage, like this kid, this fragment of someone who's endured too much. That kind of damage must be buried deep in our protagonist, who never gives up. A week passes without a single passageway opening. Now they sit on an old bridge, legs dangling over the edge, talking about how Mini Jaewon does his work. The kid treats returning memories as a sacred duty, even with the cops closing in on him more each day. Siren raises an eyebrow. This cop chase stuff isn't exactly normal. Sure, it's been happening more often lately, but it's still rare. To the guide, it's just another phase, luck flipping between sweet and sour. She asks what he does on the bad days. His answer, watching other memories like binging Netflix. Siren blinks, unsure what he means. He explains that not all memories are sent back. Some of the white ones he keeps, arguing there's no point returning fragments of uneventful days. What would outside Jaewon do with them anyway? She has no idea how to reply. Whether it's right or wrong isn't for her to judge, so she lets it go. The kid pulls out a memory crystal and demonstrates how it works. With a quick twist, the memory replays itself. It's wild. As soon as he activates one, the space around them lights up like a movie theater, old-style reels whirring to life. These memories are from Earth. One shows a mother reading to her toddler, but another catches Siren's attention, a scene like a page out of an illustrated novel. It feels strikingly familiar. Then it clicks. It's The Little Prince. The book is common enough among mares that Siren recognizes it instantly. She and the guide watch together. In the memory, young Jaewon tugs at his mother's sleeve and wonders if the little prince ever came to Earth. She gives him a soft smile and says he did, then adds the line that always hits home. The most important things in life can't be seen with the eyes. Siren knows this story well. Among mares, it's essential reading. The message lingers, a little prince wandering the world, seeing what adults have forgotten. It's about a child trying to remind grown-ups what truly matters, his imagination, his greatest strength. Siren remembers the prince dies at the end, and maybe that's the point. Innocence only stays pure if it's allowed to end. Toddler Jaewon asks what happened to the world after the prince was gone. His mother gives him a gentle answer. Saying the world stayed and the little prince didn't really die, he kept living. She tweaks the ending to spare his heart. That version stuck. The belief that the prince never gave up became the core of our hero's resilience. His story may not have a neat resolution, but its roots in a harsh world give it meaning. Neither Siren nor the kid understands why a memory like that was marked white. Those were supposed to be the ones that didn't matter, not ones loaded with this much emotion. But maybe that's just how the system works. To survive, you have to let go of certain parts of yourself. Sacrifice is built in. While they're lost in thought, the boy's tablet pings sharply. He tells Siren to snap out of it. They've got work to do. She looks up confused, until the sky cracks open. A portal blooms above the building, blazing with light. No more delays, it's time to move. Of course, there's no way this escape is going to be clean, not with those cop freaks showing up for their usual chaos. Siren wonders if they're being chased just because the passageway opened, since a swarm of creatures is already on their tail, hunting them like it's instinct. Mini Jaewon explains the system's in meltdown mode because something foreign, the passageway, just broke into its code. Barely a minute later, they crash through the building beneath the portal, racing for the elevator like their lives depend on it. Because they do. Every second counts. The passageway won't stay open long, and they need to move. As our boy tries to explain all this, one of the monstrous cops manages to grab him by the throat, choking the life out of him. Siren's about to jump in, but Jaehwan's switch flips before she can move. He grabs a pipe and goes full beast mode, smashing the creature with a cold, focused fury that stuns her, not just for the strength, but for how dead calm he is. No panic, no fear. Maybe he's numb from everything he's seen, or maybe this is just how the ego Jaewon survives. They make it to the elevator and punch the button for the 20th floor. But before the doors can close, more monsters flood in. One's the kid just laid out crawling back, relentless. Young Jaewon shouts that these things aren't even real. They're just symbols, rules cobbled together by the so-called adults running this twisted world. That's him giving a philosophical middle finger to the system. With the elevator not giving them the shortcut they need, it's onto the stairs. No other choice. He tells Siren to make for the passageway the second she sees it. He'll hold the monsters off. She hates that plan, wanting to drag him with her, but he refuses. This is his world, and he's got her covered. She just needs to move fast. She hates leaving him behind in a place that feels like a waking nightmare. But he makes it clear he doesn't have a way out. They slam the gate shut on the rooftop, trying to hold off the monsters. The kid's done with soft words. He tells her to quit trying to play hero and run straight for the glowing crack in the sky. Her only escape. Just before she makes it through the portal, Mini Jaewon yells one last question. Does the outside version even have friends? Siren pauses, and with a warm smile nods yes. That gets a genuine smile from him, a small, unfamiliar thing in a world this harsh. He gives her a simple goodbye. The monsters close in, but he's not fading quietly. He swings the pipe, a fierce little menace to the end. Siren watches, heart pounding, knowing she's leaving something unforgettable behind. She wants to tell the older Jaehwan about the brave, stubborn kid buried deep inside. This little hero who stood his ground even when everything screamed to run. Whenever the outside world feels too cold and lonely for our protagonist, she'll remember this, and she'll tell him that the little prince was more than a story, that part of him never gave up on his world. Just like that, she's back in the massive starry canal of memory. But Siren isn't the same. No more drifting. She knows if she chases her godfather's memory again, she'll just end up lost, stuck in endless loops, never belonging. That won't happen. She doesn't know how much time has passed, days, hours, seconds, but she's no longer lost. Now she has real insight. She knows what to watch for when she builds her next tower. She won't repeat her mistakes. She's done searching for her godfather's memories. She's sticking to what Jaewon told her. She'll follow him into the abyss, no matter how wild it seems. Every so often, when that infuriating guy rambles about the Eighth Gate's puzzles, she'll piece it together, one painful chunk at a time. It won't be quick or easy, but she'll do it. No shortcuts. Then she remembers the mysterious memory that got tangled in her hair. She'd forgotten about it entirely. Now seems like the time to see what it is. The moment she looks, her breath catches. It's her godfather again, another memory, but this one is different. The air is thick with terror, and Mulak isn't alone. He's face to face with someone. Her heart sinks. It's catastrophe, the God Soul King, the first awakened, disaster. She's heard the stories, sealed away in the strange factory by the masters born from chaos, but she never imagined she'd see him. Now she does, and dread fills her. This isn't just terrifying, it's nightmare fuel. She can't understand why this memory is marked red. Sure, you're supposed to meet catastrophe in the abyss, but no one ever talked about confronting him. Even the monarchs wouldn't dare. The realization hits her hard. If she's right, the expedition is heading straight into disaster. She has to warn the others fast. Abruptly, the story cuts to an empty stretch of cosmic void. Nothing to mark the passage of space or time. Chung-hoo's voice breaks the silence. 900 years have passed, and they finally arrived. Siren, unconscious, is being carried by someone. The scene grim and heavy. Jaewon's voice rings out. They've reached the gate to the abyss. She's out cold, and somehow our protagonist is still awake even after everything. But with Jaewon, nothing is ever normal. He recognizes the place instantly from Mulak's memories. They're standing before the strange factory. Whatever happens next might be exactly what Siren has been dreading. According to Mulak's record of the abyss, Jaewon says this is the final gate before they enter. Yoonhwan asks his fortress master if he's really going to just barge in. Jaewon nods but tells everyone not to call him Fortress Master anymore. He steps down, and he doesn't expect anyone to follow or rely on him. Still, Yoonhwan can't help but see him that way, which makes our boy smile. Despite his warnings that not everyone could come, more than 3,000 people have joined the expedition. Most stayed behind, knowing the abyss is a long-term ordeal, but plenty couldn't resist the pull. The only one who got dragged along without a choice is Siren. Ironically, she's the one passed out after trying to squeeze a memory from our protagonist. She snores as she's carried, but her skills are too valuable to leave behind. Suddenly, the structure of the factory gate shifts. Hangar doors sliding open. Some are confused, but the sharp-eyed spot-horn beasts waiting inside. There's no choice but to fight through. A massive saber-toothed wolf with red eyes lunges forward, followed by another. Kamen calls for everyone to prepare. The battle is about to begin. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to another place with an antique vibe. The ancient palace of pitch darkness in the 9th region. A shivering, hunched man bows before a figure who exudes mastery. Rika, the timid monarch, recounts how his hands were chopped off in chaos. Despite his shaken soul, he managed to return to his body. Quite the cover-up. He's too afraid to tell this monarch about the conditions our protagonist caused, and he has no idea how he'll be punished for coming back alone. The royalty, absorbed in painting, seems more concerned with the fate of Samyung Garang than Rika's excuses. It's hardly a shock that someone so reckless met such an end, but he still wants to know about Garang's final moments. Nearby stand the ice monarch Vargas and the white-haired monarch Masaha, a few steps lower. Rika explains that Garang seemed to enjoy himself, but when all is said and done, the mood turns grim. Kanail and Megiddo, the 17th and 21st Major Generals, are dead, as well as the 1st Major General, Garang himself, the royalty's own kin. The hidden monarch, and amidst all this, only Rika survived. He forces himself to agree, though terror hammers in his chest. It hardly seems real that a mere brigadier general survived when all the elites perished. The royalty orders him to raise his head. Just meeting that gaze nearly makes him collapse. Jaewon was scary, no doubt, but next to this man, there's no comparison. His presence is overwhelming. This is the true ruler and monarch, the Black Shadow strategist Sam Young-hoon. The crest on his badge matches Garang's. He mentions visiting the roots of the illusion tree, the world the mares concealed, saying he's tired of the almighty land and needed a walk. He's probably talking about number 294 Earth. Rika can't really follow, but Hoon tells him to come along if he's interested. It's not a suggestion. Trembling, Rika steps up, claiming it's an honor. Inside, he's not sure if the monarch blames him. As he ascends the stairs, he tries to reassure himself. He's not the culprit after all. He didn't kill anyone, he was just a bystander. Hoon interrupts by showing him a painting of a cup on a dish. Rika quickly praises his taste in art, though privately thinks it looks cheap. When asked what he sees, he replies it's a teacup, obviously. Hoon smiles and reads the inscription. This is not a teacup, Rika can't make sense of it. The strategist explains that the artist drew something that looks exactly like a teacup, then insisted it wasn't, calling the contradiction beautiful. He asks if Rika still thinks it's a teacup. Rika hesitates, then nods. Hoon suddenly grips his cheeks and insists it's only an image pretending to be a teacup. His eyes gleam with intensity as he stares into Rika's soul, declaring it strange anyone calls it a teacup at all. Rika, voice trembling, repeats after him. Hoon releases his grip, remarking that it's not just this painting that's strange. There are countless teacups in the world, all different, all labeled the same. Then he poses the real question. What truly is a teacup? Does it even exist? He's gone full philosopher. Hoon boils it down for Rika. The heart of the matter is what the essence of existence really means. He's amazed that even an adapter from the system could come up with such a profound idea, and it came from a mere earthling. Still carrying that intensity, Hoon asks if Rika gets it. The man has no choice but to nod. The monarch praises him and moves on. Posing another analogy based on the painting, what is a monarch? Without waiting for an answer, Hoon explains, a monarch is supposed to be the most dignified, noble, and important existence in the almighty land. He repeats the words gentler this time. Then comes the twist. Does that mean the ice monarch, the white-haired monarch, or even himself embodied the title? Rika agrees they're the true examples. Then Hoon turns his wild gaze on him and asks, is Rika a monarch? The poor brigadier looks ready to collapse. Knowing he failed to destroy a single product and returned alive while his comrades died, Hoon crouches towards him, eyes cold, and asks if such a person deserves the title. Silence. Then a scream breaks out. Blood splatters across the stairs. The ice monarch hands Hoon a towel. The strategist thanks him, and studies Rika's lifeless body as if admiring a completed piece. He names this new work, This Is Not a Monarch. Smiling, he asks where the fugitives have gone. The other monarchs suspect they've reached the Strange Factory. If so, Hoon wants the 5th and 6th Lieutenant Generals summoned immediately. It's time to teach those arrogant fools a lesson they won't forget. We enter a room filled with earthly objects, a portrait, a computer, and a cryogenic chamber containing something alive. The monarch steps inside what now resembles a laboratory, recalling his recent visit to Earth, world number 294, a place he has grown strangely fond of. But that wasn't the real reason for his trip. In the center of the room hangs a man, bound tightly from every angle and suspended midair. The monarch remembers Rika's message from Jaewon, questioning whether monarchs truly have the courage to die. That's the only way to get their royal hands on him, and Sam Young-hoon intends to find out. He addresses the unconscious prisoner, whose face is disturbingly familiar, wondering aloud if Jaewon is ready to test his own courage to stop the monarchs. A knock interrupts him. Annoyed, Sam Young-hoon reminds the visitor he didn't want to be disturbed. It's the Ice Monarch, who brings an urgent question. Now that the narrow gate has closed, how are they supposed to deal with the chaos and insurgents? A sinister smile spreads across Hoon's face. He proposes they follow Jaewon's idea to the letter. If the enemy wants to see whether they have the courage to die, then the monarchs will show them. The Ice Monarch realizes, horrified, that Hoon intends to carry out that threat himself, and wants the Ice Monarch to go first. Back at the Abyss Gate, battle has erupted. Kamen and Kang Hwang discuss how the Strange Factory's true products are horned beasts, creatures they haven't faced in ages. Around them, many adapters struggle under the onslaught, while others fight back. That is, until our protagonist charges in and clears a path with ease. Nearby, Kamen and Chung-ha watch impressed. Chung-ha glances at Kamen and catches the uncertainty in his eyes. He suspects Kamen fears he won't be chosen to enter the abyss, but he knows Jaewon would never leave him behind. Meanwhile, our hero moves forward with Dark Fall, slicing through the beasts. Even so, the weapon starts showing signs of wear. It can't heal as fast as the damage piles up, no matter how many horns he feeds it. Jaewon recalls all the brutal battles Dark Fall has endured. He could try forging a replacement, but spirited weapons can't simply be swapped out, and this one isn't evolving either. Mied once explained that spirited weapons evolve in grand leaps, their strength multiplying exponentially. A deafening roar interrupts his thoughts. Even your receiver, or the rear fighters, are thrown off for a moment. From the shadows emerges a massive beast, its jaws lined with fangs, an octahorned monster, a rarity even among veterans. They know that a heptahorned beast demands at least a 7th stage adapter to kill, but an octahorn requires someone of Brigadier General strength or higher. The creature fixes its single eye on our boy, determined to avenge the fallen. As it draws breath for a colossal shockwave attack, Kamen yells for him to take cover, but Chung-ho just shakes his head. Kamen still doesn't get that Jaewon operates on a whole other level. With a flash in his eyes, our protagonist raises Dark Fall and meets the shockwave head-on. The impact hurls lesser beasts aside, and even the other fighters feel the aftershocks. Then they realize he's become even stronger. This Genesis Power Jaewon is not the same man they knew before his battle with Sam Young-garang. The octahorn lunges again, but our boy covers the distance in a blink, thanking the beast for its horns as he attacks. Suddenly, a cry to stop rings out from the hangar, grabbing everyone's attention, including his. Among the group, only Chung-hoo recognizes that whoever's in charge has finally shown themselves. Metallic-limbed creatures announce that Garnak got cocky because it had beaten a product before. One of these newcomers has a halo and small horns. They comment that it's been a long time since anyone but monarchs gave Garnak such trouble. To everyone's shock, these are the rulers of all horned beasts, the Decahorns. This is the Strange Factory's true welcoming committee, only now making their entrance, and it's not just one Decahorn, but 3. Seeing them brings a genuine smile to Jaewon's face. 3 will provide a much better fight than just one. Among the 3 factory leaders, Edzak comments that he's heard someone was trying to enter the abyss, probably this group. Joniak, the one with the halo, offers some praise, while Ius, the sarcastic third, seems genuinely surprised they're still human. Our boy quickly uses his question ability to size them up. They aren't as formidable as Samyungarang or the Scent Monarch, but they're clearly stronger than Megiddo and Kanail, the Storm and Silence Monarchs. Although the Awakener usually craves a fight, he knows better than to challenge all 3 at once. Chung-hoo interrupts the ex-Fortress Master's thoughts, muttering that he doesn't like the mechanical trio either. Despite the tension, though, these leaders aren't enemies. Recognizing Chung-hoo, Ius can't believe he's returned, remembering what happened the last time during the previous Abyss expedition. Edzak nudges his companion for being too harsh. But Joniak and the others want to invite Jaewon inside. Apparently, the great factory head is waiting. Inside, the vast hall feels like another world. Chung-hoo notes the horn beasts being repaired, including the Octahorn, our protagonist, just defeated. He and Sir Carlton were only able to enter because Jaewon insisted on keeping his group together. One of the smaller factory masters explains that Garnak products are created only once every 10 years, so the Awakener should think twice before destroying them again so recklessly. Many were lost fighting the dead demon warriors, he adds, which catches Jaewon's interest. These leaders had survived battles against the strange palace invaders. Meanwhile, Carlton expresses his pleasure at meeting the apostles of the machine god Deus. When asked if he's familiar with them, the knight confirms he's heard of Deus's apostles. Deus finally remarks that people from Chaos aren't all classless delinquents. At least Sir Carlton has some class and respect. They soon arrive at the factory leader's gate. Pushing open the massive doors, they step into an enormous surveillance room centered around a main machine that looks like a huge CPU. Someone addresses Jaewon as the awakened warrior. This is the main factory leader, Aniak. Seeing the machine's name, Jaewon immediately senses something familiar. In fact, all these names, Edzak, Joniak, Ius, Aniak, sound more like machine product names from Earth than real names. Our protagonist brings this up, mentioning Earth World number 294. Aniak pauses, curious why he'd ask. Jaewon explains that their names remind him of machines from home. Aniak only knows they're creations of a god from a world of change. If that world is Earth, Jaewon could be right. Although he's familiar with the idea of gods, no one in Chaos mentioned them before now. Aniak can tell Jaewon doesn't fully understand the Abyss yet, so he simplifies. Monarchs rule the almighty land, and similarly, gods control the Abyss. Like monarchs, these gods vie for dominance. But unlike them, gods aren't adapters of any system. Throughout the conversation, machinery hums and blinks steadily. Chung-hoo is intrigued by the idea of Abyss gods. Then Aniak clarifies that while their roles are similar, gods are fundamentally different from monarchs. The concept is still foreign to the Awakener. Where he comes from, gods are almighty. But Aniak describes something else. The gods of the Abyss are not all-knowing, not even close. Sure, some approach that level, but most don't. Admitting his understanding is limited as a created being, Aniak nonetheless offers insight. Jaewon himself would qualify as a god, or at least god-ish. Our protagonist hadn't expected that. But Aniak's logic makes sense. As an Awakener who's unlocked Genesis, the power of creation, he embodies his own unique world, putting him on par with the gods of the Abyss, maybe even surpassing them. Unlike Jaewon, these gods can't act alone. They need representatives. Their power comes from channeling their worlds into followers. The more followers, the stronger they become. The leaders explain that mortals rarely reach Jaewon's level. The definition of god is fluid, since gods are created by greater beings through karma. Only by gathering enough karma to shape a form and win approval from Big Brother can they earn the title of god. Jaewon realizes there must be a being so powerful that even gods need permission to exist. But he's puzzled. Why isn't this info in the Abyss archives from Lance? He asks who Big Brother really is. According to Carlton, it's an organization that guides and oversees the system. Chung-hoo confirms he's heard the same, but Aniak interrupts, saying that's only what ordinary humans believe. This sudden clarity makes Jaewon more curious, but the leaders refuse to elaborate. The only answer, Big Brother, is the god above all gods, the system's ultimate guardian. Suddenly we see a representation of the giant eye in the sky, the same one that appears with Jaewon's unique world. The factory leaders refuse to elaborate further to Jaewon, except for one crucial fact: Big Brother is the top onlooker god. The smallest leader, Joniak, even looks a bit nervous, warning the group that it's best to stay out of sight. Suddenly, our protagonist drops a bombshell. He asks if Big Brother killed their god. The factory trio is stunned, realizing he knows much more than he should. The death of Deus is precisely why they were exiled from the Abyss. The Awakened One is clearly learning plenty from Mulak's records, from visions of the past. Jae-won learns that these leaders made a contract with Big Brother after he destroyed Deus, and were only allowed to remain at the factory because of their abilities. Frustrated but out of options, they had to comply to survive. The records also revealed they'd asked Lance to venture through the Abyss and retrieve their Titan warrior, Deus Ex Machina. Aniak finally explains why Jae-won was summoned. They want him to promise not to enter the Abyss. Chung-ha, however, knows that's impossible. The leaders aren't going to make decisions for their group. Yus bristles, urging the humans to check their arrogance, though Aniak holds her back. The reality is these leaders aren't the true decision makers. The only being who can decide if the Chaos genes enter the Abyss doesn't want them there either. Jae-won realizes Aniak is talking about the Soul King, Catastrophe. The Soul King is furious with him for killing the mega undead pet, Magritte, one of the king's loyal and strangely treasured servants. In truth, this is just a warning for our boy. He's momentarily confused by the scenario. To sum it up, the Soul King is throwing a tantrum over his pet getting killed, even though it attacked first. And since he holds the key to the Abyss, he's refusing to let the group through. Jae-won's blunt take may be rude, but it's accurate. Aniak agrees. But our protagonist still insists the gate be open. Aniak thinks Jae-won doesn't fully understand the situation, but he's not easily put off. He says he'll persuade Catastrophe personally. Aniak stands firm, but before things escalate, our hero drops a single name, Deus Ex Machina. The leaders are floored. They have no idea how he knows that name. But he promises he can deliver their missing Titan warrior. Naturally, they're desperate to know where he's getting this information, but Jae-won won't reveal his source. If they want to see Deus Ex Machina again, all they need to do is let him meet Catastrophe. A moment later, he realizes he's hit the soft spot. Aniak leads him through a warped passage. Even though everything was supposedly decided already, Jae-won has managed to get this far. Convincing the Soul King may be impossible, but he has to try. Aniak can only wish him luck as they step inside. Then the leader brings up something called the Stigma of Deus, a tool Jae-won apparently isn't using. Our protagonist has no idea what that is. Aniak points to the tattoo on his forearm, the Gorgon tattoo he's now infamous for. It was a gift from the Apostles to humanity, originally given along with a seven-horned beast as a guardian. Aniak can't figure out what happened after the old Fortress Master passed it to Jae-won. If he activates the Stigma, the horned beasts won't attack, and other apostles in the Abyss will see him as an ally. After a few minutes they arrive, but from here on, Jae-won must go alone. Aniak reminds him he has only an hour. If he takes longer, the door shuts for good. That suits him. He never planned on wasting time anyway, as he walks across a bridge lit by rows of pole lamps. Jae-won admits to himself he's not as confident as he acts. But with Lance's Abyss records, he has a plan. There's no turning back now. This is the only way to reach his final goal, destroying this world. He looks up at the massive door ahead and realizes he's standing before the Soul King's palace. The architecture is unmistakably horned beast made, the scales staggering, a true monument to power and effort. Before he can process it all, the eyes on the door glow, and it swings open. A voice taunts him, the awakened human has arrived to die. This time, Jae-won takes the threat seriously. This isn't a copy, it's the real Soul King. He knows he cannot afford to underestimate this opponent. Even the king's voice feels like it's tearing at his very being. Before Catastrophe can unleash his fury over Magritte's death, Jae-won jumps straight to a proposal. The Soul King scoffs. This pitiful human can't even cross the threshold properly, yet dares to negotiate. The arrogance disgusts him, but our boy fires back. He points out that Catastrophe, once the first awakened and king of chaos, has been reduced to little more than a glorified gatekeeper. From ruler of all to doorman, if that's the best the Soul King can manage, it's pathetic. It's hard to say whether Jae-won is being reckless or crafty, but he offers Catastrophe a chance for revenge even as he has to rely on Dark Fall's support just to stand under the pressure. His words cut through, and for a moment, the king falls silent, curiosity piqued by such unexpected arrogance. For now, Catastrophe decides to listen, but warns that if Jae-won has nothing worthwhile to offer, the price will be severe. The perspective pans out, revealing the staggering scale of the Soul King's domain. A landscape filled with uncountable ghouls, the undead Sunday. At this point, Jae-won knows the only way he'll leave alive is by making an offer that's worth the risk. Jae-won knows all about the promise Lance made with Catastrophe. Like everyone else shocked by his hidden knowledge, the Soul King didn't expect him to know about that pact sealed 900 years ago. Our boy doesn't reveal how he found out, but he declares that from now on he'll be carrying that promise. Catastrophe warns him not to act cocky, given the current situation. But Jae-won promises he'll take the Soul King all the way to the end of the Abyss. Meanwhile, outside, Siren finally wakes up. Yunhwan greets her, explaining that they're right in front of the abyss, facing the strange factory. The look on her face says it all. This is the last place she wants to be. She screams at the Prime Minister, demanding to know where Jaewon is because she has an urgent message to stop him. The Prime Minister, confused by her panic, tells her our protagonist is inside the factory. Suddenly, everyone notices fireflies emerging as the air grows warmer. Kang Hwang warns them not to poke around, but Yoon Yang, ever the skeptic, pokes one anyway. Instantly, an explosion rips through the area, setting off a chain reaction that causes even more devastation. The factory itself takes damage. It's the perfect moment for the monarchs to make their move. Sam Young-hoon announces that, just as Jaewon wished, the monarchs are here to wage war. At least 4 monarchs appear, with Hoon leading the charge. The heroes go on high alert. The orders are ruthless. Kill everyone without hesitation, except for second stage adapters or higher. Amidst the chaos and ambush, someone mutters that it doesn't matter what Hoon plans for the others. He has to get rid of Jaewon as soon as he spots him. This is Nakmyeong Cheon-do, the Poison Monarch and second lieutenant of the Emerald Bug family. His grudge is personal. Our protagonist killed the caravan of his clan. Meanwhile, tension simmers among the monarchs. Some in the Samyung family realize Hoon isn't just avenging his little brother, Samyung-garang. He has another agenda entirely. Among them are the Samyung family's 4th general monarch, Samyung Yuha, and the 7th region's first major general, the white artist monarch, Nishimoto. Yuha tells Nishimoto to keep an eye on the 9th region's people, curious about their movements. She finds it ironic that a single product managed to outmaneuver 100 monarchs, giving her a rough estimate of Jaewon's strength. Yuha knows she would have died after 3,000 years if Hoon hadn't claimed the fruits and chaos would be enough for everyone. If not, there's an obvious impasse for Hoon. If the fruits are divided among the families, it'll create a dangerous conflict between his duties as the 9th region strategist and as the firstborn of the Samyung family. He's clearly amused by these alliances and rivalries. What's even funnier is how many believe him. If he kept that promise, he'd have to feed nearly 50 monarchs, 20 from the Emerald, 10 from the 7th region, and 20 more from his own house. But it's not surprising they've fallen for the lie, especially since Hoon showed up on the battlefield himself. To him, lies aren't lies if the promises are kept. The top of the illusion tree isn't the only place to find those fruits. There are other ways. The 7 highest gods who govern the abyss have plenty of fruit, and based on old dealings with the monarchs know how to strike a bargain. They had nearly everything, until they grew greedy for the one thing they couldn't seize directly, the awakened representatives. It's well known the gods need proxies to manifest their will. Now, nothing else works as a bargaining chip except these awakened. With them, any new world can be accessed. The monarchs can curse Jaewon all they want, but he's the missing piece. Hoon orders Vargas, the Ice Monarch, to lead the troops and track down the product. The game is simple. Monarchs aren't peaceful. If they discover the true value of the tower, the awakened, or the product itself, they'll turn on each other to claim it. That's why Hoon must ensure his side gets their share first. He already envisions the artisan tower built to protect chaos, becoming its nightmare. His plan is clear. Use the tower as an awakened factory to supply the gods. Whoever controls more fruits will dominate, and the 9th region will automatically become the top faction. Hoon laughs at his own sinister vision, imagining a future where his region holds all the power, and the almighty land becomes an extension of his domain. His scheming is suddenly disrupted by a strike from below, shocked that anyone would dare attack him. He sees it's Cayman, surrounded by other clan leaders, all determined to stand together. Everyone from Kang Hwang to Saran shares the same goal: hold the line until Jaewon finishes his task. As they unleash strikes, cast magic, and hurl lightning, Hoon simply watches, amused, but it's clear he's decided. The time has come to eliminate all of them, once and for all. The Emerald Bug Monarch, Nakmyeong Cheon-do, wreaks havoc across the field with his giant centipede-like forms, cursing at the stubborn defenders who refuse to retreat. His true target, of course, is Jaewon. Meanwhile, Sam Young-hoon, who had been floating above the chaos, drops down to join the fray. His attention zeroes in on Siren standing among our heroes, the so-called foolish and selfish mare girl, now branded a traitor to the pitch darkness. The expedition squad senses the danger instantly. There's something unnatural about the aura radiating from this monarch. Hoon tells the Poison Monarch to stand down for a moment. Nakmyeong Cheon-do bristles, not wanting to give up all the fun, but it's clear Hoon wants him to witness what's about to unfold. Suddenly, Hoon spots an awakened opponent and springs into action. Cayman readies himself for the attack, but the Monarch's sword swing releases a force so heavy, it flings Kang Hwang and Siren aside like ragdolls. Cayman can hardly believe such a massive shockwave could come from a simple swing. The dust settles, and Hoon stands calmly over the aftermath, declaring that he'll crush these lowlifes so thoroughly they'll never dare look up again. Kang Hwang, still reeling from the blow, burns with rage and vows to tear Hoon apart. Shin Myung-guk and Yoon Yang share that fury, but the monarch just laughs, openly mocking their passion. He admits he doesn't take any of them seriously, but intends to savor crushing them nonetheless. Meanwhile, inside the strange factory's vast surveillance room, Alarms blare. Cheongheo is startled but realizes the apostles are just as confused. Bias, still suspicious of the humans, insists they must be behind the disturbance, though Isaac isn't convinced. Antioch orders Joniak to check the situation. Joniak activates the glowing halo above his head, projecting live footage of the chaos outside. The truth is plain to see. The monarchs are the culprits. Cheongheo bolts for the exit, recalling how Jaewon had accurately predicted they'd face the monarchs here. He wonders how they managed to reconstruct another narrow gate so quickly. Was it new technology? Or were they insane enough to have killed themselves just to get here? Memories from the last traumatic expedition flood his mind. He recalls a loved one dying and pleading for resurrection fruits, clutching one in his final moments. Even as the expedition failed, Cheongheo kept telling everyone they'd succeeded, that they brought back the fruits, hoping to give them a sliver of hope. The lie became so ingrained he even debated it with Jaewon over drinks, insisting on their success until it almost felt real. Now facing old enemies once again, Cheongheo's resolve wavers. As he and Carlton step into the chaos, everything feels painfully familiar. Cheongheo trembles, but Sir Carlton urges him to hold it together. Instead, he charges forward, blade flashing, shouting that he won't let history repeat itself. He lands a clean strike on one of the monarchs, yelling for his friends Shin Myung-guk and Kamen as he surges through the battlefield. Then he sees it. Kamen, the strongest among them, is at the mercy of Sam Young-hoon. All around, Franz, Prime Minister Jurgen, and others are in dire straits. Cheongheo barely knows where to begin. The worst is seeing Kamen, half-burned and barely standing, facing Hoon's blade. The monarch recognizes Cheongheo as the divine physician and seems almost pleased to find another awakener, a fresh test subject. Hoon declares he's finished with Kamen, whose willpower was impressive but ultimately futile. He wants to make an example of him, to end him on the spot. Cheongheo screams in protest. As the monarch's blade surges with overwhelming power, Kamen stands frozen, silently apologizing to Jaewon, his fortress master, for not being able to hold the line. Just as Kamen is about to be cut down, a hand reaches from the chaos and yanks him back. At the same moment, Sam Young-hoon is struck from both sides by Sir Carlton and Cheongheo. It's Siren who saves Kamen, though she knows Cheongheo and Sir Carlton can't land their attacks without serious risk to themselves. The monarch handles both effortlessly, knocking them back with a single swing. He looks amused, almost delighted to see there are still a few awakeners left willing to challenge him. Cheongheo finally realizes that poor Kamen was running on nothing but muscle memory. He was just barely holding on. Sam Young-hoon's overwhelming spirit power is so intense, just his words are enough to make the air feel heavier. Their tense standoff is interrupted when three familiar figures appear, the factory leaders, apostles of Deus. They demand to know what Hoon thinks he's doing, interfering in their business. He greets them with his usual unsettling calm, saying he's just here for a product and will leave once he has it. The apostles ask if he means Jaewon, the one who opened Genesis. It's clear they hate that the monarchs see living, conscious humans as nothing but products on a shelf. Sam Young-hoon, cutting through the formalities, insists they open the gate so he can take Jaewon. The leaders hesitate. Losing patience, Hoon curses them out and gives them a final warning. A surge of energy erupts from him, blasting the leaders back. Aes steps forward, spitting curses of her own at Hoon for interfering with the factory. Returning to basics, Hoon reveals he knows all about Catastrophe, the Soul King, trapped in the strange factory, and that the apostles have been useful in keeping him sealed. But Hoon delivers a brutal reality check. Monarchs never interfered because the factory was still useful. It kept Catastrophe, one of the three ancient gods and the strongest deity of the Abyss, locked up. Things have changed. Hoon couldn't care less how strong Catastrophe is now. To him, the Soul King is just another fallen god clinging to the respect of the undead. Sam Young-hoon boasts he's now stronger than the 12 supreme monarchs were 1,000 years ago, and he's not waiting any longer. The apostles warn him to reconsider, but Hoon is done pretending the monarchs are on good terms with the factory. Ace lunges at him, her companions trying to hold her back. The monarch conjures a magical seal above his head, a massive dragon aura taking shape. Only now does Ice realize she's in real danger. Onlookers freeze as she braces for impact. There's a blinding blast. For a moment, it feels like the end of everything. While Cheongheo reels, powerless, a voice calls out to him, asking if he's the divine physician and begging for a battlefield report. He turns to see Yoon Yong waiting for hope. Only now does Cheongheo notice Yoon Yong's mutilated, blinded eyes. He grits his teeth, heartbreaking for the Lightning God clan leader. All he can say is that if Yoon Yong still had his sight, he wouldn't have the heart to answer. They can't win like this. Suddenly, a memory of Seola's words cuts in, asking if he plans to run away again, just like last time. Cheongheo freezes, fear washing over him. But memories of Jaewon ignite a spark. Our boy, charging into every fight as if victory was inevitable, never backed down, even against the Soul King. When Yoon Yong asks if their fortress master has returned, something steals inside Cheongheo. Maybe Jaewon is already gone, but even so, he would never have bowed to the Soul King. He tells Yoon Yong the fortress master hasn't returned, but that doesn't mean they've already lost. Yoon Young laughs, understanding the meaning beneath those words. Even if the fight looks hopeless, surrender isn't an option. The sky clears, and Cheong Heo, Yoon Young, and the others stand ready, weapons raised, determined to fight to the end. For the first time, Sam Young-hoon is unsettled. Their defiance is a direct challenge to his power. Uncertainty flickers across his face. He realizes this is what nobility looks like, the will to choose their own fate. He briefly wonders if all awakeners are like this, if he'll ever be able to sell them to the gods of the abyss. He calls out to Vargas, ordering him to change plans. Every last awakener must die. The massive dragon gathers energy, preparing to unleash devastation. Just as it seems like the end for everyone, a sudden whoosh tears through the air. The explosion doesn't come. Sam Young-hoon realizes what's happened. Standing there, calm and unshaken in his mission armor with Darkfall in hand, is Jae-won. Our protagonist glances at the others and simply apologizes for the delay. Jae-won, his face marked by strange scars, arrives late and apologizes, prompting the company to sigh with relief. He quickly orders them to clear the area, expressing gratitude for their endurance against the formidable Sam Young-hoon. The monarch, radiating royal arrogance, refuses to believe that this ragged man is actually the fortress master. He scoffs at our protagonist's tattered appearance and lack of decorum, doubting anyone would come this far for a nobody. Still, his curiosity is piqued. Impure energy escapes from Jae-won, carrying the faint traces of catastrophe, the Soul King himself, suggesting that catastrophe allowed someone this unremarkable to survive. The monarchs mock the Chaos followers, incredulous that they would risk everything for someone with such a beggar's appearance. They cannot fathom sacrificing so much for a product like our hero. Suddenly, new figures appear. The 9th Region's 5th Lieutenant General, Black Cloud Monarch Magatha, and the 6th Lieutenant General, Dragon Leg Monarch Serem. Serem's impatience grows, but Sam Young-hoon explains that their main obstacle remains Jae-won. Our boy, already out of patience with these self-satisfied monarchs, wonders if they plan to stand around making small talk all day. With a single swing of his sword, he signals that conversation is over. He then activates his moon eye. The poison monarch Nakmyung Cheon-do is intrigued that this man has created a world with such a unique perspective. They note the massive eye on the twisted tree structure, identical to the one near the first nightmare. That grotesque eye is meant to represent the big brother, Yuhua, though she remains unimpressed. Regardless of how Jae-won shapes this world, she sees only emptiness, no real substance. Meanwhile, Cheong-heo, who has always believed most in his own strength, starts to question what our protagonist is planning. He knows Jae-won cannot possibly take on all these lieutenant generals alone. Sam Young-hoon admits that the Fortress Master possesses a unique worldview, something unlike anything he's seen before, though still inferior to those he encountered in the depths. Is this really all Jae-won has to offer? Clearly not. Our protagonist charges forward, swinging Darkfall at one of the monarchs before the blade can land, and Serem intervenes, kicking Darkfall aside and mocking him for such a reckless move. She demands to face him alone, but her wish is immediately denied. The Poison Monarch notices the Pitch Darkness strategist's eagerness to claim the fight. The Emerald Bug Clan Monarch still craves revenge for the caravan incident, yet Sam Young-hoon is baffled that they waste time arguing over who gets to battle Jae-won. Tired of the squabbling, Hoon snaps his fingers, conjuring a massive cuboid structure to lock himself and our boy inside. The bug-faced monarch is stunned by Hoon's bold action, pounding at the barrier, though the Emerald Bug Clan seeks vengeance. Hoon remains unfazed. His hair begins to glow, radiating the same energy Samyungaram displayed in his fight with Jae-won. Within the enclosure, our hero is uncertain what these monarchs are plotting. Hoon claims to want a fair one-on-one duel, promising no interruptions this time. He encourages Jae-won to attack with everything he has, confident that the Fortress Master's strikes won't even leave a scratch. Hoon's blade and body pulse with power, even brighter than Garam's ever did. Yet Jae-won is not without resources. The monarch remarks that he has observed numerous awakenings in the past 10 days. Some reached stage 3, a few prodigies stage 4. Charging forward, he strikes Darkfall directly, sneering that Jae-won is the weakest stage 4 awakening he's seen. In that instant, our protagonist realizes that Garam's brother is far stronger than Garam ever was. The difference is overwhelming. He can sense that Hoon channels the system's power to a much higher degree, and knows that small, measured attacks will not suffice. To survive, he must go all out. Summoning his dragon, the monarch taunts Jae-won, who has opened a Genesis and achieved materialization, warning him not to repeat the same predictable tactics. That's fine, our hero is prepared to adapt. His next thrust seems ordinary, but before Hoon can react, it transforms into one of those world thrusts. Cheong-heo is stunned, while the other monarchs are amused. Finally, something worth watching. Hoon acknowledges that he now understands how Garam could have fallen to this man, but he warns that if Jae-won holds back, thinking Hoon is equal to Garam, he will die quickly. Opening the Genesis will not be enough. Hoon waits to see if the Fortress Master wants to finish things now or reveal any other tricks before it ends. Jae-won, however, is determined not to leave unanswered the question he withheld from Garam. He demands to know why Hoon has not killed him yet despite having the chance. He presses for Hoon's true intentions. This directness impresses Hoon, who explains that he wants Jae-won to join the 9th region and bring the Tower of Awakening. As expected, our boy asks what happens if he refuses. Hoon simply laughs. There is no real choice. With a snap of his fingers, he reveals a vision of artifacts taken from Earth, including a computer. When Jae-won reacts with shock, Hoon realizes he's grasped that something greater is at stake. The monarch unveils his real gift, Jae-won's original body from Earth, chained as a trophy. What Hoon offers is the chance for our protagonist to reclaim the life he lost. It's as simple as this. Wandering around in chaos ends here. Jae-won now has the chance to restart his life. Samyung-hoon even sweetens the deal, offering the position of 8th Lieutenant General. Yet the true temptation lies in the promise of returning to Earth, not just at any moment, but with all the years lost in chaos restored. A full rewind. Despite this, our boy doesn't waver. He refuses to go back, least of all on Hoon's terms. The monarch's smile remains. He expected this answer. It fits Jae-won's entire identity, always resisting any return to his core. So why make the offer at all if rejection was certain? Because in truth, it was never about turning back or erasing everything our protagonist has endured. That kind of return wouldn't undo the hell he's weathered or the relentless pursuit that defines him, and Hoon knows it. In his eyes, it shouldn't be undone. The wounds and pain are what shaped Jae-won. Even this line of thought leads Hoon to wonder if that's why our hero won't go back. He clings to the present because it's familiar, however broken it may be. But Hoon wants him to see the truth. This mess of a present isn't worth holding on to. He urges Jae-won to really look around and ask himself whether this hell is something to cling to. When Hoon tells him that the present stolen from him, the life ripped away, was the one he truly deserved, it strikes a nerve. Memories of his mother swirl to the surface, her voice echoing as she calls for one more story. Even Jae-won feels the pull. His veins bulge as he fights the temptation. The people he loved all remain in that world. If he were to accept the role of the 9th Region's final Lieutenant General, he could return to them whenever he wished. Logically, the choice seems obvious. For a brief moment, it looks as though our protagonist might actually consider it. But then he tightens his grip on Darkfall and delivers his answer to the Radiant Monarch. He's not going back. The place he's aiming for is at the very top. This time, Hoon is the one caught off guard. He pleads with Jae-won to reconsider, questioning if he's truly willing to throw away the only real life he has left for this shattered reality. The monarch's smile fades, his aura flaring violently and crashing into Jae-won, forcing our boy to shield his face. In that instant, he converses with his inner voice. Nothing Hoon said was untrue. He does miss that lost time. His past flashes before his eyes. If he's still human, how could he not long for it? But the separation between past, present, and future has blurred since coming to this world. Jae-won steps forward, breaking through the monarch's overwhelming spiritual energy. Once the shockwave subsides, he wants to know what good any of this would do if he returned to Earth, only to watch it fall to these cultivators and demons. He isn't wrong, and Hoon doesn't try to deny it. Cultivation is the law here. It's not anyone's fault, just the way of the world. Cayman has no memory of life before becoming a product, and that can't be blamed on him. No one faults Siren for growing up in a tower, taught only what she knows, trapped by the same process. Can the cultivators truly be condemned for surviving as they must? Angels and demons are simply playing their roles. But Jae-won already understands this. The only thing deserving blame is the rotten idea that the process itself is justified or humane. The real culprit in his eyes is the world, and that's exactly why our hero wants to destroy it. The monarch laughs at the notion. Everything Jae-won ever loved is a part of the same world he wishes to erase. It's one thing to say you'll fix it, but he intends to destroy it with his own hands. The monarch warns him to get it through his head. The world can't be destroyed or even touched. There is no separate world or system. The system is nature itself. And with that, the unholy aura of the Samyung family closes in once more. Our protagonist knows by now that he can't win alone. He hasn't had time to gather strength or hone his abilities. The only thing that gives him the courage to stand here is his purpose. And if he can't do it by himself, he finds another way. Suddenly he bites into something familiar, borrowing power from a greater force. Energy explodes within the monarch's cube. Outside, Cheonghyo and the others have no idea what this kid is attempting, and the other monarchs are just as baffled. It becomes clear that Hoon managed to enter chaos as a living being, his brain link still functioning. No matter how hard Jae-won pushes, he can only force him back to the Almighty Land, where Hoon's physical body waits. The most our boy can hope for is to damage his soul. Suddenly, dark energy surges, overwhelming everything. The cube begins to collapse. Hoon, bewildered, can't comprehend what's happening, especially as most of his face is torn apart. His soul seemingly corrupted. He's stunned that Jae-won managed to pull this off. The monarch finally recognizes the kind of energy at play. as his cube is devoured by catastrophe. Soon, something dead and horned becomes visible behind him. Giant, fanged, undead monsters emerge from the darkness, their crazed eyes swirling in the gloom. A laugh, too inhuman to be real, echoes through the valley. Onlookers scream in horror as they witness a new version of Jaewon, his heart exposed and beating in the corrupted air. In a voice both foul and distorted, he greets the monarch. This marks the descent of the true Soul King, Catastrophe. Suddenly, a system message appears discussing the recent earthquake, likely originating from chaos. The participants speculate whether the descent of one of the three ancient gods, Catastrophe, means he has been released. The scene shifts to a figure standing amidst a bloodbath of bodies, wearing an organization medallion, and observing chaos with keen interest, especially because Seola is there. Back at the entrance, Sam Young-hoon trembles. Massive undead beasts surround Jaewon's possessed form as he sits high above, like a monarch on a throne. Thunder rumbles in Hoon's chest as he recalls the Akashic records. Catastrophe was sealed over 1,000 years ago by the supreme monarchs of all 12 regions. If he once thought bringing so many monarchs for this ambush was overkill, he now realizes even 100 wouldn't have been enough. The situation is dire enough that even the supreme pitch darkness monarch's presence might not guarantee victory. If Sam Young-hoon were to gamble, he'd bet on escape as the only He manages to call out to Catastrophe, clarifying they have no intention of fighting and only want the product he's taken over. The sinister Jaewon, now under Catastrophe's control, smiles coldly and makes it clear this won't happen. When Hoon dares to mention the promise Catastrophe once made to Big Brother to never interfere in chaos, the god's aura surges, shaking the landscape and forcing Hoon to bow in apology. He explains he only brought it up because he believed Catastrophe hadn't chosen a proxy until now. Jaewon, however, isn't a proxy. The man Catastrophe has taken over is simply protecting his own world at any cost, making him the perfect candidate for a contract. The look on the monarch's face reveals just how deep the trouble runs. Catastrophe is unmoved. With a flick of his finger, he unleashes a raging tornado, stunning everyone. The devastation tears through the land and panic sweeps over the other monarchs. The swirling energy convinces them all that death is inevitable, exactly as Catastrophe intends. Sam Young-hoon tries once more, invoking the promise to Big Brother, but the god dismisses it as an exception. Though this power bears Catastrophe's mark, it isn't his will at play. The hurricane is moving at our protagonist's command, who rallies the others, insisting that if they want to survive, they must stand together. He suspects the Soul King is using undead dissension to possess Jaewon's body. No matter how strong Catastrophe is, he's still within a human vessel and will burn out soon. All they have to do is endure 5 minutes. The other monarchs shout at Hoon's reckless optimism, with Nakmyeong Cheon-do the loudest, declaring that the Emerald Bug family, the Nakmyeong, won't join in this suicide. Sam Young-hoon can play the hero alone. Catching sight of the Emerald Bug Monarch, Catastrophe recognizes them as those who created the Spirit Stones in an attempt to analyze his world. He calls them fools who tried to mimic a god, unworthy even as vessels. His energy surges, consuming everything in its path. From his throne, he grins like a madman, intent on making sure they understand they brought this disaster upon themselves. Sam Young-hoon collapses to his hands and knees, struggling to comprehend how things reached this point. Suddenly, someone screams for the monarchs to rise and fight. It's Sam Young-yuwa. All they need to do is last 5 minutes. Catastrophe seems almost entertained by their display of courage. Hoon realizes some among them are willing to stand together, and the monarchs push forward, fighting through hordes of undead beasts and the now flooded valley. Hoon knows casualties are inevitable, but fighting is better than succumbing to despair. Their counterattack is fierce, so much so that for a moment they believe they might actually wear down the king. Their hope lasts only until Catastrophe, amused by their defiance, raises a single finger. The true catastrophe begins. Sam Young-yuwa's head explodes in a spray of blood. Others follow, their bodies torn apart in a gruesome spectacle. All except Sam Young-hoon are reduced to scattered remains. The carnage is so overwhelming that Hoon's mind fractures. Still on his hands and knees, he can't comprehend what he's witnessing. A wild, broken laughter bubbles out as he realizes there was never a chance. He surrenders to despair, accepting Catastrophe's victory. But the horror doesn't end. The floating bodies and swirling destruction persist. Finding the spectacle tiresome, Catastrophe pokes a hole straight through Hoon's chest. At that moment, it all begins to bore him. He seems almost weary, as if wasting any more power on such weak beings is beneath him. Gradually, the valley's climate returns to normal. Sam Young-hoon lies motionless, indistinguishable from his brother in death. Meanwhile, Jaewon stands atop the throne, regaining control of his senses. He can scarcely believe the Soul King Catastrophe's strength. Even knowing all that power came from his own soul, it still feels unreal. The clone he once fought pales in comparison to this true version, the first awakened Soul King who truly dominates the world. Our protagonist understands this is the power he has always longed for, but now sees the risk involved in becoming someone like Catastrophe. He would have to stake his life for it. The realization that even the Soul King was once sealed away by Big Brother weighs heavily on him, meaning he must surpass catastrophe as well. The king's voice interrupts his thoughts, mocking his body for barely lasting 5 minutes. Instead of arguing, our boy asks how many more times he can summon catastrophe. He learns that using undead dissension without becoming a proxy, he has 3 chances in total, 1 already spent, leaving 2. Since he'll need catastrophe's help against Big Brother, only 1 free summoning remains. The risks are real. Each use pushes his soul to its limit. That's the harsh reality. Undeadification is merciless. If the Fortress Master wants to move forward on his own, he must do it without any safety net. The Soul King withdraws control, reminding him not to forget the promise made in exchange for this power. The connection snaps, and the pain buried beneath possession tears through our hero. As the undeadification process unfolds, his memories begin to fade. Losing memories is losing himself. If it continues, he'll become nothing more than a hollow shell, another undead. The memories from Earth slip away, and he feels himself drowning in soul corruption, a preview of true undeadification. Then something shifts. He sees Cheongheo in one of those memories and watches Cayman wonder aloud why Cheongheo keeps following the Fortress Master. Cheongheo's response is simple. The kid is reckless, childish, rude, and thoughtless, never considering others, especially not him. He has a knack for attracting trouble, but honestly, Cheongheo just doesn't want Jaewon to end up alone. In a flash, the real Jaewon, unconscious, finds himself being shaken awake by Cheongheo, who insists on calling him kid. Our boy is tired of it. The age gap between them is almost gone. When Cheongheo notices he's awake, he immediately starts scolding him for choosing a path that could have left him a mindless undead. He demands to know what our hero was thinking. Jaewon, though, isn't bothered. He expected the divine physician to intervene with his anti-undeadification trick. Cheongheo mutters about his recklessness, but at least everything seems to be over for now. There were losses, but some of the expedition squad survived. This revolution for power that Jaehwan set in motion means there will always be strong awakeners around. At least now the monarchs won't be able to interfere in chaos so easily, since the balance has shifted. For a moment, our protagonist thinks chaos has never come this close to real freedom. That hope, however, is short-lived. Others begin to gather, their expressions grave. Cheongheo can hardly believe what he's seeing. A flashback shows the monarch's earlier promise to Jaewon not to let things go his way. Now the people of Chaos, having learned he's alive, seem ready to confront him. They demand to know if he genuinely expects them to believe he never took the resurrection fruits from the Resurrection Palace. In the background, Cayman senses suspicion brewing. They think the Fortress Master survived because he ate the fruit in secret. The situation threatens to spiral. All of them saw the footage of his living body chained up in the strategist's cube. Now they want the truth. Cayman and Jurgen try to calm the crowd, but their efforts fall flat. Tension mounts as demands for the truth about the fruits grow louder. Jurgen notices that no one is backing down. The so-called miracles Jaewon performed only captivated the people because they believed survival was at stake. They never cared about his vision for change. Survival was always their only goal. The fact that he's alive while others aren't, coupled with secrecy around the resurrection fruits, has shattered any sense of transparency between leadership and those serving in the Second Abyss expedition. The people want Jaewon to face them and give real answers, yet this backlash isn't entirely organic. His own achievements have turned against him, fueled by Sam Young-hoon's confusion skill. Even in his weakened state, the monarch remains obsessed with the Fortress Master. In truth, he's only igniting feelings that have long existed. The confusion works because there are already logical reasons for the people's doubts: jealousy, suspicion, and the insecurity beneath their loyalty. They've always needed Jaewon, but never fully trusted him. Watching the crowd converge on their leader, Sam Young-hoon, barely conscious, laughs bitterly. If his own plans failed, the vengeful strategist of pitch darkness will make sure Jaewon's do too. Suddenly, Cayman steps forward, ready to confess that he destroyed the fruit. He's about to speak, but Jaehwan stops him, rises, and takes responsibility himself. He declares to everyone that he destroyed the resurrection fruit. Silence falls, shock ripples through the crowd. Siren and the few who know the truth can't understand why he'd say that, but it brings no comfort to the others. To them, he's alive and destroyed the thing they desired most, a chance at life. Now our hero stands before them and asserts that true life wasn't to be found in those fruits anyway. Even if they'd revived in the Almighty Land, endless conflict would have followed as they fought for the remaining fruits. He could have exposed this ugly truth, but he chooses a more decisive way to end the debate. If they truly need proof, Jaewon concentrates and reveals the real brain link, confirming everyone's worst fears. He is unmistakably alive. Murmurs of shock spread through the crowd. How could the Fortress Master have deceived them for so long? Many begin to believe he used them just to obtain the fruit for himself. In response, and as if to show his indifference to their accusations, Jaewon cuts his own brain link, ending the argument without hesitation.